Here is Khamenei with the great Fidel.
Is it working? Let me check. Let me see if I'm here.
What is this? There have been some very bad developments today.
Whoops, wrong one.
Senator Murphy serves on the Foreign Relations Committee and, more importantly, the Subcommittee on Defense Appropriations. Iran has destroyed a key 300 million radar system crucial to directing U.S. Missile defense batteries in the Gulf that risk further straining the region's ability to counter future attacks, according to a U.S. official.
Get a third frickin' monitor.
Yeah. Khomeini.
Now I feel like I need a fourth.
Here, this is. I talked about this before.
Absurd.
Ayatollah Khomeini, not Khamenei, Khomeini. During the conquest of the American spy then in 1979. Did this ultimate woke move, and when they came back, Americans were mad at the black embassy staffers.
That's a delay.
That today, perhaps today,
That's a delay.
that today, some black hostages and some female hostages will be released from the American embassy compound. Is that true?
Checking the sound. Oh god, I'm too quiet. Gotta fix that. Oh god, I'm too quiet.
The freedom of the woman and blacks will be given. Women are given great dignity in
I'm
Islam,
live, yay!
and the blacks have been oppressed in the United States.
My mic maxed
Great
out.
injustice was done unto them. They were under
I
pressure
goofed.
in the United States. Thus
Didn't
they
need to close
came
that.
here. We are doing this owing to the tenets of Islam.
We hear, Imam,
Probably turn my volume up.
Whoa.
Shut this guy up for a second. Probably turn my volume up.
Whoa.
Shut this guy up for a second. Probably turn my volume up. Just, let me check now. Shut this guy up for a second. Just, let me check now. A little bit louder. Okay. Let me check now. A little bit louder. Okay. Let me check now. A little bit louder. Okay. Why don't things work like they're supposed to? I think I might need to get an actual microphone. Work like they're supposed to. I think I might need to get an actual microphone. I think I might need to get an actual microphone. But that's a tax return purchase. All right. Let's see. Anyone in here? Probably not. Anyone in here? Probably not. Nope, just me. Anyone in here? Probably not. Talking to myself. Just talking to myself. Talking to myself. Just talking to myself. Talking to myself. Just talking to myself. Talking to myself. Just talking to myself. Why is it echoing? Why is it echoing? Why is it echoing? Why is it echoing? Alright. Check. Oh, because it's picking up the desktop audio. I'm a dum-dum. Oh, because it's picking up the desktop audio. Okay, that should be better. Man, I really gotta max that thing out. That's absurd. Alright. See, today is the inaugural launch, oops, of my TikTok live. But we'll get to that in a minute. No! Oh, this
Iran anyway. Have you seen Geopol's dog shit take on if Iran should be a country? I have not, but it's not surprising to me. Dude, I'm Turkish. The average Turk's position against Israel is you know, also the average Turk, if you ask them about Israel, will fucking read you the riot act about how what Israel actually deserves.
Right,
ask them about Iran, and they'll say almost similar things about Iran. A lot of other countries, a lot of other nationals in the region,
but that's a tomorrow problem,
of Sunni background especially, have a very negative attitude about Israel. I mean, not Israel, sorry, Iran. Israel as well, but also Iran as well.
That's not fair.
That's why I always laugh when dumb motherfuckers come in here and they're like, bro, it's because you're Muslim that you're defending the IRGC or some shit. Like, yeah. Yeah, of course white Westerners look at Iran as like the big bad. The fuck?
The same place you're looking at me, stupid.
Christmas, why not?
I wouldn't expect that. No, dude. What are you guys talking about? A lot of people don't... Most of the region does not fuck with Iran. Even Muslims, again, Sunni Muslims do not fuck with Iran at all. So my expectation from like white Zoomers and the Westerners is not going to be that like they're going to have a reasonable approach to what should happen in Iran. Of course, they're oblivious.
My God. Oh, go back.
I promise you, not anymore. Iranians have literally fought the war. All Sunni populations wish their governments would. Who knows what happens after this past week's incidents? But I think every rocket launched from Iran in the direction of Tel Aviv reminds the shame that I think a lot of other regional, like a lot of other people in the region feel towards their own governments. Except for those in Syria. Syria will never fuck with Iran. Let's be real. That's not happening.
Well, bleep.
What is this? Khamenei meeting with Phil Collins in Iran while he was trying to raise money for Live Aid 1985. Phil said he came up with his 1985 hit Susu Studio. Shortly after his conversation with Ayatollah Khomeini and Khamenei, Phil said in a 2001 interview, the sheer presence these men had was awe-inspiring. I made Susu Studio to try to help people understand what I felt in that moment. Wait, what?
What am I supposed to do in this situation?
What the fuck is... What? It's a bit, right? This is a joke, right? I don't even understand what the fuck...
You're lucky my shotgun was reloaded.
Not Phil Collins? I don't even know what this is. I don't understand what this is even talking about. I don't have enough musical knowledge. But I'm glad that Cavernicle is you know, took the time out from talking about his #1 subject, which is the Maine Senate Democratic primary. I really like him, but I do sometimes have my you know.
Hey, yo, did he really just fall out the frickin'?
I like him a lot. I think he's a great voice.
Let's see. How can I?
As far as one of the few content creators in this fucking space that is relentless about his anti-imperialist advocacy, especially because this is his this is what he studied. Tremendously for Cavs bit. That's not even Phil Collins in the picture.
What do you mean? You've been shooting every match. I don't want to hear was doing the sniper
Yeah,
shotgun
he really is fascinated, as are many other non-American leftist content creators, anti-imperialist content creators, with the main Democratic Party primary
shield. What is it?
for the Senate run.
That is the bummiest thing I've ever seen. So it's basically just Call of Duty.
Yani İran'ı biraz fazla excuse ediyorsun gibi, içeride brutal falan diyorsun, tamam da bildiğin yobazların milleti anasını ağlattı, halkı maddi manevi sömürdüğü bir rejim netice. Hele bize pek uzakta değil, sakın bağırma. Abicim sana bağırmam da biz Amerika'nın köpeği olmasaydık o zaman anlardın yani. O yobazlıktan dolayı anasını sikmediler insanların. O yobazlık da yapıyorlar, evet. Ama asıl insanların anasını sikmelerinin sebebi Amerika götlerini sikiyor yıllardır. İsrail ağızlarına sıçıyor yıllardır. Bunu sen Türk olarak anlayamazsın. Bunu Türk olarak anlayamazsın çünkü biz NATO'nun köpeğiyiz. Okay? Biz eğer NATO'nun köpeği olmasaydık o zaman görürdün.
That looks so corny.
Biz o Amerikan çemberinin içerisindeyiz.
What ifs?
Belki bir gün görürsün zaten İsrail bizim götümüze girdiği zaman. Birkaç seneye. Eğer buradan çıkabilirlerse. Anlamazlar. Bayraktarları var bunların. O kurtaracak sanıyorlar.
The hell? Huh.
Internal and external issues are different. Evet, yobazlar ama onlar da kendi devrimleriyle geldiler.
Oh, it's
Aynen.
locked.
O devrimden beri de götlerini sikmeye çalışıyor Amerika yani. Hiç durmadılar. Ağır girdiler yani. Ekonomi, hani biz bağırıyoruz. Türkler bağırıyor. Amerika anamızı siktiğine. Dolar kaç oldu diye. Ekmek 500 lira oldu falan diye konuşuyorsunuz. Şimdi düşün. İran'ın durumunu düşün o zaman.
Okay. Alright. Enough out of you.
Yani Amerika bizi sikiyorsa İran'ı kaç kere siktiğini düşün.
Enough
NATO
out of you.
ülkesiyiz. Amerikan nükleer füzeleri var ülkede.
All by myself.
Goose, get out of the way. Liam, can we like pause for a second? Goose is kind of on my desk. The cat is on my desk. Cat on my desk. Give me a second. Yeah, so can you say Goose?
Okay. Yeah, no one's here anyway. Doesn't matter.
Cats are out. Even Liam's telling me to say cat. Liam, I swear to God. That hurt me more than it hurt you. What's he looking at? Yo, if I hit that, you would look me down. Hey, Liam, watch this. Liam, look right behind you. Right, go, please. Please, please. There was no. What? Oh, but then I fall through the water. That's something more right there.
That's tiny. Oh. Okay. How's that look?
I hit you for. You're at 2 HP.
Yeah, that's kind of tiny. $13. Oh.
Yeah, me and you are not the same. Oh,
Close enough. Okay, need to get some.
Yo, if I shot that blind, you should have OP'd more, bro. Oh, but you suck.
Got some videos lined up. Got some videos lined up. Got some videos lined up. Okay. I think I should be good now. Hopefully. Ugh, too much.
What? What am I supposed to do? Free trade permafrost tomatoes motto, bro. I don't care. You can't miss. Nope, didn't do anything. Watch this. I don't have flashbang after that. Yo, your flashbangs suck, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, haha.
Thank God. I think I'm gonna go back to Minecraft. No, like, can we stay in public? There's no way you're actually gonna steal Great
I gotta have it. I can't have the chat over there. Gotta move it. Okay, and you.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? How's that supposed to make me angry, bro?
I don't need you. Maybe I do.
So I'm gonna stop screen sharing before my computer explodes.
No, we gotta go.
Why is my computer so loud today?
Oh
My
man.
computer's about to explode. What do I do if my computer's about to explode? Okay. So, Liam, how's your day been? What were we talking about? Look, you forgot.
Check. Oh, wait, audio.
Liam, you look like an Evan Burger.
Oh crap, where's my audio sources? Oh, here they are.
Burger.
Oops, not that button. Shut up, kitty.
What?
Man. Let's see. Get that and that.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Skyrim,
Oh,
Chrome, headset,
it genuinely sounds like it's a ticking time
primary
bomb.
microphone. I think I need to add Discord in case people want to join. Application, Discord. Boop.
Liam, we're watching YouTube shorts right now.
Add.
Liam, we're watching YouTube
Is that
shorts.
too much? Maybe. I don't know.
You're watching.
Whatever. I can mute Discord until I need it. Game on, I guess. Oh, no. Why can't I hear Skyrim? Oh, there we go. That's why. Okay. Ah, itchy ear. Uh. Oh god. That needs to go down. Yeah, we'll knock that down. Maybe I don't want gaming. Maybe I want news and event. Ah, screw it. We'll go gaming. Hmm. Oh. Game on. Is it working? Oh man. I think it's actually working. Ah. Okay. I think I can finally start. I hope. We shall see. No sound detected. Check your audio. How about now? God, TikTok, stop talking for 1 minute. Jesus. Okay. Oh, man, I gotta start the video. I'm a dum-dum.
Let's go over the strategies. Okay, decapitation. Okay. And what you're doing is you're removing the elite. Okay, or what we call command and control. Okay, you're basically limiting the capacity of Iran to govern itself, to have a leadership, to have an elite. All right, command and control. Okay, so that's the first strategy. Second strategy is
of course, I forgot something.
aerial bombardment. Okay, aerial supremacy.
Of course.
So again, America has the most advanced airplanes in the world, and the way that it's using its airplanes is to destroy as much military installations as possible, but it's also engaging in acts of sabotage. Okay? So what they're doing is they're carpet bombing. Okay, so they're carpet bombing Tehran, okay? They're doing soft targeting. Soft targeting. Soft targeting means that instead of attacking military installations, you attack hospitals. Why? Because you're degrading the capacities. You're degrading the state's capacity to
I don't even know if people can hear me.
Resilient.
Whatever.
Okay?
Live and you
The
learn.
last thing is something called double tap. Double tap is this, okay? And it's really illegal or against international law. What you do is this: you attack a place, right? You kill some people, and then people try to come and help the people who are injured. And it could be like doctors, it could be emergency personnel, it could be relatives, right? And then you strike again to create as many civilian casualties as possible, right? And the entire idea is to create as much fear and anxiety in people as possible, so that they lose the capacity to resist.
I have no idea what I'm doing in here.
And the last thing you do, and the last thing, of course, is to arm and bribe insurgents. Okay, so these are the three main pillars of the American strategy, and you will see this over the next few weeks. The problem with this is that when you do these three things, you're not actually hurting the Iranians, you're actually helping them. Because remember, the law of asymmetry states that whichever group is able to create energy, openness, and cohesion will win. And guess what, guys? This American strategy is going to create a more energetic, more open, and
I'll
more
figure that stuff out later.
cohesive
I got it.
Persian
I
society.
just want to play Skyrim.
All right, let me show you how. All right, decapitation. We just said that one major problem for America is elite overproduction, right? Well, with decapitation, what you're doing is you're solving this problem for the Iranians, right? Before, the huge problem for the Iranians were you have too many leaders, and they all have their own stupid opinion, and they all want to lead this war, right? But by killing so many leaders, you allow for more mobility, for more meritocracy, right? You're solving the problem of elite overproduction for the Iranians. That's a huge, huge bonus, guys, okay? So the leadership will become much more lean, much more mean, much more determined, and much more strategic, okay? That's number one. Number two, air supremacy. Well, when you do this to people, when you carpet bomb Tehran, you're creating a more cohesive society. Why? Because the major conflict in Iran for many decades was the conflict between the urban areas and the rural areas. The rural areas were very religious, very poor, very backward. And the urban areas were educated, secular, and progressive. Okay? And so there's this huge conflict that led to a lot of riots, a lot of protests in Iran. But when you carpet bomb the cities, which are the main source of support for progressive Western policies, you make them united with the rural areas, okay? Does that make sense? The Iranian people no longer see each other as enemies, they see the Americans, the Israelis, as enemies. You create a much more cohesive society, who are willing to fight together. And that's a problem, okay? All right, the last thing. Yes, you are arming the insurgents, the Bullocks, the Kurds, the Azaris. Okay, that's fine. The problem with this is that you are now activating, galvanizing Persian nationalism.
Oh, so I just get to keep them. Oh.
For the longest time, the Persian national identity was suppressed by the theocracy because they want to create a more, they want to create a grand religion that unites all ethnicities. When you turn the other minorities against the Iranians, then the Persian people have to come together and remember their history, celebrate their identity. And this is the key, okay? Once the Persian people are able to activate their long-lost memories, go back in the past and remember their greatness, they come together as an energetic, open, and cohesive society, okay? So, yes, the Americans have this strategy that worked in Libya and Syria and other places, but it's not going to work in Iran. In fact, it's going to do the opposite in Iran. Okay? And then you're like, well, why don't the Americans not do this? And I already told you, because it's an empire, okay? It doesn't care about Iran, it cares about itself. And so it's sort of stuck with this policy because remember, it's trying to win this war as quickly as possible because it doesn't have the manufacturing capacity to fight this war for a long time. It's trying to reduce as many casualties among its soldiers as possible because the Americans don't have the political will to fight this war. America's trying to win this war cheaply and fast. And if it doesn't, then America's in a lot of trouble. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right, let me now conclude. Let me now discuss the Iranian strategy, okay? So what the Americans are using is a classic strategy called siege warfare. Okay? And so what the Iranians are going to do is they're going to respond with a classic strategy called guerrilla warfare. Okay, and guerrilla warfare, guys, it's just simple, it's hide and seek. All right? So you come bomb me with everything you have, I'll just hide in my mountains. And then when you leave, what I'm going to do, I'm going to attack your GCC countries. I'm going to lob drones, rockets at you. I'm going to lob rockets at Israel. Okay? I don't have to strike that hard. I just have to be a pain in the ass. Okay? Because then what happens is you're forced to come back and bomb the living hell out of me. But guess what? I'll just hide in my mountains again. It's hide and seek. Okay? So Iran can do this for years and years and years. But again, remember, America is forced to win this war as fast as possible because there is no political will, they don't have manufacturing capacity, and they don't want that many casualties and economic damage, okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right, so that's all Iran's gonna do. Iran's just gonna be a pain in the ass, okay? A pain in the ass. It's trying to create as much economic damage as possible. It's trying to create as much fear as possible, all right? Which will force America to attack. The grand question is this: will America launch a ground invasion? Okay? Because if it does, then they've lost the war, okay? All right, because look at Iran, okay? Mountains and mountains, deserts. It is impossible to occupy this country. All right, it's impossible to invade. And what the Iranians want to do is be such a pain in the ass to commit so much guerrilla warfare that America is forced to invade, okay, from over here and from over here and from over here and from over here, and then eventually. But the problem is that America doesn't have the resources, the political will, the manufacturing capacity to fight this war. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. So now you're like, okay, I understand all this. But why the hell is this war happening then? Like, if I can tell you this, okay, I'm sure that their generals can tell them this as well. I'm sure that they know that this was the case. In fact, for years, America has been planning to invade Iran, and for years, the generals was like, no, that's suicidal, let's not do this, okay? So why is this happening? And unfortunately, we don't know, because the administration is not telling us. At first, Trump is like, oh, because the nuclear talks didn't go well. But we know for a fact that the Iranians were willing to agree to all terms of the Americans. And then Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, he came out yesterday and he said something really moronic. He said that, why did we attack Iran? Because we heard the Israelis were going to attack first. And then the Iranians were going to respond by attacking both the Israelis and us, the Americans. And therefore we have to preempt the Israelis by attacking first. That's just retarded.
Nobody likes me.
Right? So they don't know why they're doing this. But there has to be a reason, right? Okay, well, a clue is this. A clue is this. The soldiers are being asked, the American soldiers are being asked to fight this war. And again, no one knows why this war is happening. But there's reporting that the generals are telling the soldiers, this is a war for Jesus. This is a war to create the second coming of Jesus, okay?
Awesome.
This is Jonathan Larson, and he's writing this on Substack, okay? U.S. troops were told Iran war is for Armageddon, the return of Jesus. Well, what is this? All right, so this is something that we will look at as we go along. What is this crap? What is Christian Zionism? Why would they think that this war in the Middle East will cause the return of Jesus? Okay, we'll discuss this later on. But but now it leads us to another problem, which is our entire class is on game theory, right? Guys, this is kind of weird because what this suggests is that religion is more important, okay? So what's the point of game theory if people don't play by game theory? If they're just religious fanatics, all right? And the answer is this, and the answer is, it's still game theory. But the problem is that what you think, the game that you think they're playing is not the game they're playing. The reward that you think they want is not the reward that they want, okay? We think in terms of material things, okay?
Nope.
So money, resources, power. We think that the war is being fought over these things. And it's not, all right? The grand secret, the grand reveal of the semester, of this course is this. The real power, the real currency in the world is not money. It is human consciousness. Or basically attention.
That makes sense.
Okay? This is it, guys, okay? Once you understand this idea, you understand everything. But this is a hard idea to understand, so I'll need some time to actually explain this, all right? This war is being fought to control the consciousness of the human race. Because it is our consciousness that creates reality itself. That's the source of all wealth and all power in this world. Okay? That's why this is happening. In other words, this is a war not just for Iran. This is a war not just for the Middle East. It is a war for the soul of humanity. This is what's happening, guys. All right? This is what World War III is. World War III is meant to be the last and final war of all human history. Because whoever wins this war will control the very soul of human existence for all of eternity. Okay? That is the end game. And I know this is hard idea to understand, but as we go along, I will explain this to you.
We're in the end game now.
That is the grand secret behind the world. Everything that you believe, everything that you see today, it's all an illusion. The reality, the truth, is that consciousness is a source of all power of reality itself. And so this is a war for human consciousness. It's a war for the very soul of humanity. Okay? Any questions?
I mean, not for Trump.
All right, I will see you guys next week.
Was he asking if there's any questions?
Morning, everybody. Happy Friday. How's everybody feeling this morning?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Griffin's in a jacket. Good. What's that?
Griffin's in a jacket.
Yeah, Griffin is looking very fancy. And just in case you were confused, it's not because of any of us. It's because Congressman Ro Khanna is going to be joining us shortly.
Griffin, you dress up for Ro?
I do. But then, you know, when we're hanging out after, we do streetwear, you know, hoodies, sweatpants.
That's the vibe. That's the vibe. So Ro Khanna is going to join us. Obviously, he was a leader on this war powers resolution that just failed in the House, so we want to talk to him about that. Also, there is a terrible new jobs number that just dropped. Last month, reportedly, we lost 92,000 jobs. That is a huge miss. It's a massive deal. We're also going to take a look at this New York Times
they were taken from us.
Exposing what many of us suspected, that it was, in fact, the U.S. behind that deadly massacre of little girls at a school in Iran. Just horrifying stuff there, so we'll get into that. The president making all kinds of wild new comments about gas prices, about the possibility of people being attacked here in the U.S. So seems like something we should follow up with there as well.
Yeah, a lot to talk about today. And by the way, we should say welcome to everybody if this is your first Friday show, because we have so many new subscribers. BP Free 26,
that's a good
where
point.
You can go. But if this is your first Friday show, especially if you're a premium member, second half totally paywall just for premium subscribers. But we do this every Friday. It's a little more chill and relaxed, and we have a ton of fun. So welcome.
And what's the code? What's the code for that free month?
BP Free 26, right, Griffin?
That's right. Free 'em.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that anyone who wanted access to all of our, I mean, most everything is not behind a paywall anyway, but to get access to the whole thing without ads, which is the way that it really is meant to be watched, we wanted to make sure everybody could have access to that this month. So BP Free 26, and yeah, you'll get that second half of the Friday show, which is kind of the biggest thing that we put behind the paywall, and we typically try to save some of the, like, I don't know, a little bit more sugary fun stories. Although it's hard to do lately with so much serious stuff in the news. Those second halves have been pretty heavy as well.
Yeah, and the idea is you'll be hooked after a month, and you won't be able to cancel. You'll just be like, this is too good. This is too important to my news diet. You know, I'm going to support this. So that's the theory.
All right. Well, with that being said, Congressman Khanna is waiting in the lobby, so let's go ahead and welcome him in. All right, guys, joining us this morning to talk about the War Powers Resolution vote that happened in the House and the Iran war in general, and also we'll get his reaction on those jobs numbers, is Congressman Ro Khanna from California. Great to see you, Congressman.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, so first of all, just your reaction to, you know, you and Thomas Massie once again teamed up to push this War Powers Resolution vote, which is not even a vote against the war. It's just literally a vote to say, hey, Congress should have a say in this. To me, that doesn't seem like it should be controversial. Nevertheless, the vote failed both in the Senate and yesterday in the House. So your reaction to that?
It was very disappointing. Because we've already lost 6 American service members, because we're literally spending over $1 billion a day. I mean, just to put this in perspective, 50 days in Iran could fund free public college education for every American in this country and 1,000 trade schools, right? I mean, so you're asking people to die, and you're asking all of this money to go for a cause that you have not even said why you're there. They themselves are saying, well, the IRGC probably will stay in power. They themselves are saying that they could rebuild ballistic missiles or nuclear weapons. So what is the reason? They just want to punch Iran to weaken Iran relative to the other powers in the Middle East. Okay, I get that that's what Netanyahu wants, but we want Americans dying for that, and we want our money going for that. I really was saddened for our nation.
I don't believe
that
it.
after Iraq, after Afghanistan, 20 years, after Libya, we still could not get this War Powers Resolution to pass, but we're not giving up. By the way, I've been disappointed by some of the people who, and I'm not going to mention names, but are on TV saying, well, I don't know, procedurally we'll...
Well, what?
they'll vote for funding some supplementals if it helps our troops. There should be a consistent now Democratic line, not a single dollar for funding the Iran supplemental, not a single dollar. We need to, that's Congress's power.
Well, I have a question on that note, actually. I interviewed your colleague Thomas Massie the other day, who said he was toying around with the idea of actually introducing a declaration of war, which he would not vote for, but to force maybe Democrats who are using the War Powers Resolution as cover, and certainly Republicans to be on the record about where they stand on the war, to actually take a vote. Have the two of you talked about that? Is it something that you would seriously consider going forward?
It's a good idea. Actually, I haven't talked to him about that. We were talking more about the War Powers vote yesterday, but people should go on record on that. You know, I mean, Lindsey Graham's view is we are in war, and it doesn't matter because the president can just go into war under Article 2, right? And, you know, it would be good to put people on the record on that. But I also think it's important for the Democrats now not to talk about funding. Just like we're talking about no new funding for ICE, there should be no funding for the Iran supplemental.
So one of the, if there was any good news for your faction of the party coming out of this, it was that under pressure, Democratic leadership did decide to whip this vote, which was a break from the practice that they've engaged in the past. They would, like Laken Riley, right out of the gate, they said, you know what, vote your conscience. You know, if you feel, and what they mean by vote your conscience is vote your whatever you think is, you know, in your immediate political interest, even if it undermines the party or the country. So in this case, they said, no. We want all Democrats voting to support this. And you did flip 3 of the 4 kind of public Democratic members of Congress to yes votes. I'm curious how you know, what you did to kind of convince them to vote yes. But then ones who had been quieter about where they were going to be, in particular, Henry Cuellar, Jared Golden, and Juan Vargas all ended up voting against this. Cuellar seems like kind of just beholden to Trump because of the prosecution that they're kind of holding over his head, or like, you know, what is your understanding of what happened with those Democrats, and how'd you flip the ones that you got?
Well, first of all, it is an achievement that we got all but 4. Remember, I mean, I was considered on the fringes of the party. I'm the only guy who votes against the Armed Services NDAA. Literally, it's like 67-1, and they say Kana boo every time I vote no. So, you know, to have Massie, and Massie was seen as a maverick infringer in his party, so to have us lead, and now to have the leadership saying you're going to get on Kana Massie's bill, we're not going to offer some diluted substitute for it. It's not a credit to me or Massie as much as it's just a recognition of reality of where the Democratic base is and where the American people are. I was trying to be gracious to Josh Gottheimer, and I said he cast a principled vote, and then he replied saying, yeah, I just want to make it clear I totally disagree with Kana on it. On the principle or something. I said, well, you did vote for the bill that I and Massie drafted, so it does. It does.
What a prick, honestly. Sorry, that's from me, not from you. But
so I was like, you can't even praise folks anymore, or something. They're so afraid to have my praise. But reality is that it was a combination of persuasion and fear. You know, there were groups out there who were saying they were going to primary folks. And one of the things the Democratic Party needs to do is be willing to fight for some of these core principles, which means persuasion, but also means, look, we got to get in line on some big issues. We do on women's rights and abortion rights. We do on issues of basic equality of gay rights. I mean, war and peace should be one of those issues. Like. Yeah. People should be concerned about being out of touch with their base. Similarly on Gaza, that should be another issue, and that's what's emerging. So I think it was the combination of that. Now, why did a few of the folks vote against it? I mean, Cuellar, putting aside the whole issue with Trump, has always been fairly conservative. I mean, I'd have to look at his record. So that one, and Golden doesn't surprise me. I mean, I think Golden has also been pretty conservative on some of these issues. Vargas, I don't know. I mean, I didn't. He wasn't even on our list, so that one came as a surprise. And Landsman was fairly vocal about his opposition. So, you know, but
Landsman was getting berated on the House floor by Pelosi. Did you overhear anything that she was saying to him, or did you pick up like what arguments she was making? Because Pelosi, including during Iraq, like was among the Democratic leaders who've pretty consistently been against the war. Now she didn't go as far as the party wanted her to go in like cutting off funding for the Iraq war, etc. But when it comes to leadership, she was always the one most willing to like entertain the anti-war arguments. Did you hear what she was telling him?
I did not firsthand, but you're right. I mean, I don't agree with everything with Pelosi, but she was in the minority at the time of Democrats willing to stand up against the Iraq war, and was absolutely right about that. My guess is, Landsman cares about Ohio, cares about the politics there. And she was probably just saying that this is going to be a historic, consequential vote. You don't want to be on the wrong side of it. I thought he was gettable. We had a lot of people working on him, and that one I thought, especially after Gottheimer went our way and Suozzi went our way, I thought we would get him, but obviously he decided the other way.
Yeah, he had a rough interview with Isaac Chotiner, as many have, so I recommend people go and read that if you want to see how sound or how not sound his logic was on all of this. What about Congressman?
People keep interviewing with Isaac Chotiner.
It is one of the great mysteries of our time. It's got to be some level of ego, arrogance. You think you're going to be the one that comes out looking good. It's a warning to everyone. Yes, but Congressman, one other thing I wanted to ask you about is. We've seen now a couple of senators in particular who came out and were wavering. So I'm thinking of Mark Kelly, who you actually got asked about. You were on right after him, where he wasn't sure he was going to vote for the War Powers Resolution. He ultimately did. Democrats in the Senate only lost John Fetterman, who was just a lost cause in like every regard. In any case, he pretty quickly was like, oh, no, I'm going to vote for it. We saw something similar with Ruben Gallego, who came out and was like, well, I would support the funding if the Gulf states front 50% of it. So like, I'm not opposed to funding the war that he's actually been very aggressively rhetorically against. And then, he got a lot of public pushback, including from myself and others, and immediately put out a tweet, no, I oppose the funding. I'm not going to support the funding. Also, in a related similar matter, you've also seen Gavin Newsom really trying to shift on Israel, saying, oh, it's an apartheid state. Yes, we should look at conditioning aid, which is obviously very different from where he's been. But specifically on the Iran war, what is your sense of how many calls people are getting, how much pressure members of Congress are feeling, especially on the Democratic side over this?
They're feeling pressure. I mean, they're feeling pressure on Gaza. They're feeling pressure on getting into another Middle East war. This is much bigger than Venezuela. I mean, I was opposed to what happened with Maduro, but that one didn't have the same public resonance, partly because it was in our hemisphere, partly because it was a short 2-day mission. I mean, I was opposed to it. I've been opposed to these boat strikes, but it doesn't resonate as much politically. Iran does, because it's a reminder of what happened in Iraq, because the casualties were unfortunate and so quick, because people are seeing the stories of these families, and because they're seeing the amount spent. And look, I'm always glad when people come on our side. That's why my tweet about Gottheimer was not sarcastic. I was actually trying to be appreciative, and if Kelly and Gallego and Newsom are moving, I'm glad. The only thing I would say in genuineness is when you're in D.C., and we've seen this with people who become chair of the Armed Services Committee or who become vice president or president, the pressure is immense. And it's much more likely that anti-war people become pro-war than you move in the other direction. So what we really need in this party and in this country are people who are going to have the courage to actually stand up to the generals, to the neocon establishment, to the think tanks, to the editorial boards, and to actually shift policy. I mean, Trump, who ran rhetorically against this, has not done that. And so that I think is, yes, we want to build a broad coalition, but we also want to see what are the proof points of courage that folks have demonstrated.
And the Iran war is a moment where the kind of, correct me if you think I'm wrong here, the two issues that you've made most central to kind of who you are as a candidate and as a politician are are intersecting, and that's your focus on the economy for regular people, and also all your focus on war. The war, like you said, the Maduro campaign, that doesn't really change people's day-to-day interaction with the world as it exists right around them. It's not, and maybe it'll have some influence on gas prices a tiny bit, but it's not going to be significant in that sense. The war on Iran is going at the kind of foundations of the global economic system right now. It was interesting to hear Gallego say, we're going to have the Gulf states fund half of the war effort, as if the Gulf state funding kind of just materializes out of thin air. Like, Americans kind of think that everything we have just comes down from the heavens upon us. It's like, no. Where do you think the Gulf states get their money? They get their money from pumping fossil fuels out of the ground and then shipping them around the world and turning those into dollars, and they send the dollars into our economy. You may not have noticed a lot of that is not happening right now. So these Gulf states, even if we wanted them to fund half of this war effort, with what money? Like, their economy is collapsing as we speak. So are people recognizing that? Because of the intersection that you have of these two issues, I imagine that you're seeing this clearly unfold. But I'm getting the sense that our lawmakers and also our public think this is just another event that is unfolding on their phones that they are either for or against,
any in the chat?
but isn't really going to have a huge effect here. Gas prices surging again today. Oil prices are up close to 90 now.
Right.
Are they recognizing that yet, or no?
It's slowly hitting them, but we've only been there a week, and I don't think they realize with the Strait of Hormuz closing how much of a impact that can have on global oil prices. I mean, already the average price I was seeing has gone up to $3.30, and gas prices matter. I mean, anyone ask President Biden how much they matter. This is the visible sign of inflation for many people, rents and gas prices and grocery prices. So I do think it is hitting folks, but more delayed. I mean, I think over the next few weeks it'll become more apparent. And then I think the cost of it. I mean, we have to continue to remind people the billions of dollars we're spending. I also find this idea just somewhat offensive, where let the Gulf states, they say this about Palestine, let them just pay for the development of Palestine. How about we stop the occupation first? I mean, it's not just a resource issue. It is a rights issue. I think we have a lot of misconceptions about the Middle East.
Let me get your reaction. And Griffin, if you could pull this up. I'm having trouble sharing my screen, but Trump was asked by Reuters about rising gas prices. And he said, quote, "I don't have any concern about it. They'll drop very rapidly when this is over. And if they rise, they rise. Cool. But this is far more important than having gasoline price go up a little bit. And they haven't risen very much." The person who posted this, who's the White House correspondent from Reuters, said, by the way, AAA has national gas average up 27 cents from last week to $3.25 per gallon. There was also a Politico report that they were caught off guard by the impact on oil and on gas prices, and they're trying to figure something out. They have not refilled the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which had been drawn down during the Biden administration, which means that they don't have, a lot of tools in their toolkit to do anything about this. And meanwhile, the reports are that they're planning for this war to go into September. I would say that that's, at this point, an optimistic projection that it would only last till September.
Well, this is the clearest evidence that Donald Trump may not be thinking of running in 2028 again. I mean, he's, I think, unleashed from any politics. He's out there saying there could be threats to Americans, retaliation in our homeland. I mean, think about that. You're going to your Target, you're going to the grocery store, and you may face, or your kids may face retaliation from Iran, and you're thinking, what the hell are we doing getting into this war? And then the gas prices, as you're putting out, up to almost $3.30. He says, well, that's just the price we need to pay. I mean, he's in one sense, and as a traditional second-term president, thinking about, quote-unquote, his legacy, and he's been talked into this view that his legacy is going to be taking out the Iranian regime or changing the Iranian regime, and it's sad and it's dangerous. And the question is, how do we stop him, especially when he seems not to care as much about the political consequence. I mean, both on Epstein and on Iran, he's acting like someone who cares more about his ideological pursuit of whatever he wants than the American public.
You've got a either a primary challenge threat, or the oligarchs in your district actually found somebody to go up. What's the status of your your competition for a primary? Because I've seen a bunch of your former friends on Twitter deeply unhappy with
the All In pod is very unhappy with
All In as well.
They're all out.
They're all out.
They're having a freak out over me. You know, it's funny because they didn't care when I was for Medicare for all, or when I'm voting against these defense budgets, or childcare $10 a day, or a free public college. But tax the billionaires, and we found the red line. We found the red line. But so they've recruited this candidate who's basically saying that he's running because he believes in that the billionaire tax is a tax on the middle class. That's his argument. Actually, it's a tax on billionaires, and it would go to help 2 million Californians not lose insurance. But I guess, here's the broader point I'll make. There are a lot of people who are adopting now, fortunately, the language of economic populism. Let's be not against left and right. Let's be the real challenge is top versus bottom. We need economic working class messaging. We need economic populism. And all that is better, I guess, than just saying we need incremental centrism. But if you're not willing then to say, okay, let's tax the billionaires at 5% like Bernie and I want to do every year, or let's have a tax on billionaires so that people don't lose health care, or let's make sure we don't have private health insurance and have Medicare for all, or let's make sure we have free public college, then it's sort of empty rhetoric. And the question is, we've won the rhetorical war, the progressive, but are we going to win the programmatic agenda? Because what you saw with Bernie, or you see with AOC, or you see with Mamdani, or real progressives is not rhetorical. They're actually committed to substantive policy change, and that I think is the real divide.
Congressman, I've got a question for you on big tech. I got a question for you with big tech in this war. There's been some reporting from the New York Times and Washington Post about the strike on the Iranian school that killed somewhat of like 170 plus school children. And the Washington Post has reported that Anthropic's Claude was used in some of those targeting systems. What do you think? Do these AI companies, should they be working with this Pentagon? And should these AI companies face any consequences if their technology is used to commit war crimes?
Yes, on the latter, and no if their technology is being used to make decisions about who to kill and who to strike. And I'm surprised Claude was used there, given that Dario said that was a red line for him. So I'd have to look at the reporting, because I do not think we should be using artificial intelligence to make decisions about killing human beings. Look, I believe that every human being has dignity, and that that while as a political matter we have to care about our nation and America, that doesn't mean that the life of an Iranian schoolgirl has less dignity intrinsically as a human being than the life of an American. That's what we mean by God has created inalienable rights for every human being. And that Pete Hegseth saying it's PC to care about civilians is just such a betrayal of every principle of the founding of this country. And it's sort of the Netanyahu approach in Gaza.
I need to do
and
some
the question I think is broader. Yes, there's the question of AI.
I think I might have goofed.
Obviously, which we shouldn't have. But the question is, do we believe in the dignity of every human life? Or has America first become so warped that we actually believe that lives overseas, particularly lives in the Middle East that may be brown, don't have the same human dignity? And that, to me, is what's so tragic about what happened.
The only point I was going to make wasn't even a question, was just your point about the rhetoric on the left changing and hoping that drags people in the substance along with it. It's so paralleled by what's happening with quote unquote America First, as you just pointed out right now, that there was a lot of excitement among genuine skeptics of interventionism on the right that Donald Trump was talking this way, and that Pete Hegseth was describing himself as a reform neocon, but it's all rhetoric until the substance is on the table. So not necessarily a question. I don't know if you have a response to it, Ro, but it's how politics work. It's depressing.
Well, I think it's why our politics for the last few decades hasn't been as serious, and why there's so much cynicism about the country, because we've been such a marketing, branding, let's have the change candidate, generational change, new change, outsider. But the presidents and leaders who made a real mark were substantive. Like, we study FDR not because he had great speeches, but because he had programs that fundamentally changed people's lives.
Damn right.
And of course, I was a co-chair of Bernie's campaign, but what drew me to Bernie was not.
Should I be recording?
He can rally people.
Live and learn.
He had more people at Stanford when we were together than even President Obama did. But what drew me to him is the substantive ideas, the programmatic agenda that he was offering, and that I think is the challenge for the progressive movement now. We're winning. I actually think we're ascendant on the rhetoric, on the diagnosis of the problem, but we can't be co-opted into just the branding without the fight, right? I mean, I could say, look, I'm against. I think the problem in Silicon Valley is the top versus the bottom, and we need to hold billionaires accountable, and billionaires need to pay their fair share, and avoid a primary challenge, and still be like, okay, he's right. Or no, I actually am going to support an initiative to raise their tax, right? And if you don't have that substance, then there's going to be no change.
Now, you hear from the billionaires, some of the billionaires just hate it, and will openly admit that they hate it on the principle that don't take any of my stuff. It's all my stuff. I worked for it. You can't have any of it. A lot of the billionaires, though, will say, we're only talking about 1,000 people, so I don't want to pretend there's a whole lot of people. Right. It's roughly 1,000 people. But a lot of them will say, we should pay our fair share. We should give back. But this isn't workable because you're going to hurt, founders.
That's a lie.
And you're going to, harm the economy. So they've set up this system where they just accumulate assets, and then they borrow against those assets, and they use that borrowing to fund their extremely lavish lifestyle, and then when they die they pass it all down to the next generation without paying any taxes, and they never had any income then because it's just all asset growth and borrowing against the asset growth. So if you had any of these billionaires who claim that they agree with the principle that they should pay their fair share come to you and say, talk to my accountant and let's figure out a way that it actually is workable.
Nope.
So that we're not, punishing, startups, and we're not, undermining innovation as if they care about innovation. They've spent the last 15 years, gobbling up startups and destroying them. But let's pretend they do care about innovation. Has anybody come to you and said, okay, you're wrong about this. I don't like the way you're doing it, but I agree with the principle. So here's a way you could actually do the thing that you're trying to do without, squelching innovation.
Yes, and you're right. Look, I think there are more than 1,000 billionaires. There are certainly more billionaires on paper, and some of the folks are doing incredibly innovative things. Now they're benefiting from public investment and things that happened at Dartmouth and MIT and Stanford and Berkeley, which they don't often acknowledge. But yeah, there are a lot of people are hardworking and entrepreneurial and innovative. And they're right on an issue of paper billionaires and illiquid stock. You don't want to tax that. But there are provisions that can be worked out by the IRS or the California Franchise Board. Let me give you a simple one. You could get a non-recourse loan on your pledged stock. What does that mean? Let's say your company is worth $1 billion. And you have to pay a 5% tax. So you say, okay, I will give you this 5% in stock as collateral. You give me a loan to pay the tax. You can't come after me personally, so it's non-recourse. And if the stock goes down, then, I'm not liable for it. But the stock could also go up, right? So any of these problems have simple workarounds, and they're using them because they're opposed to the tax, not because they're looking for a creative solution. If they are, I've offered one on the issue of illiquid stocks that would solve a lot of those concerns.
Congressman, finally, I did want to get your reaction to the jobs report that we just got out this morning. Griffin, I don't know if you have those numbers to pull, but according to the official government numbers, we lost 92,000 jobs last month. That was a huge miss from what had been expected. The unemployment rate also ticked up. The previous months have also been revised downward. So there was very little job creation overall in the entire year of 2025. And I believe it was in the month of December, there was actually a net loss here. So here you can see the numbers.
Awesome.
92,000 jobs lost, below expectations of a 58,000 job gain. Unemployment rate is 4.4%, above expectations of 4.3%, and this is just the second monthly job loss we have seen since the 2020 pandemic. What is your reaction to these numbers and your sense of where the country is economically right now? Do you think that AI also is playing a role in this job loss?
I do. I'm obviously saddened and concerned by it, but I'm not surprised. Someone who taught economics as a visiting lecturer at Stanford before getting into politics, I was probably going to be an academic. I've always been surprised that we haven't seen these numbers yet for a number of reasons. Look, when you blanket restrict immigration, as this president has, and you have blanket tariffs, as this president has, and you skew an economy where you're just going to provide tax breaks to the very wealthy and not invest in consumer spending for working and middle class, as this president has, you're going to have an impact on slowing down the economy and causing unemployment. And, he's been skirting by. But anecdotally, talk to people who are graduating school, as all of you have, or even not just high school, even college, even prestigious colleges, and they're saying they're having a hard time in the job market. And then I think AI is adding to that. Not just anecdotally, but there's a paper at Stanford that shows that there's a 16% job loss for young people under 25 in AI-exposed professions, in coding, in customer support, and you have to still disaggregate the data, but that's adding to it as well. So all of this says is that we need an actual economic policy, a jobs policy that's going to hire people, with the federal government getting involved, in my view, in hiring and preventing mass displacement. We need a policy that's going to actually focus on the working and middle class again, to have consumer spending. We need a policy that's actually going to have industrial investments across this country. And you have, unfortunately, a president who has the exact opposite view. And I really believe it's like the 1920s, where you had Mellon, who was the Treasury Secretary, basically saying, only a few elites really drive the economy to Hoover, and the rest are just a waste. And we need to skew all of our policy to them. And they did, and they caused a great depression. I'm not saying that we're going to have a Great Depression, but we've got mismanagement.
I'll say it.
And the opportunity for the Democrats in 26 and 28 is to have a real New Deal moment that helps rebuild the economy of this nation.
Have you been tooling around with any new policies to address this? And Shrikant Chakrabarti, who I think the co-founder,
he's running a great campaign up in San Francisco, and has a real shot.
Yeah. So he was on Hassan Piker's show this week and was saying that, for instance, one of the ideas that he threw out was there needs to be more thought about the public's involvement in the economy, and that if AI is able to drive the cost of providing something to the public down to basically zero, that should no longer be controlled privately by oligarchs. That the government then, if it is really zero, that the government should be able to then just provide it for people. That's just one kind of new idea about how you have to reorient your thinking about an economy that is going to be cost-free for a lot of the services, just aside from if you can solve the the compute and the energy problem, of course, but although it wouldn't cost as much as the oligarchs are kind of extracting from the economy, in other words. Is there anything you're kicking around, because we're entering a new kind of series of social relations and to the economy?
No, I've called for a new tech social contract, and I laid out 7 principles at a speech recently with Bernie Sanders at Stanford. But one of the ideas that I believe is that we should have a civilian conservation corps, a federal future workforce administration that hires people right out of high school, right out of college, both to go into their community, to rebuild those communities, do childcare jobs, elder care jobs, counseling jobs, or to work in the federal government, to do renewable energy or moonshot projects or improve customer service. And it should be paid for by both a wealth tax, a tax on billionaires, and a tax on a token on AI use, on enterprise AI use that would generate a public return for employment from the automation that may be caused by AI. We can go to other policies, but the other thing I believe is that we need to be protecting human beings and make sure truck drivers aren't losing their jobs, make sure that there's not mass displacement in industries, that you need a human being in the loop. So I certainly think that there's this opportunity now for a strong economic jobs agenda that because the impact is not just on blue collar workers, it's also on white collar workers.
All right. Well, Congressman, thank you for your time this morning. I think I speak for our audience when I say thank you for your leadership on the War Powers Resolution and any number of other issues. We're always grateful for your for a chance to get to speak with you. So thank you.
Always enjoy it. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, Ro.
Thanks. That was great. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think we should pick up with some more updates on the Iran war. Why don't we start with a little bit of new comments from our president here?
Ugh.
So what's left?
We don't have to.
But they're tough, and they want to fight. And they're calling. They're saying, "How do we make a deal?" I said, "You're being a little bit late, and we want to fight now more than they do." We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it.
All right, we want to fight now more than they do.
Who's the we?
Yeah, great question. Great question. Certainly not the vast majority of the country. Certainly he's not sending Barron over to fight, so apparently the we doesn't include him.
It's him and Lindsey.
Yeah, exactly. Send Lindsey Graham in. You know, he's not too old, judging by the Ukrainian military standards. Get him on the front lines. I mean, Brian, I'm curious, based on the reporting you guys have been doing over at DropSite. I don't think this is accurate. It seems to me that the Iranians have decided they don't want a ceasefire yet. They feel that they need to exact some more pain and punish, the U.S. and Israel and the Gulf allies to try to deter them from going down this path again. So, I think this is just a flat out lie as far as I can tell from the president of they totally want to talk, but we're not interested. We really want to keep fighting. When in actuality, he was thinking he'd be able to go in
It'll be a battle
and have
like
some
nobody's
sort of
ever
glorious
seen.
mission accomplished moment. And then the Iranians would come back to say, "Please, sir, please, can we go back and have more diplomacy?" Et cetera. And obviously that didn't work out because that was idiotic from the jump. And now they're having to scramble and figure out what comes next.
We're stuck in this reality.
Yes, I think that is a lie. Now, there could always be back channel, communications that we don't know about.
And that Trump is just alluding to.
Right. I think it's made up. Jeremy, my colleague over at DropSite, spoke with the deputy foreign minister of Iran on Wednesday afternoon local time and asked him that directly. And he said, absolutely not. He said, how stupid, it's all close to a direct quote, but he's like, how stupid would we have to be to immediately enter into negotiations with this country that has shown that it is not willing to abide by any of the norms of negotiations. They were scheduled to meet in Geneva on Monday when the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Saturday.
Oh my gosh, hold on.
And, right out of the gate, bombing the school down in Manab in southern Iran.
What's up? How's it going?
And back in June, they were also scheduled to meet.
Pretty good. I started
a day later or something.
I started
over
a
technical
TikTok live
details.
at the same time as a Twitch
A lot of the hard
live.
things had allegedly been worked out.
It took me all day to figure out how to.
He said
connect
no,
it.
And he also asked him, "Do you see this as a kind of a war for positioning and negotiations?"
It doesn't matter. No one's watching me anyway.
Existential war, and he said, "We see this as an existential war." So from their perspective, they believe that the U.S. is trying to wipe them off the map. And so if you believe that, then you have to then hit back. And you have to take a huge chunk out of the U.S. and Israel to make it costly to them, and they very clearly seem aimed at the global economy, and in particular, the Western economy as it orients itself around like Dubai and Qatar and
he just
flows of natural gas and oil. There was some
too
reporting where they
arrogant to
said
admit he made a mistake.
they commented that they want to turn Dubai into Kuwait. Basically, they said Kuwait in 1991 was like the Dubai of the region, and never quite recovered from the Iraq War. Kuwait is a very wealthy country. They're doing extremely well, but they're not Dubai. And their argument is that it's because of that, that experience of violence. It's very difficult to create this like Western expat culture if people think that their apartment building is going to be knocked down at any moment. And so they're trying to, it sounds like, inflict that kind of pain on these Gulf states. They've knocked out significant elements of the American radar and early warning systems. They themselves have had a lot of their launch capacity obliterated by the United States, but they've continued to be able to launch drones, and they're now moving into their more expensive and more sophisticated and newer ballistic missiles, which is terrible news for Israel, because at the same time that Israel has less early warning capacity and has drained their defense capacity, Iran is now shifting to its more sophisticated, these missiles that have much more kind of maneuverability.
They threw the expendables at them first
for the Patriot and THAAD systems to intercept. The natural gas production is shut down in Qatar. The straits are closed. The oil prices are surging. Asia is like choking from, Asia is choking more than we are, because goes from the Strait of Hormuz through the Indian Ocean and over to Asia first. But our supply chains are directly linked, like whether it's copper or chlorine or anything else. Like it all relies on these global supplies continuing to move.
I'm so tired. It's going to be a short stream.
Iran, in what you'd have to call a war crime, they hit another tanker with which was an unarmed civilian piece of infrastructure. But they've promised that they're going to do that. Like they've said the strait is closed, and if ships try to go through it, we're going to attack them. That's against international law. But both, neither side has shown any respect for it. You have a lot of it. Last point. I've seen a lot of Israeli officials complaining about what they're calling cluster munitions that Iran is using to try to get around.
I've got video of it here.
Defense missiles. Neither Israel nor Iran ever signed the Convention on Cluster Munitions. Israel has spent the last many decades actively mocking the idea of international law, pushing sanctions on the people who are judges who are on International Criminal Court and the IJC. So to now kind of reach for international
it's not fair.
law,
only we're allowed to play by those rules.
When you're getting attacked, I think it's probably going to strike a lot of people as hypocritical and inconsistent. So our cluster munitions against international law only for the countries that signed on to it. Israel never signed on to it.
Yeah, well, and I mean, this is something, of course, we've been warning about, obviously with Gaza, but, going back longer to the war on terror, et cetera, and the, war crimes prior to the Gaza genocide era. But, once you take international law off the table, it's off the table for everyone, and that means right now we have not only our service members in the region, we have, 1 million Americans who are basically stuck because the airports are all closed and the government didn't give them any warning. And now, lo and behold, oopsies, you're all at risk. And so, that law of the jungle, that barbarism, that Pandora's box that you've opened up, that is already putting, not just the bad guys that you don't like if you're Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu, but that's putting your own people at risk as well. That is the world that you have yourself created. So I mean, I don't even yes, it's a war crime to attack those those tankers, the attacks on the luxury hotels
Maybe
where
Israel
they seem to think that U.S. service personnel are staying. Now, you know what the Israelis would argue there, though? Oh, they're using those people as human shields because they shouldn't be there in that civilian infrastructure. Right. So that gives us the right to be able to bomb the hell out of it.
Down, yeah.
Well, that's true too. Yeah. So I think it will fall on deaf ears if they try to complain about a tanker being struck when meanwhile you've just bombed a girls' school and murdered some 170 little girls.
Yeah, and after they hit Rafat Al-Arir in a second-floor apartment, a poet, with a precision strike.
Yeah.
Like and that's just one strike.
Right. Well, and I mean, we assassinated their head of state. Like, we murdered their head of state. That is not consistent with international law. So yeah, I mean, that this is the world they have created. Don't be surprised when your adversaries also then ignore the rules that protect civilians and protect civilian infrastructure.
Well, also they like to wax poetic about fanaticism in the Iranian government, and we got in a little bit with Sagar yesterday, Crystal, to some of that element of this. You just mentioned we killed their leader, who was saying it was his greatest wish to be martyred and not die basically a normal death. And that discussion was specifically, it wasn't about Shia Islam or Islam in general, it was specifically about the IRGC's theology. And the neocons love to bang that drum over and over again as an excuse not to go to war. And then you realize, yes, the IRGC had a lot of its command taken out. It's still functioning. Right now what's potentially on the table is Khamenei's son taking over. And now you have people who watched what happened at the girls' school and see their leader being, as he would have said, martyred. Mm-hmm. Why is this a better situation by your own logic? Borrowing their own argument here. Why are you now in a better situation in the long term when, to Ryan's point, these drones are so cheap to produce? You can't bomb the knowledge away of how to make the drones. You can't bomb the knowledge away of how to make the missiles. And you certainly aren't going to bomb away the ideology by your own argument. So I don't know why anybody would feel safer right now.
They reduced Gaza to rubble and did not get rid of Hamas.
No.
So you think in a large country, 90 million people, that this is going to work out this time, when literally in all of aviation history, it has not succeeded to create regime change using air power alone. Now, can they collapse the country? Can they create chaos, civil war? That's obviously the goal at this point. And, maybe they'll be able to accomplish that.
Nah.
Well, speaking of chaos, and Emily, I wanted to get your reaction to this comment from Trump from Time. Asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home, Trump acknowledges the possibility. I guess, he says. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. Now,
he's a cartoon
what do you make
villain.
Of that?
That is cartoon villain behavior.
And what would this retaliatory...
What's the cartoon that some of you may die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make?
Yeah, Lord
That's
Farquaad.
the Farquaad.
Shrek.
Oh, that is a Shrek quote. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're doing the Shrek philosophy on the world stage. But what would that mean, retaliatory attacks at home?
Well, I mean, there's a serious problem of, I mean, what we saw in Austin doesn't appear to have been connected to some broader network or anything like that yet. But
you guys have fun with that?
Yeah, there could be like intelligence. I don't know to what extent we can believe it, but obviously U.S. intelligence does believe they're like quote unquote sleeper cell of Iranian like agents in the country who would absolutely do what we have seen terrorists do for decades, which is infiltrate the country and attack civilians at bars, wherever. We've seen it in Europe, we've seen it here, and so that the cavalier attitude that the president expressed right there, if you see another Austin situation, especially one that is connected to some obvious broader operation, that comes back to haunt him. It's a remarkable, it's not surprising, but his messaging, the administration's messaging, it's completely all over the place. He's saying wild stuff, Republicans in support, in polling, have very high levels of support right now. And, I take calls on the SiriusXM show that I do every day, and it reminds me a lot of Iraq in that people are saying, you don't criticize troops while we are at war. So that's kind of the sentiment that's building, and Trump probably knows that. But independent voters, Democrat voters certainly, but independent voters who Republicans need, they will be furious. I mean, that doesn't fly. Saying that type of stuff doesn't fly with independent voters. That's a truly crazy thing to say. And what's definitely not going to fly is if you attack Iran and then you see you see bursts of potentially, I hope not, but if there is terrorism, and Trump
Can you do me
said,
a favor? Can you hop on TikTok and see if you can hear the video?
Great. That's
I don't have any.
Republicans will
I
be
probably do have a way of checking. I just don't know how to do it.
Years.
Ryan, is he almost hoping for that to happen to sort of improve the war morale? I mean, this war is insanely unpopular. Is this the false flag attack they're hoping gins up support back home?
I don't think so. I don't think he. No, I think he's very sensitive to American service member casualties as well. I also would caution on the insanely unpopular.
Douchebag.
I don't know. What are the polling?
They're now showing more of a 50-50 split.
Right. Yeah. So we need to understand that this is the United States of America, and you can get people to rally around military assaults around the world.
So have the polls shifted? Because the initial polls that came out had it 25% support, 30% support.
Yeah, I saw two polls. One was a Fox News poll, and one was a outright Republican poll, if I remember it correctly, that had it more 50-50, but it was 49.
It's average Joe PG. I thought you already added me.
It feels like I
think so.
I wish it hadn't happened. I was against it, the idea of it, but now that it's happening, I'm going to support.
When you get in there, can you send a test, a message to see if it works?
We're in it. We actually have a survey out in the field right now, so we'll see what it.
I can't hear you.
See what ours comes back with. But so I don't think he wants to see that type of things. I think that.
Can you hear the video?
I think that hurts him.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Because I don't think this isn't 2001.
Okay, so it is working. Okay. I see you joined. Yay.
I think if we start getting hit at home, or American service member casualties continue to climb, then I don't think that creates a rally around the flag.
No.
I think that creates I didn't like this in the first place.
Yeah. Oh, where? Let me see.
To give this the benefit of the doubt, and maybe it would turn out wonderfully and beautifully, like with Maduro.
Oh, that's just the bio.
But it's not. It's awful.
That's not. That's not messages. Because I got the messages right here.
We need to end this. So I think it goes the opposite direction.
It's crazy the media propaganda doing.
And plus, because TikTok is owned by pro-Israeli billionaires.
I also wanted to flag.
As soon as they see that I'm talking about,
I think this is really honestly,
like Iran, U.S., Israel stuff,
it'll
put me down the list. It won't, because when you open it, how it automatically recommends. I'll never be on that list. It has to be organic. Someone has to basically accidentally find me, and then other people have to see it.
And he warned that war in the Middle East could, quote, bring down
because
the economies
Israel,
of the world, predicting all Gulf energy exporters will shut down production within weeks and drive oil to $150 a barrel.
Then what?
And basically what they said is if they hadn't declared force majeure, which is act of God, yet, they're going to. Between the risk to the energy infrastructure, which Iran has been hitting. They sort of deny this, but in any case, there has been impacts on some of the energy infrastructure and the oil fields directly, and then the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. Between all of these risks, you're going to have continually spiking oil prices, and it is already having an impact at the pump. You can go and watch them changing the price of gas per gallon. And of course, we've done next to no work to, in fact, this administration is adamantly opposed to any sort of renewable energy or electric vehicles. So you're completely screwed if that's, if those are the costs that are going into literally everything, and certainly into transportation.
And they don't actually have to hit the infrastructure itself, because if you can, and people probably know this, but if you can block the ships, then the production, the oil and the gas that you produce has nowhere to go. can't put it anywhere. There's only so much kind of storage
capacity.
Storage
I have no idea
full.
where that person went.
Ships aren't getting in, ships aren't getting out. And so even if you have a functional production facility, you have to shut it down. Otherwise, where's it go? Venezuela had the same problem because they couldn't unload all of the stuff that they had offshore. So Trump really actually genuinely helped out their industry by moving a lot of that offshore, and then they could start producing again. But so they had to shut down, and it causes huge problems. Like it's not as simple as being like, all right, you know what, we don't have anywhere to put the oil or the gas, like shut this down. It's a very expensive and complex process to safely shut it down. And then it's a very complex and expensive process to start it up again. And all the money that the Gulf countries were going to give to Barry Weiss to take over Paramount and CNN and all these other things. That could be a force majeure. That could be that's under threat right now.
Yeah.
They were funding what, 50% of it, 25 to 50%?
A massive amount.
Right. And they also, some of the Gulf states, I think also to the Financial Times, were like, yeah, they made all these promises to Trump, like, oh, we're going to invest $50 bajillion in your economy. Now they're like, yeah, I don't think so. We're going to need this money now. We're clawing that back. We're going to need this to be able to, to try to beg you for more interceptors that we can buy, or, whatever we can do to protect our people and, continue to fund our economy and fund our societies.
I don't even know that it's. It had to have occurred to Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff that a lot of these downstream effects would indeed happen. And when you look at Trump, the way he's described his own thinking and his own strategy over the last week, I mean, if you're Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth, then you have to go out and describe, or Caroline Leavitt, you have to go out and describe the objectives, as Caroline put out a list of the objectives. They don't have to describe anything; they'll just lie. Days of the war, because nobody knew what it actually was. You're getting so many different. It was the nukes. It was the missiles. Well, it was the Iranian. It was for the freedom of the Iranian people. It just honestly, it sounds crazy to say, but it honestly looks like Trump has been freelancing the strategy, and that there wasn't. He said, we're going to do it. We're going to do it now. Time is right. We'll figure the rest of it out because I can make deals. That's my best description.
And it's so strikingly against his own personal self-interest. Like, he is aware that he has become a billionaire by extracting Gulf wealth and taking it personally. He also is aware.
Yeah, the Trump Golf. The Trump organization is building a golf resort in the UAE, isn't it, Ryan?
Mm-hmm. Of course. And he's also aware that the American economy is propped up by an AI bubble that is funded by Gulf investment. So, just from a cynical personal perspective, when it comes to either his stewardship over the economy or his own personal wealth, taking a hatchet to the leg that is on which this rickety economy and his own rickety wealth is rested is insane. What are you doing? But
Ro mentioned immigration, but again, think it from Trump's perspective. He's doing mass deportations. He's doing blanket tariffs, and there's lots of uncertainty over the tariffs. Now you're adding artificial intelligence, massive effects potentially to the job market very soon, and then war on top of all of that. Maybe the explanation is that he thought the war could be the catch-all blame, scapegoat for problems in the economy. It's possible to me that he says, well, this is a wartime economy, so these are the problems, that we have to sacrifice in war. I have no idea if that's the thinking, but to add war onto the, like you said, Ryan, rickety, shaky economy is a move.
Crystal, I know you have to jump in a second. If you want any final words here.
Well, I was just gonna say,
Watch your tongue, stranger.
I hate to fall back on the analysis of well, he's just dumb, because that seems lazy, right? It seems lazy. It seems like underestimating, your adversaries, and yet I can't really come up with an explanation that makes sense for why he decided to do this right now. Other than, not necessarily he's dumb, but that he has this particular psychology where He doesn't believe the generals when they're like, this is a bad idea. Doesn't believe the economists when they're like, this is a bad idea. Doesn't believe the political people when they're like, this is a bad idea. Is on this sugar high from Venezuela. Thinks it's going to look cool and awesome. You know, maybe you guys will play later the like utterly embarrassing like movie trailer style video that they just put out on Twitter. So he feels like more of a man when he's sending our sons and daughters over to like risk their lives, and some of them get killed in action, you know, in some new war military conflict. And so whatever, you know, he heard what he wanted to hear from Netanyahu or who else was interested in this outcome. Like, I think I can't, I mean, I mean, you have to factor the Epstein files into it too. Maybe that's part of it. And whatever Israel knows about him, like, I can never put that off the table because we know that's how they operate. And we also know how weird he's been around the Epstein files. But the thing does not add up and make sense without attributing some aspect of it to either blackmail or his own particular bizarre psychology or some combination of the two.
Yeah. That seems to be the big question that normies ask me all the time is like, why is this happening? Why? I think that there's like a complex, web of mysteries there still to unpack. Crystal, thank you for joining us on this Friday show. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks,
any
y'all.
final words?
See you, Crystal.
Nope, no final words. I'll see everybody Monday, but probably before then if there's breaking news. So, so see you soon.
All right, we got a jam-packed second half of the show. If you want to check that out, breakingpoints.com. Get a free trial for the limited time, only available for another week. You can go to breakingpoints.com and use the promo code BPFree26. We are doing this because we want to provide a resource during these times. I mean, if you look at what Ryan said, the polls are up for this war. If you're watching CNN and Fox News, that makes sense.
We have never had a president who has just screwed over working class people as much as Donald Trump. I mean, like, there's Ronald Reagan, George Bush, none of them took healthcare away from 20 million working people, okay? None of them added basically a tax increase, basically a version of a national sales tax on everybody. And who pays the tariffs disproportionately? Working class people.
Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. Delighted to welcome back to the show the president and CEO of the Center for American Progress. She was domestic policy advisor to Joe Biden. Has worked for a lot of other Democrats. She is not at all polarizing on the internet. You might have heard of her. It's Neera Tanden. How you doing, Neera?
I just want to say polarizing means people like you too.
Yeah, right. Polarizing. Yeah. I always said that. I was a polarizing child with teachers. I always made this case to my mother because she'd be upset because she'd go to parent-teacher conference and there'd be like 2 teachers that really hate me. And I'd be like, yeah, but there are 5 that really, I'm their favorite. You know, I'm a polarizing figure.
I'm hoping for that same ratio.
Yeah, I think that feels about right to me. Good news for you. Good news for listeners, because we've had some downer podcasts recently. There's a lot of schadenfreude out there today for the Trump administration. Things aren't going great for the Trump administration, which also means things aren't going great for the American people. So that part sucks, but we're going to try to focus on the political side of it and the problems for Trump. And we want to start with, I think, the most joyful element of schadenfreude, and that is Kristi Noem and her lover, Corey Lewandowski, have been expelled from the government. Donald Trump posted yesterday that he is pleased to announce that Markwayne Mullen will become the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st. That's not actually how things work.
What a dunce.
From the Senate.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, food.
Kristi Noem, who served us well, and had numerous and spectacular results, especially in the on the border, will be moving to Special Envoy for Shield of the Americas. This is a made-up thing that's being announced at Trump's golf club on Saturday. So she gets a made-up job at Trump's.
Totally made up. I mean, I have to say, like, you can almost tell how made up something it is by like just the title, right? So like the crazier the title, the more made up it is. And I mean, I have to say, like, I have been in an administration where you want to move someone out of a job and like they're basically being fired, and then you give them something else, but usually it's an actual job. And if you're smart enough, you negotiate for an actual job. And the fact that they've just like totally made up Shield of the Americas, which is like, I don't like. I don't even know what that would possibly mean. I guess it's like defending Latin America from Russian attack. Who knows? Anyway, just a fascinating. I'm
open to the possibility that Christie wanted that job. You know, gets her away from her family. You know, I assume it'll be in a tropical locale. Who knows? Okay. That's one theory, but she's gone. We can enjoy that. We have finally justice for Cricket, her dog. I want to talk about the negative part of this, which is Mark Wayne Mullen. But do you have any other Kristi Noem grave dancing you want to do before we do that?
Well, I mean, look, there's a lot. Whenever something like this happens, and you know, we should acknowledge this is the first time a cabinet secretary, and this is a cabinet made of, you know, multiple people competing for the worst people in their jobs ever. So whenever you have, but I do think it's the first time he's fired someone, and we should note, like, firing someone for this administration, why has he resisted it? Because he believes no one should make him do anything, and everyone has had carte blanche to be as incompetent or as horrifyingly cruel as possible. So I do think it's important to acknowledge that the political system in some way, shape, or form is impacting Republicans who then have become much more critical of her. So we should, you know, I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, he's so much worse than she is. It doesn't matter because of Stephen Miller. But I do think we should all acknowledge there is a victory in her going. ICE has not changed. The policies did not really come from her. But it is an important thing that the Trump regime needed to act politically in response to political pressure.
Yeah, and the Republicans did. And this was John Kennedy, my senator from Louisiana, who's a buffoon and a clown. Like, the fact that he felt like he had to be the one to really go at her and to put pressure on her, and he'd he had publicly said in other settings recently that they'd gone overboard on some of their tactics. And if the Louisiana Republican senator is saying that, like, that is a sign that they at least have felt some political pressure and realize they need to recalibrate. We'll see how much they actually recalibrate.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Let's talk about Mark Wayne Mullen. Here's the things to not be excited about this trade. I mean, he's kind of the male Christie. Like, I mean, they're pretty similar, I think, and they're just makeup, SAT scores, like the level.
I mean, they also compete on psychophancy. Like, I mean, he's just like, and total also the fact that he's named after, he has this episode where he comes to the reporters and says, like, you know, the war is going well, and literally 30 seconds later, it's like, there's no war. It's just like, you know, I mean, you know, like, we're not talking about like a Mensa leader here.
No, it's not a Mensa leader, and he has not been critical of any of the policies Kristi Noem put forth. And I just want to read a couple of things that he said. Mark Wayne Mullen, after Alex Preddy died, he called him a deranged individual who wanted to cause massive damage with a loaded pistol with an extra mag that was completely loaded. Obviously, this is ridiculous. He did not want to cause massive damage. On Renee Good, he said she was interfering with police activity. There's no question about that. They had the right to defend themselves. On the masks, he says that Democrats want reforms because they want to dox the agents. What do you want to do? Expose their faces so you can intimidate their families.
I see the message now.
So,
are we late?
You know, he threatened to fight a union head. He once said that he thinks that there'd be less fake news if there would be duels between reporters and Congress people like in the old days. So, you know, we're not pivoting back to Tom Ridge at the Department of Homeland Security.
I mean, look, we're talking about the Trump administration. So we're not like, I don't think we should expect rationality. I think what's actually a little interesting about this is that the governor of Oklahoma is actually a rational, seemingly more rational Republican, and
He's offered substantive critiques on the immigration issue in particular, which is interesting since he'll be able to put in a temporary senator. We'll see if he puts his money where his mouth is on that, but it's a little bit of a risk for the Republicans that in theory he could put in a senator for like 5 or 6 months. That is, he's not going to be, he's not going to be Tim Miller, but maybe he is sympathetic to some DHS reforms or something. We'll
just,
see.
I think the thing about this that's interesting, and who knows what will happen. I it's not like I like to bet my house on the ethics and morals of the Republican Party these days. But I do think that it's possible Governor Stitt puts in a, just a more rational Republican who could create some breaks, not just on immigration, but a whole host of policies. And, that would be a good, I think if you're thinking of the array of buffoonery that's just on the field, it might be we have one less around us in this situation. So, I try to be optimistic in these very dark times.
Here's another optimistic thing. I'll give you another element of optimism. So his confirmation, which still has to happen, Donald Trump thinks he can decree the date that he comes in, but as you know, there's a confirmation process.
I am familiar with the fact that you need confirmation.
And a bunch of Republicans and even a couple Democrats did not want to confirm you because you had said mean things about them. And so there's an interesting subplot to this, which is that the chair of the committee that he'll have to be confirmed through is Rand Paul. And here's something that Markwayne Mullin has said about Rand Paul in the past. I respect Bernie Sanders because he's a socialist, and you know that he's a communist, so you know what you're getting. Rand Paul is a freaking snake, and I understand completely why his neighbor did what he did. The neighbor beat up Rand Paul, for people who don't remember.
I would like to note, this is much meaner than anything I've ever said.
I was going to say, did you ever cheer a senator getting their ass kicked physically? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think I called, I called Ted Cruz Voldemort. But I think this is worse,
that
actually.
Holds up. I think it's, he cheered an assault on Rand Paul.
I know, exactly.
So
exactly. Yeah.
We'll see how Rand Paul handles it, but I think that there's at least some possibility that it's not quite as friendly of a confirmation as it could have been had, it been one of the other Republicans for whom Markwayne Mullin has not supported physical violence against them.
He could just slow everything down. That's it's a favorite tactic of senators.
And I should have pulled this up before, but Rand is not super excited about the DHS funding bill. This is all happening in that context as well, in part because of just his libertarianness. He's against most spending bills. It's a little bit less about the principle of the behavior of the agents and all that, but it complicates things.
In kind of credit to Senator Paul, in the aftermath of the shooting, killing, murder of Alex Preddy, he said, and I think this is basically, animated by his concern about a federal government with almost unlimited power against citizens. He basically said, he had concerns that the lies of DHS, the lies of Kristi Noem, the lies of, the entire White House, really, should make people concerned. He was one of the senators in the days after that, and like Tom Tillis yesterday or 2 days ago in the hearings, who said, we could see this video, and then we heard you lie about what happened. And I don't want to actually we've had a lot of disappointments from Republican senators over the last year, but my own view actually is we are beginning to see more and more cracks in the Republican coalition, and the true libertarians recognize that who should be most concerned about an authoritarian federal government? It is the libertarians. Unless you are a complete hypocrite, you should be very worried about a incredibly armed DHS that is shooting citizens on the streets of American cities.
Yeah.
And I hope Rand Paul asks, Senator Mullin, some questions about this whole situation. And it also just gives people more opportunity. I mean, just having this confirmation hearing will give people more opportunity to air all the problems, Democrats to air all the problems that have happened at DHS. So I think, I mean, again, I don't want to overstate, but you do see some Republicans who, within the blithering attacks, are actually standing up.
And Rand has gone on, I can't remember if he's gone on Fox to criticize Noam. I believe so. He definitely did on the Venezuela strikes, and he has since the Iran war started. So anyway, we'll watch Rand on this one in particular. All right, everybody, just recently got a package from our friends at Mizzen and Main. Mizzen and Main is offering some comfy dress shirts.
Boom.
Okay. And as a podcaster, it was getting criticized sometimes by people in the comments yelling at me. Everybody, it makes me understand at like the tiniest level the burden of women. It just makes me empathize with women just like 1% more, which is nice because it gives me feedback on the outfits. And they say I dress too slavish. And one solution to that is our friends at Mizzen and Main, who offer comfy dress clothes that look good, make you look fancy, but they're also comfy if you got to sit in this podcast chair for a year and a half. Mizzen and Main makes classic menswear with performance fabrics, so it's effortless to look sharp and feel great. They invented the performance fabric dress shirt over 10 years ago, and since then they've perfected it with modern fabric. Mizzen and Main shirts and pants look refined, yet they're stretchy, lightweight, moisture wicking, wrinkle resistant, and completely machine washable. No ironing or dry cleaning. Very important for me. It's a timeless style you can invest in one time and enjoy for years. Right now, Mizzen and Main is offering our listeners 20% off your first purchase at mizzenandmain.com. Promo code TheBulwark20.
How long was she
Mizzen,
dead?
spelled M-I-Z-Z-E-N, and Main.
Her body was pretty intact.
MAIN.com. Promo code TheBulwark20 for 20% off. Mizzenandmain.com. Promo code TheBulwark20. And if you'd rather shop in person, you can find Mizzen and Main stores around the country. We're going to get to Iran. We have another news item this morning, which is the jobs numbers came out, and it was a big miss for the economy. 92,000 jobs lost. Just want to read a couple of items for you. Here's Nate Silver. On top of the 92,000 jobs lost, also 69,000 in downward revisions
nice.
From December and January. Not nice. Manufacturing jobs minus 12,000. Transportation warehouse minus 11,000. Construction minus 11,000. So, but this was going to be a renaissance for the forgotten man, blue collar man. Doesn't seem like it. Ronis Insana over at CNBC said since Liberation Day, since the tariffs, workers have been liberated from the yoke of work. Net 19,000 jobs lost since last April. The labor force participation rate has erased all of the gains of the last 4 years while inflation advances. It's bad.
Yeah. I think the last point is really crucial. Donald Trump became president in January. And since April, we have not had job gains. And I just want to remind everybody that in the previous 4 years, we were averaging about 200,000 jobs created a month. So it is a radical break from what we've been experiencing. I mean, we in the first Trump administration, it was basically 150,000 on average until we got to COVID. Of course, with COVID, big job shock. But then as we came out of COVID, and, not just in the immediate aftermath, but, through last year, we were seeing significant job creation across the country, and not just in healthcare, but in manufacturing and jobs kind of throughout various sectors. And I think it is, fundamentally shocking that you have a president come in. And the most important thing is, there aren't like other forces in the universe. I mean, we have to see what AI is doing, but it's the policies of this administration that are creating headwinds for the economy. I mean, a big reason why we're seeing these job losses is because Donald Trump decided himself to create a tariff regime that just made everything a lot more expensive and made imports into the country to make things more expensive. That's why it's so, that is why we're having a manufacturing problem in the country. It's like the whole idea of his tariffs were to make, to help us compete. And actually they are, like a lot of things this guy does, boomeranging into hurting the very people he said he would help, which is working class people. I mean, it's really, it's like, what's going to get better? Like, that's the big question. It's like, what are we doing? I mean, maybe we'll spend hundreds of billions of dollars on this war and we'll get some people to work in like defense contractors. But what is on the table here to actually improve the economic conditions?
This is the key point. Yeah, and it was self-inflicted. It was totally self-inflicted, the job losses, and there's no plan. Like it's not as if that there's this bill going through Congress, like the Jobs Act, where they have a plan where they're gonna, support certain industries or cut. Like they don't.
There's no idea. I mean, that's like, just to step back, what I thought was so amazing about the State of the Union, which I know feels like it was 7 years ago, but it was really like last week, is like...
Was it really last week?
I don't remember, it was 2 weeks ago, but it wasn't, I mean, but now, where the problem with time is like none of us can remember what happened last week, because it's like last month. But the thing that I thought was fascinating about the State of the Union is there were basically, you're a State of the Union. I mean, I've worked on a couple of these, and it's the idea of the State of the Union is that you're supposed to put out ideas about solving problems that compete with the other side. And there was nothing the president wanted to do in Congress, because, basically I don't think he cares what Congress does. He just wants to do executive actions. And it really weren't ideas there on like, how are you solving the jobs problem, because he can't admit there is a jobs problem. He doesn't, I mean, his whole problem is he kind of adopted one of the strategies of the Biden administration, which I'm here to tell you did not work so well, is to say, actually tell people the economy is really awesome. And what is horrifying is right after they say the economy is awesome, like the next jobs report is pretty devastating. And he can't even blame some woke BLS administrator because he got rid of that person. So anyway,
and
it's
back
really,
to the AI thing, just like looking at a couple of the sectors, right? So maybe AI is having an effect on this. Derek Thompson and I were talking about this yesterday, but in like the sectors that you would think, kind of information services, that's thing. It's like minus 11,000 jobs. So it seems like maybe there's an effect in these kind of white collar jobs, but like. That's just a small piece of this. I mean, like huge losses in hospitality, healthcare, manufacturing, warehouse. Like this is not AI.
This is a really important point. I mean, what is really terrible about this jobs report is that the jobs that are really getting, impacted or lost.
Oh, I can't get
jobs
comfy.
we're losing are jobs.
Nothing makes me comfy.
Disproportionately. Working class people are in manufacturing jobs, hospitality jobs, service jobs, and again, you're absolutely right. There are areas that we know are most impacted are computer programming from AI or computer programming, financial services, and we're not seeing that. So you can't even blame
financial services was the best sector, plus 10,000. I assume that's because of crypto, though. I don't know. They don't break it down, but there's a lot of crypto crime jobs out there. We've got a couple booming sectors: crypto crime, private prisons,
briberies. Just anything involved in bribery is probably on a up trajectory these days. So. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't even know who's a rational actor in the White House, but the whole thing in these, the whole thing about serving in government is you look at data like this and you have to think about what to do about it, and the fact that we have this economic, these jobs, and then let's just, I'm sure we'll get to it, but from an economic perspective, the fact that we've launched a Middle East war that is spreading throughout the region and has like basically shut down the Strait of Hormuz while increasing gas prices. You're also basically creating a choke point on global trade. Not particularly helpful to economic growth.
Well, let's talk about the economics of the war, then we'll get to the rest of it. But just as you mentioned, so we have from this week since the war started, gas prices up 11%, oil prices up 20%. So seems like gas prices more room to grow there.
Yeah.
Catherine Rampell wrote about this. If you want to get economic dorky for us, called warflation. So we've got some warflation coming.
Awesome.
And then a subtext of this story is Susie Wiles. There's a leak that Susie Wiles got mad. It's so interesting. We've never heard that Susie Wiles got mad. I mean, we killed American citizens. I don't think she was mad. We were sending people to foreign gulags. Not mad, but like mad about gas prices. She's mad. She's dead. She was yelling at them to find ways to lower prices. Apparently, idea number one, because this is the only thing they've done, was the U.S. Treasury eased sanctions on Russia and Putin. They can now sell oil to India and other countries in Asia without the same level of sanctions that we put on them. So that was idea one.
Were you not shocked that their go-to was helping Russia in the war? I found it personally just like, I read it and I was like, oh my God, this is so radically different than everything else they do, is helping out Vladimir Putin in some form or shape or form. I mean, just to note that they are basically easing the sanctions on Russia while Russia it was reported this morning, while Russia is helping Iran target U.S. forces, in the war. Why? Because they're allies with Iran. So I just want to, for all the America First people, we are making it easier for Russia to have economic wealth. This is like a whole issue for their economy, whether the sanctions exist on their oil and resources. And
we're so dumb.
And while they are actively working against our military operation, so it's very odd. But I guess one thing that I also want to say about just the utter incompetence of this White House is, I don't know about you, but to me, it was kind of predictable that when you started a war with Iran, it might have some pressure on gas prices. I mean, I don't have Anthropic Claude systems like gaming out war to me, but for me, it occurred to me that could happen. And one thing you might do if you were thinking of having a war with Iran was to ensure your strategic petroleum reserve was actually full. So if gas prices went up, you would actually have some escape valve to, increase production into the market to ensure that, people were insulated. Not this group of crackerjack thinkers that actually did not fill the strategic petroleum reserve, so they can't do what governments have done, like Republican and Democratic governments, which is when you see an oil shock, you could actually tap the reserve to mediate the price. Nope, don't have that option, because these geniuses didn't think to actually increase the reserve. So, I mean, this is the problem with having a war in like a weekend. Generally speaking, you plan these things out, you look at various contingencies, and you decide to ameliorate kind of the harms. But this group is perfectly fine with all of us paying more for gas. Other than Susie Wiles, they seem perfectly fine with all of us paying for gas. More for gas, and I just say to the taxpayer, you're paying for this in higher taxes. Like basically, we're all paying for this because it's $1 billion a year.
And they're adding the 15% tariff back on. That's today, I think.
Yes, we're gonna pay more in tariffs, and we're paying higher gas prices. So far,
it's crazy. It's interesting you say that about the timing, because there's kind of mixed reporting out there, and we've seen some reporting that they've been planning this for 6 months, and it is true that we moved resources over there. On the other hand, there's been some reporting that Bibi and Trump had a call, I guess it would have been a week and a half ago now, where they were like, hey, we've got the intelligence on that all these guys, the Ayatollah and all of them are going to be in the same place. Like, this is our opportunity to go. This was not something that was urgent, right? It is not as if there's any reporting that's like, hey, they were about to shoot a ballistic missile at Maine, right? Like, that was not on the table, right?
So that is ridiculous.
Yeah, so we could have done it when, if they felt like this was an important strategic imperative, which they haven't really made the case for, but if they felt that way, they could have done it whenever. Like, the only timing constraint here was allegedly that there was intelligence provided that they had this opportunity to get these guys on Saturday, and so they went in. But it's like, okay, well, if it's that critical, that you go on the BB timetable here, then there are going to be these other externalities, like people stuck over in the Middle East, like gas prices going up, and it It doesn't feel like they gave a fuck about that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say, I think the Iraq War was just a generational disaster, but that there was a buildup over a long period of time, and just think of the differences. Okay, number one, and look at the harms people are having. You know, it seems like some of these soldiers were killed that should have had warnings about the war so that they could, you know, basically be protected. Number two, we have, you know, thousands of people in the Middle East stranded. The embassies haven't pulled people out. Usually when we go to war, we pull people out of embassies. You know, that happened before. And we, you know, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve wasn't filled. We didn't engage with our allies really at all in Europe. I mean, I still consider them allies. I know this administration doesn't. But now those allies are basically on their own, choosing to help various sides in this war. It is, I mean, you know, again, like, I know there's like a lot of kind of important talk about how the military is doing a great job degrading Iran, and sure, and that is true, and it is important to acknowledge. But the things around this, and again, I just have to say, in my lifetime, the height of support for a military engagement, a war, is the days after the first bombings start going off. The fact that the president has never been able to make the case as to why we have to do this. And, you know, I'm being a little glib, but at least the Bush administration had the dignity of lying to us about weapons of mass destruction. These people are like, I don't even know what it's like one day it's Khomeini, the other day, now they're like, they were about to bomb us in 2 weeks. And, you know, that would have been maybe compelling if you said it before the war, but you didn't. So it's just like,
we have an updated missive on what the plan is. Are you ready? Donald Trump has bleated about this morning. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and allies will work tirelessly to bring Iran back. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again.
No.
So we're doing regime change and democracy promotion. And Donald Trump said to Axios, who are his favorite sources for his war planning, so we have to take this at face value, that he gets to pick. So that's the plan. We're going to bomb the fuck out of them. We're going to bomb a school. We'll get to that next. And we're going to bomb all the leaders. We're going to bomb the second and third tier leaders that we thought we were going to put in. They're all dead. And now we're just going to say, hey, you guys surrender. We're gonna mega.
I mean, I would say, it's like, I think what's like, you know, obviously somewhat terrifying about this whole situation is it does feel like they thought Iran would be another Venezuela, and Iran has been engaged in essentially, you know, its own version of hot/cold wars in the Middle East for decades. And, you know, it's not like I think when Trump came in, they thought their future was so safe. So, you know, they've done a range of planning. So they have leaders. I mean, you can take out a bunch of leaders and there still will be another leader. Like, the regime is operational. And, you know, I guess...
Can you shut up?
On top of all of this, the fact that we are relying for this war operation on Pete Hegseth and his department. I mean, I know that there are generals there who are thinking rationally about all this, and that's probably why they were leaking last week that they didn't really want to do this war, and definitely leaking earlier this week that it was like essentially the White House who wanted to do all of this. But I mean, I think we should just be genuinely panicked that they don't seem to have any kind of plan. I mean, I worked in an administration. Bush did not. I mean, excuse me. Joe Biden did not actually start wars.
Okay, the blob. Yeah, now we know what the leftists are going to say about you. No difference.
I was against the Iraq War from the get-go. Just want to get my street cred on that. Did some protests, etc.
I was against in 2006. I got to fight it over Thanksgiving with my mother about that over in 2006. So 3 years too late, but better than some of the other Republicans.
Yes, that's true. Anyway, I just think the fact that, usually you need disciplined talking points on your goal, strategy, etc. That the fact that there have been 7 different aims and goals of this operation since Saturday, so just one more than the days of the week is I think we should be hyper stressed, and I think that's reflected in the fact that the public does not support what's happening. Essentially this is the lowest support of any military engagement that the country has experienced in this early in the process.
I mentioned the school. There's some good reporting in this New York Times, a couple other outlets that are still doing reporting.
We don't, Kitty.
Washington Post, and all the evidence appears to be that it was us. There's a lot of smoke around the fact that maybe this was related to the AI, because AI was doing the targeting packaging for us. I don't want to make any accusations there, but there's among the reporting, there's like some evidence pointing to that. Look, on the one level, this is what war is, right? Like, innocent people accidentally get killed during war. Innocent people got accidentally killed when we were leaving Afghanistan because the Biden administration thought that there was a terrorist in a car. You remember the story? And they shot or they droned people that were innocents. Like, this happens, like in war. But in this particular case, I think it is galling. It is especially galling because of all we've been talking about, which is like, we don't actually have a plan. Like, we don't even know why we're doing this. We don't have a plan for the war. And now it is our American material that resulted in the death of hundreds of innocent young girls. And now we want to go in and tell them that we want a MIGA. The whole thing, it's a farce. It's like, really, it's wrong, and it's a war crime, but it's also a farce.
Whoa, my big belly.
I think this will be an action that, the military will be living with the consequences of for a long time. And I personally think will have the kind of impact of Abu Ghraib. And I think that because, just let's say we were attacked on 9/11 and the American military went in with soldiers. They didn't nuclear bomb the mountains of Afghanistan. They went in with soldiers to try to capture places. There were incidents of civilian deaths in Afghanistan. A wedding party hit. We did not bomb entire schools of children during Afghanistan or Iraq. In Iraq.
And if you talk to the Iraq and Afghanistan soldiers, just to put a word in for them, like Will Selber, he used to write for us, and others, like, they went out of their way to not. Like, it doesn't mean that there weren't cases of civilian deaths. Like, of course there were. But like,
they knew actually killing civilians made the population much more oppositional. I mean, just think about this week. The entire, Trump is basically telling the Iranians, rise up against Khomeini. And Khomeini or the Khomeini regime. Khomeini was a horrifying figure, but it's a little hard for people to be super sympathetic to the Americans when they just killed a school full of children. So this is why you do it. I mean, the military goal of avoiding civilian deaths is to ensure that the population does not work against you. And, it took America months to pacify Mosul. Why? Because we didn't just bomb the whole area or kill, basically we had to do strategic, hard work with people, our soldiers going basically
still over a million
in order
Iraqis
to
died.
Not kill so many civilians. And
we precisely killed
Pete Hegseth with all of his rhetoric. We're not going to limit the military anymore. And just think about what that means. It means things like this are more likely to happen. And the fact is that the whole world can see that the United States chose to have a war. It was a war of choice. There was no imminent threat to the United States.
And we weren't attacked. And their post hoc rationalization for all this is like, well, we've always been at war with East Asia. You know, it's like, what?
But also, and also, I mean, just to say, those kids are killed in our name. I mean, that's the horrifying aspect of all of this. Is like, I didn't sign up for any of this. And what's even worse is, okay, if he even said he was going to have wars and he got elected, sure, but he told everybody he wasn't going to do things like this and got elected. So it's like, what is the island of people who are justifying this at this point? Because, again, mass deportations, you could say the guy campaigned on it, but he said he was going to be the peace president, and we're like on war number 27 in the first year.
I have a guest I'm going to talk about this with next week, who's on the MAGA side of this, but he's like, the people that are for this are kind of like the never-Trumpers that stayed Republicans. That's like the opposite side of the coin for me, right? It's like the hawks. It's like the right-wing hawks that hated Trump. Like, and all of a sudden, like the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, and now they're backfilling this, and like they're the only ones for it. Like, it isn't the core Trump voter that was for this.
I mean, but just think about where we are. John Bolton is like, peace out on this. I mean, even he's like, I mean, I think he's been fantasizing about war in Iran for his entire adult life. And even he's like, I'm not sure this is like well planned. So, I mean, it's really, I mean, I think the problem,
we'll give it away,
honestly, is absolute power corrupts. Like, there have been no guardrails on this president because the Republican Party and the Supreme Court, also made up of Republicans, have refused to give him guardrails. He had success in Venezuela, so he kind of decided to just like start a global war. And this is at bottom the reason why you try to find a rational adult to be president of the United States, because when you do not, they have a lot of toys that could really hurt not just America, but like global peace. And I do not sleep easily at night knowing these people are in charge of an ever-expanding war in the Middle East.
You're getting me madder and madder as we talk about this, but like, it's also just speaks to the like lack
I'm
of.
definitely not trying to get you less mad about this war.
But it is a culture, like you've talked about how absolute power corrupts, right? But that's really where we are. Like, it's a culture of corruption and no accountability. Like, this is the thing.
There are no limits. Like, nobody's telling this guy no. Like, nobody. And when nobody tells you no, and honestly, like, you fire anybody who's not psychophantic, and you spend all your power trying to just discipline any institution, whether it's Netflix and losing out or any other group, then then like the problem is you don't think I can make mistakes. I mean, I really was genuinely a little surprised that he decided to do this, because in the past he has seemed to be constrained by the idea of American soldiers dying overseas. But I feel, I think like...
he said it again today, more people will die, whatever. Something like that, he said that at the time. Some people will die, some people will die. This is like, if there's nobody...
Unfortunately, it's not the right
constraints, if everyone in there has already been so corrupted, right, that they decided that, like, I've signed up for this guy, we know this guy is bad, but I'm going in there because I think on balance I prefer him, or because I'm MAGA, or because I'm also whatever. Like, everybody that's gone in there made the determination that if you sign up for this, like, you're signing up for it all. And so that has created like a culture that we haven't had in government for a long time. Like, you mentioned Abu Ghraib, which is horrible and horrifying, but like, there were whistleblowers, right? I mean, there were whistleblowers within the military that were speaking out against Rumsfeld and felt like they had to, and the policies, and then there were political people, the whistleblowers, and quit. Scott McClellan quit. Like, this, and it'd be like Carolyn Levitt quitting. Like, he was a White House spokesperson, he quit over it, right? And so it doesn't make what happened in Abu Ghraib better or right, but it's a system and a process. Yeah, it's a system and a process that works. That's not happening here. They're lying still. They're not even admitting they killed the girls at the school. They're still lying about it. Like, forget having
Liberty, what's up, man?
Or
Welcome.
Constraints or internal investigations. They fired all the JAGs. We don't even have military lawyers anymore.
What's interesting?
Like, it's fucking sick.
I mean, just look what happened in the first couple of months of this administration. I think the administration which has been incompetent in every possible way, has demonstrated policy creativity.
Nothing much, just code in the background.
Oh.
One, how long you been watching? I haven't seen anyone say anything on here for, it's been 2 hours now. All by myself.
So that's why they fired a bunch of admirals and generals in the first couple of days, and they've fired a bunch of people.
Oh, no kidding? You didn't even show up on the on the list of watchers. It's so crazy. Oh well. I started streaming on TikTok too.
A bunch of military leaders
it took me like
I think they thought
4 or 5 hours to get it figured out.
And that sends a message to everyone
how to send my
which is that if you say
how to connect the
freaking be fired from your job.
Phone camera.
Then, so that's an area where they've had
it's still not even working the way I want it to.
Rank corruption, but you know the truth is in government, in every administration, you know, when you serve the public, you are supposed to serve the public, and all of us who've served
working
in
is better than not working.
Yeah. Or in the administration or in the executive.
But the goal was to use. There's OBS has a virtual camera that other streaming
I didn't feel like I had that many conflicts on that, but you know,
UIs are supposed to be able to.
Like in the first term, there were
the
Trump administration, as in you
because
mentioned in the Bush administration,
computers typically don't like it when multiple programs use the same camera. So, but for some reason, it'll never connect. So I had to connect my phone.
They chose
my phone camera
Americans who serve the country
to the TikTok live studio.
Others who were trying to constrain this president, and he has systematically eliminated everyone. But you know, you mentioned Susie Wiles earlier, and it is her job as White House Chief of Staff to tell the president he should not or cannot do something for the country. His White House counsel is supposed to not just tell him how he gets to do things, but when he's doing something unconstitutional or illegal, that he should not do it. It is your job not to just service the president's ego, but actually to serve the country. And when people are when the president is doing something gravely crazy, I mean, how is Marco Rubio escaping any accountability here? He could have gone to the president and told him, this is like, you know, kind of nuts.
Because he's a bitch.
And, you know, what I've heard is that he was sort of like, And so, you know, I mean, I think they all just tell themselves he's a president, he's the one who's elected. But, you know, they are there in those jobs not to just do his bidding, but like previous administrations,
they kind of are.
Serve as some kind of constraint. Because
I think she meant to say they're not supposed to be there.
The scariest thing in the world is that
but hey, what do I know?
Donald Trump is in charge of like,
I'm not a legal analyst.
This war spirals out of control or not, and the first week does not seem to be any kind of, you know, reassurance. Like if
secretaries,
you can't protect American citizens in the Middle East to get
no, she was talking about Congress. I think.
How do we think we're going to handle this war in 3 weeks?
I think she's talking about Congress.
Yeah. Come on, crazy.
Because I think. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I'm wrong.
The Senate to politicking, the Senate map. I've been saying for a while that the Democrats could not consider this to be a good midterm or a blue wave unless they also take the Senate. Like taking the House is not sufficient. They're going to take the House just because of structural forces.
YOLO.
Almost certainly.
Then no, they're not supposed to do as bidding. Only secretaries are. Yeah.
I've been pretty skeptical of the Senate map.
Aim for the bushes.
For a while.
The Iran
war and the economy has me starting to believe a little bit. So I want to talk about it a little bit. I want to put the main Senate race over here into a side bucket, and we're going to come back to that at the end.
Oh, great.
So
I'm so excited to talk about the main Senate race.
Let's focus on
I can't wait for that.
Let's focus on the rest of the
as long as possible now.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I absolutely love the fact that
the filibustering won't save you.
That both the Democratic establishment, the Democratic Party establishment, and Republican Party tried to go after Graham Plattner for that tattoo that he got when he was in the Marines.
Republicans would still be in control.
And like, instead of acting like
they really need to win
like a typical politician trying to talk his way out of it, he was like, "My bad, I didn't know what it was," and got it covered, you know. And in spite of them trying to like trash talk him, his popularity went up.
That fits the state. And he's winning in the polls, and we'll see how that shit.
It's like, wow, it's almost like somebody that's a genuine person,
states that Democrats need to hold,
or at least comes across as a genuine person.
Yeah, Michigan
does really well.
But
it's weird.
In theory, like we're going to assume that they've held them, or else this conversation's moot. So now you start to look into the expanded states. Where do you get some other states out of? In Texas, you had the primary this week. Tallarico wins over Crockett. I want your take on that. You look at Alaska is one that I'm looking at. Mary Peltola is a great recruit.
Fantastic recruit. Fish family freedom.
Yeah, Fish family and freedom. Now you start to get into, Ohio, Sherrod Brown's a little bit of a retread. Iowa, candidates are okay. Florida, Kansas, it starts to, Montana then comes onto the map this week, which is exciting. Steve Daines drops
That'll just be freaking awesome if I don't know if you saw the statistics for the Texas primaries. Oh my god, stupid dragons, come on, man. But
he's a prosecutor, he's never run
there was one of the districts, I can't remember which one it was here in Texas, that there were more Democratic votes cast in that district in this primary, a midterm primary, than Democratic votes cast for Kamala Harris in the election. Like, that's how many people came out.
He's a veteran.
He's a veteran, so yeah, hopefully he's got some other presidents by. We'll see how that works out. Then you have Nebraska also with an independent, and Dan Osborne has been on the show, interesting candidate. So the map is getting a little bit more interesting. I'm wondering, I just want you to take me through
when I went to vote last Friday. I was in line for like an hour and a half.
The truth is, as you said, you have to
I saw like they had
North Carolina.
They had two they had two.
Ohio,
I want to say they had two separate lines, but they had a setup for two separate lines.
So basically,
but I saw like maybe a total of like 10 to 15 total Republican primary voters come in. I think overall in Texas, I want to say there was like 100,000 to 200,000 more Democratic votes cast.
A wave is that where the map
we'll see.
Goes in the cycle itself.
That'd be freaking phenomenal if Maine could flip to Graham Plattner, which it did. Like, by all accounts, he's even in polls, he's up like 2 to 3% on what's her name, the Susan Collins, which is still within the margin of error. So that kind of sucks, but if Tallarico can pull it off here in Texas,
that's a lot
oh man.
Of Republican incumbents in a state choosing not to run for re-election. And
I think that would put it back to 50-50 if those two could win.
Approval rating, or 38% in the country. Obviously, it's.
But I'm not sure.
Montana,
or is it 51-49? I don't remember.
I think
something like that.
At a very high level, what we're seeing is the reflection of an incumbent president with a below 40.
I think Brandon also won his primary in Texas.
Rating, and that means Republicans are,
well, it's not a matter of winning the primary.
Really tough election
it's the fact that
the Senate matters the most, or not the most.
Oh, why is this guy dead?
It's
supposed to turn in. No, it's supposed to turn in a request to him.
The Senate to approve nominees, and
no, it's not the fact that Tallarico won. It's the fact that across the state,
and if you take the Supreme Court, if you take the Senate,
I want to say it was like.
Check on the courts. He won't get radically crazy.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to misquote.
Just say no to nominees,
but it was like a significant percentage more of voters came out
and you know what I say about
for this primary than usual. Then like it was the highest by like significant percentage. I can't remember what.
Jasmine Crockett, also very talented.
And that so many more came out.
What was great about this is
and that the gap between how many Democrats and how many Republicans came out was larger than usual.
I didn't think, I think like she came into this race late, and she
and the fact that a district had more
the kind of campaign that
Democratic voters in the primary than Kamala Harris votes.
She goes.
I mean, it says a lot. I mean, it doesn't guarantee anything, but it's definitely a significant trend,
Yes. And that's a woman who was rolling with the punches. That was she was really effective, and that's a real strength.
You could have sulked, could have pouted, and by the way, she's also really good at that. People
really
can be good at different things.
And honestly, the fact that I've been through primaries where it's a rough primary and it makes a candidate better. And James Tallarico is a better candidate today because he had to go up against Jasmine Crockett. And I personally think this race is within reach. And John Cornyn and Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott is going for his 3rd term in Texas, okay? And Cornyn is going for 6th term. So it's Cornyn, 6th term Cornyn or Paxton. I think both
Plus, I think it's good that
a candidate
you know,
with,
just Tallarico's brand, you know,
just a fresh way of speaking.
like
He's
an actual
been there forever.
you know, Jesus Christian.
Is really trying to build a big tent and has a lot of
like Christian Jesus, not Republican Jesus. You know what I mean?
But over years of trying to create.
So maybe maybe throughout the course of the campaign, like he'll actually put up a mirror in front of some of these quote unquote Christians' face. You know,
so much attention on it. And you mentioned Fish Family Freedom. I always bring this up. Like Mary Peltola has no pressure to.
It's just like 1% of these evangelical voters,
like left, right, or center. I'm not even
were
really
like,
making an ideological point.
Man, like they just felt a little twinge of guilt. You know.
I do feel like Tallarico.
I think that might.
Because the race has.
I mean, every percent would help. Can't guarantee anything,
like
of course.
Pressure to like appeal to various.
I'm going to keep hoping until
within the Democratic side.
Until such a day that this raging narcissist nukes everybody because
I like James
he can't accept that he made a bad decision.
Refute this worry, but like I just,
like I seriously, oh man, like I
20 from him. With some weird
I don't want to put a percentage on it, but
white skin and,
I feel like it's more likely that he will try to nuke Tehran than he will to stop attacking and come away without like some sort of victory of some kind.
And I'm just trying to win a Texas Senate race, and I do worry a little bit that like
I just hope he like
in the discourse. It's like
I hope he decides to leave and pretends he got some kind of stupid ass victory,
at them, and like rather than trying to appeal to the 58-year-old that didn't go to college, that is the swing voter in these red states. I don't think that they're part of the discourse.
I think, well, first of all, I would say I think it is really important for people to remember that working class people care a lot about higher costs. So I guess to just pull back, I think a real opportunity in these Senate races and for Democrats writ large is we have never had a president who has just screwed over working class people as much as Donald Trump. I mean, like there's Ronald Reagan, George Bush, none of them took healthcare away from 20 million working people. Okay. None of them added basically a tax increase, basically a version of a national sales tax on everybody. And who pays the tariffs disproportionately? Working class people. So I think at a very high level, there is an area of opportunity to kind of realign voters. And you're seeing who are the groups that have fallen away from Trump? I mean, people have talked a lot about Latinos. They've also talked a lot about young people, young men, but like really struggling working class people, people making less than 30,000 are moving away from him as well. Yeah. And I think that's an area of opportunity. What's important for people to remember is that working class people actually care a lot about security. They care about reducing crime because working class people experience it at a higher rate than college educated people. They care about, they still care about the border.
I'm with you on all this. Is this part of the filibuster to get away from talking about the main Senate race?
It's actually.
I don't know if well, wait, what's up? What's this? Chocolate. Yeah, just put it down here. Thank you.
I love promoting
like chocolates.
Has put forward ideas that I hope, James Tallarico and people, candidates all across the country
forgot what I was going to say.
Because we also have to offer ideas on how do we secure the border and secure the border.
Oh, one of my classes, it's like an environment like development policy class or something.
Threatening everyone's rights. That's an area.
And I had to submit a research proposal.
Reduce crime without mass
and
incarceration.
my research proposal is that
so I think it's important for them to have
since there's
and I think James Tallarico, look, we've seen candidates recently.
Since there's already like a bunch of evidence, showing that lead poisoning contributes to like low birth weights, premature births, and slow brain development, as a child.
People can go look at those policies.
That my hypothesis is that the lead poisoning from the pre-70s, lead-filled sky and ground that we had is the reason or is a contributing factor to why so many boomers and silent generation voted Republican.
They feel a little.
Because I really think that brain damage leads to conservatism.
He is a Nazi, and I'm like, does anybody actually think Graham Plattner is a Nazi?
Not
does
only
anybody think that Graham Plattner wants to put people in? I'm just going to make my point. Though,
not only is there like
he wants to put people in
correlational evidence, like I mentioned, but there's you have like the UFC fighters getting their brains knocked around all the time.
Of course not. So now, does that excuse
supporting Trump?
So his past comments, like,
you have football players.
I get a little bit frustrated
supporting Trump.
That. Like there's a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of straw manning the significant.
Someone in my own family, when they were younger, had a
discussion of this.
Had a brain tumor. He's a Trump supporter.
I will love whoever the people of
so,
me pick. Okay.
Yeah. At least that's what I've been told. I never asked him because I didn't want to bring it up.
I am like 1,000% supportive of. Yeah. So don't really want to say much here. So like that could be used against anybody in the future and by anybody.
But other members of the family have told me that he was a Trump supporter.
I take seriously the idea that the Democratic Party is very focused on racism,
that'll be interesting
sexism, and homophobia, and I think we should
cobble together some information to see if I can
any concerns about anti-Semitism.
Demonstrate the
anything
connection.
That's happened here is Hitler or Nazi-esque or anything like that. But I think you could have like it's a safe thing to say, okay, that was really not great. Okay, and not say this person is a Nazi.
Oh man,
okay?
I can't get comfortable
there's
today.
A reasonable place to say I have some concerns, and I will say, I think any of that, I think we should. I think and maybe you could say sometimes we sort of go on we're too nitpicky.
Can you get back on the TikTok?
I guess from my perspective,
and click
I think
like.
It's reasonable to say, hey,
like and subscribe.
That stuff was not so great. I would also say, what I think is fascinating about this race, which I will I like to avoid talking about, but if you actually look at the coalitions behind Janet Mills and Graham Plattner, the funniest irony to me, not funny, but the people who are supporting, at very high levels, Graham Plattner.
Oh, man, there's one more person I have to help, and I don't know what the hell it is.
She's doing better with working class people. He's doing better with the college-educated people who think that working class people like him. So, I just think this is a funny aspect of all of this. Hopefully it all worked out in the end.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Because I'm just
okay, great. I agree with that. I want to go through the crosstabs now. I have 20 more minutes worth of talk about this race before I let you go.
What's up?
I
never had any flashcards. How would I have extra flashcards?
It isn't this deep irony.
Right? I do not.
Graham Plattner is appealing to
would Post-its work, or you actually need cards?
100% the people who are this is what working class people want.
What's up?
And, meanwhile, me as the former Republican is defending the leftist, and you are defending the centrist, the 79-year-old centrist that you think I'd be.
Liberty, are you serious?
We had another choice.
See, this proves you were not paying attention, because I seriously was talking for 10 minutes about Tallarico winning the primary, and how I was hopeful that his actual
and I guess this is what I just keep coming back to on Plattner. And
Bible Jesus,
fight with people is if you show me that he wants to do something like that, then I'm against him.
Could possibly,
I'll be at the front of the line being
turn some of these Republican Jesus,
but your choice right now isn't
hold up a mirror to their stupidity,
the fact that you're
and maybe create a little bit of guilt.
Graham Plattner and a 79-year-old that might let Susan Collins.
Yeah, it was Tallarico.
Honestly,
wait,
she'll be 85
so you didn't know the name of the person that won, you knew the name of the person that lost. What the hell?
Crazy for her to run too. That's why I want the beer guy to get back in. Why can't the beer guy get back in? I just want a normal 45-year-old Democrat. Why can't I have that? Unfortunately, I can't. These are the options, I guess.
I think the thing to think about is what is the case Susan Collins is going to prosecute against Janet Mills, and what is she going to prosecute against Graham Plattner? And is she going to prosecute a case that Janet Mills is too old when she's 3 years older? Maybe she will. I don't know. That's she could. She's a wily. The only thing I'd say to people.
She'll probably prosecute against the race will be she's pro-trans.
Just like how Tony lost.
you know, they're both very.
And that one-eyed dude.
Just to say, it's one of his claims.
Oh,
to fame,
Dan
and
Crenshaw.
It is, like, a very decent thing.
Wait, Tony.
He was talking about how he was
which Tony are you talking about?
In high
I don't know any Tony.
Okay, now you're
the ShamWow guy?
definitely like way more into this race than I am.
Or Tony Stark? Which Tony are you talking
I
about?
don't think that's true.
But I guess my take, that's the thing for everyone to think about. And, you know, like, again, I will love and campaign or whatever, or not campaign, whatever's helpful for whoever wins.
Yeah, sometimes
Tony Gonzalez
is better.
I recognize the name, but I'm not familiar with. Oh, was he the dude that
But anyway,
was he the dude that was like cheating on his wife? And he was like harassing the mistress, and like she ended up killing herself by setting herself on fire. Is that the lady you're talking about? Yep. Okay.
Like, definitely not down with the olds. Okay, but
I have no problem with old people. She's gonna be 85.
It's so freaking absurd. Like, oh, I think no. I don't think he lost. I think he decided to not run for re-election, right?
The SEC, like, why are we? I think this. Wait, well, I don't know.
No, I'm out of chocolates. No.
I mean, shouldn't we talk more about some?
Jumping turtle. It's fun to talk about it. It's not really fun to talk about it because everybody gets very mad no matter what your opinion is about it. It's a lot of high emotions about a state that almost nobody lives in or has been to. The commenters are very passionate about it.
There are people who I greatly respect who are in Maine who are like, this is the candidate, Graham Plattner, and I'm like. Maybe they're right. You know, I don't have a feeling
Sadly,
about this
it's
race.
A very important race, and that is, I guess, why.
Yeah, and then I followed up
Sadly,
my
we wouldn't even talk about this if this was a primary.
My monologue
whatever,
about
who cares?
my hope for Tallarico being able to, if he can flip Texas, which I think he has a chance.
Just also, like in 2020.
Not certain, obviously. I'd give him like a 30% chance, but
won by by 10 points against.
And if Graham Plattner flips Maine, that should put the Senate back to 50-50, I think.
We're way over, but I have a final thing I want to leave you with, not about Graham Plattner. There was an investigation.
Keep up. They lost to, I think, Brandon Herrera. He didn't get 50%, didn't get first in the primary,
they wanted to jail Tim
and would have
Walz
likely
and
lost
Jacob
in the
Frey. They
runoff,
wanted to
so
jail
by
Jim
all
Comey.
accounts, he
They wanted
lost.
to jail
Okay.
Tish James. They wanted to jail the sandwich guy. They're struggling to jail their political foes. Another people thing that they wanted to
I hate
jail
how
was Joe Biden and the auto pen
like,
and anyone who worked alongside the auto pen.
There's just like no
that
shame, no self-accountability, no embarrassment.
If you can talk
like,
about if you're concerned at all, if you're concerned having been
I honestly don't get how people can just like
are you shaking in your boots
do things like this and then just like truck through it and keep doing like press conferences and rallies and sit there and pretend like that the people in the crowd have no idea what he did. Like, I don't.
The most important aspect of this,
Man,
which I told the House Oversight
people's
Committee,
minds are
they
weird.
asked me about it last summer, is every time I authorize the use of the auto pen and any kind of decision, I had a memo signed off by the president for that. Now, my suspicion.
You're supposed to click like.
Since
Come on.
the only president I'm familiar with who
I don't know.
has denied.
I've never watched someone live on TikTok. I don't know how it works.
That an auto pen was just used for. Was Donald Trump himself last
There's no like
spring.
thumbs up or.
There was a tariff action that was taken, and it was taken at like Friday at 5. Auto pen went used. I assume it was an auto pen and not a signature. It'd be more worrying if it was his actual signature, and he couldn't remember he did it. Like,
it didn't count.
And he
didn't he also do this with the
pardon?
With the pardon of the crypto guy, I think, too.
Yeah,
similarly.
yes, he did do
Said he didn't remember that.
Oh, you can send me money.
There was an actual auto pen used for this, or a signature for this, and so my suspicion is that it occurred to the people, the actual prosecutors, that the only person that we know in America has had auto pen use without their awareness as president was Donald J. Trump. So I have not been quaking in my boots because I would feel perfectly happy to make that case to anyone in America, and there's no aspect of what I did as staff secretary or anything in which I acted in any way without the president's full knowledge. And we actually talk to the president about things we do and stuff like that. So I never, I've never quaked in my boots on this.
So you think that you and the pen will continue to walk free?
Oh my gosh. I hope you're running out of.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I feel like I feel like it's almost
I don't know,
good,
maybe Google it.
honestly, because there's all these crazy, wacky conspiracy theories, and I
Okay.
kind of think, honestly, it's actually better when they're DOJ. Now I'm gonna like induce them to
Frickin'
prosecute me, but
stupid
I feel like
children.
when their DOJ is like, we can't
Referring to
find
the cats.
evidence.
Dude, no. Why? Do you have to step
for
on the
likes
surge
of Scott
protector?
Jennings.
Near a tanded free
Like,
woman, they
we
can't
got
get
4
you,
cats,
baby. They
and there's
can't
one of
get
them.
you.
I don't know how he does it, but
They're
every
struggling
time
on
he
their
walks
effort
on
for
something with
political
a button,
revenge. I appreciate
he
you
steps
very
on
much.
that button.
Thanks for being on the show.
The soundbar.
We're gonna take people out.
I will murder both of
our
you.
internal production team whether or not to do this, and we're gonna take people out.
Get out
with
here.
just a
Get out
little bit of
here.
my favorite line from Corey Lewandowski, no longer a member of the administration. We'll see everybody on Monday. Bye.
Hey, this message is from Mickey.
Ugh.
Mickey, your daddy, Papa Dickie, reached out to me and told me that you're toilet training.
Oh man,
You must be a
I
very
got another
special
stupid
little
cat.
boy.
For
But
some
I
reason,
hear
like
that you're
at
starting
least
to use
once
the
a day,
big boy toilet.
he like
So,
he just cannot
congratulations, and you're doing a
overcome
great
his
job
prey
with your
drive,
poopies.
and he doesn't want to play with
Congratulations.
toys,
I know your mom is gonna be
so
so
he'll
happy for
stalk
you,
one of the other
And
cats.
I want to thank you in advance for being a Donald Trump supporter when you get older. All the best from your daddy, Papa Dickie.
Ba-na-ba-ba-na-ba. Multi-guest, what the heck is this? I think my wife is clicking things.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, Donald Trump fires Kristi Noem like a dog. Who she shot. We'll dig into the congressional hearings that finally brought her down and talk about why Pam Bondi will be in the hot seat next. We'll also discuss the latest with Trump's war in Iran and why some Democrats aren't
Go
ruling
live
out
to get.
funding
Oh
it.
no.
Then Dan talks to our friend Jonathan Martin, senior political columnist at Politico, about
I don't think she
Tuesday
meant to
night's
click that.
primary results and Republican strategy heading into the midterms. And finally, I'll tell you why RFK Jr. can take this delicious,
Oh, she found it.
oversized vat of caffeine
Yay.
and chemicals out of my cold, dead hands.
I got a lot of questions for you on this topic. Just be prepared.
I'm ready with answers, Dan.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
This is my second Dunkin' coffee of the day. I did this just for the prop. This is a prop.
Just note that
But
every
also for
morning,
me.
every morning through some format, John complains about how little sleep he gets. I'm sure these two things are unrelated. Let's go on.
Okay, sure. Anyway, before we go on, please consider becoming a subscriber if you're not already, so that you don't miss out on all the grade A content we're churning
there's
out
that. Okay.
for our friends of the pod. Subscribers get our new excellent episode of Pod Save America now, called Pod Save America Only Friends. Other subscriber-only shows like Polar Coaster with Dan Pfeiffer. Dan, what did you guys talk about this week?
Caroline and I did a deep dive on the primaries this past week, especially on Texas and what it means to the Democratic Party going forward. And we looked at the public opinion on Iran and what it tells us about where politics may be going in a time of war.
Awesome. So check out, you can get Polar Coaster with Dan Pfeiffer. You also get access to our growing excellent list of Substack newsletters like Pod Save America Open Tabs. Also subscribe to MessageBox.
Yes, what you can do.
YesWeDan.
For 20% off.
What?
Special deal for Pod Save America listeners. The many of you who listen to this podcast every week, but if you have to subscribe to MessageBox, crooked.com/YesWeDan, 20% off.
There you go. And
The next
if you become a
task
Friends
is
of the
go
Pod
live on
subscriber,
one day.
You also get ad-free
I think
episodes.
I already did that.
Skip all the ads. Well, now
This
you don't
is
have to
not-
skip them because they won't even be
Huh.
in your feed.
It's weird.
Of all your favorite
well,
Crooked
whatever.
Pods, including this one. And if you become a subscriber, you get to feel good about supporting one of the greatest independent pro-democracy media outlets in the world. How's that?
Who could fact check that?
No one. No, we don't employ fact checkers, so that's great. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We all do the fact checking. Anyway, head to crooked.com/friends and please subscribe today. All right. Let's start with the big news of the moment.
Oh, I got 2 likes.
Kristi Noem has
Did I?
been deported
Is that
from
what the
the
hearts
Department
are?
of Homeland
Who knows?
Security, along with her top advisor
I don't know. I'm just
and
winging it.
reported fuck buddy, Corey Lewandowski.
Oh man!
Trump announced that he's nominating
Oh my
Oklahoma
God,
Senator
these
Mark Wayne Mullen.
Dude,
former
These
MMA
Republicans
fighter,
are just
to replace
goddamn
her,
clown
and then Noem
show,
will
man.
Become, quote, special envoy
I
for the
don't
Shield
understand
of the
how
Americas, our new
they just kept
security
pushing
initiative in the Western
pushing the
Hemisphere
limits and
we are
pushing the
announcing
limits,
on
and no one
Saturday in Doral, Florida.
no one pushed back. So they
I
just
thank
kept going
Christie
and
for her
going.
service at, in quotations, homeland. If you're wondering what finally led to Noem's firing,
No.
let's start with a fun compilation from her dual appearances before the Senate and House Judiciary Committees this week.
Have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked
I've
that
never
we're
had
going
sex
down
with that
and
woman.
peddling tabloid garbage.
I know you said it's garbage, and it may be, but I really think you need to say the word no into the record so that you can clear that up.
I think the ridiculousness of this and the tabloids that you are quoting and referencing are insane. And this has been
So that's a no?
something that I've refuted
Is
for
that a no?
years, and I continue to do that.
So it's a
But I
no.
would we used a 737. I've been on it once, but it is being used by other administration officials, and it is used for command and control flights.
What kind of deportee justifies being flown out of the country in a luxury jet with a bedroom and accommodations like this?
There's our tax dollars.
A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson.
Is it kind of bad? Like this guy is yelling more about a dog being shot than the fact that our military killed 160 something children in a school in Iran. Kind of shows you what our American government officials think about, brown children.
What they have gone through in the loss of their son, in the loss of their family members.
But
It's
how about
absolutely
specifically
tragic.
calling them
And I
domestic
sent
terrorists
them-
without any evidence of that?
Sir, ma'am, I did not call him a domestic terrorist. I said it appeared to be an incident of.
Of what?
I think the parents saw it for what it was.
I don't know about you, Dan. I think she nailed it.
I mean, just top-notch performance all the way around.
Wow.
Class act.
I mean, we've heard all those clips. We've even talked about them on YouTube, but just every time, it really hits.
So, and that's just, I mean, we would have been here for an hour. We could have played so many more. It was hard to pick.
Yeah.
And yet, of all those, the straw that really broke the camel's back, like the one that you probably
Was
shot
Corey
also,
Lewandowski. But
was this exchange with Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, Republican senator.
Oh
play.
my God, freaking Colonel Sanders over here.
Concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently.
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message
he's
out
funny.
to the country and
You know,
to other
if-
countries
here's
where
the-
we were seeing
here's my-
invasion
like,
come
my
from.
opinion, like,
that has been extremely
if-
effective.
Ask you
If he wasn't so supportive
We had that
of
conversation,
abhorrent
yes, before.
policies,
I was, put in this position and sworn in
then
and
I would
confirmed,
actually
and
agree
since
with
then
you
as well.
because some of his little quips are pretty clever,
Did you bid
entertaining.
out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to
But
a
the fact
competitive
that
bid, and career
his
officials at the department
policy
chose
voting is
who
like I
would,
can't.
do those advertising commercials.
I'll never give him the
My
pleasure at
research
laughing at anything he
shows
says.
that you did not bid them out,
A
but
disgusting human being.
You pick, in fact, one of the people you picked, the strategy group, I'm sorry, Safe America Media was a company formed
He's
11 days before
He's a MAGA
picked them.
Trump
And
collaborator, you know?
the strategy group
Like I
got
can't.
most of the money and
I'm not going to give him credit
the
for
head
that.
of that
Shit, I keep forgetting
is-
what I need to make. Damn it.
married to your former spokesperson.
That would be Trisha McLaughlin, who we have spoken about before on this program.
Once or twice.
And maybe I've tweeted about a few times as well. That's her husband, who got the contract. Sorry, the subcontract. Because the real because he had no connection.
You know, I think
to the firm
if there was
that
an
got the real
opportunity to do a
because that firm
Thanos
was
snap,
created just 11 days before it
I
got the
don't think
contract in
I
what
would
was,
do
I'm sure,
50-50.
a competitive bidding process.
I think I would
usually
do
the government money to recently
I would
formed
do
shell
like
corporations.
75% of everyone over the age
Now,
of
if
50
you happen to
is
miss,
where I would go with
These
it.
ads that Kristi Noem used $220 million of your your hard-earned tax dollars to create an heir.
Hey, and that would immediately solve our Social Security problem.
Why do I love these wide open spaces? They remind me of why our forefathers came here. Not just for its beauty, but for the freedom only America provides. I'm Christy Nome.
Logs, nails, straw. Yippee. I don't know where to get straw. Awesome.
I saw that ad many, many times during football games and other sporting events. But just watching it here in this context, it's very clear that it doesn't... Like, the whole point was to tell people to self-support. Like, that was the idea of them. I don't think there's a lot of evidence that television advertising is a good way to convince people to do that. But even this ad does not actually tell them to do that.
No.
Oh, is it actually?
It's a political ad for her.
In her home state, where she wants to probably, maybe, reportedly run for Senate in front of Mount Rushmore on a fucking horse, who she probably then shot. So, I don't know if everyone caught the moment in her exchange with Senator Kennedy, who could use some caffeine himself. It was a little slow. Where that really ended it for her, which is when he was like, oh, did you talk to Trump about these ads? And she said yes. And he's like, oh, Trump approved these ads? She said yes. So apparently Trump did not, or at least Trump says he did not approve these ads. And when Trump heard about that from Senator Kennedy, who then called him and asked him if what Kristi Noem had said was correct, and Trump said no, and then Trump got so angry that he called Reuters and told them, I never knew anything about this. And then today, Thursday, that was it. That was it for Kristi Noem. Are you surprised that this is what finally did her in, after all that we've talked about everything that Kristi Noem has fucked up in her tenure as Homeland Security Secretary?
In a normal country with a normal president, the murder of and smearing of to American citizens by the Department of Homeland Security would be the fireable offense.
Yeah, the kidnappings, rendering people to a foreign torture dungeon.
Just incompetence.
You ever wonder, like,
all over the place.
in like 5-10 years from now, if we actually get like a serious,
complete shit show,
you know, Congress and administration,
it is corruption and graft that does not involve him. And so that is
investigative law enforcement.
I did YouTube rap response on this
and
after the Senate hearing.
DOJ.
And Kennedy does
how many
Walker into
deaths
the
we're going to find from either like
she kind of like
ICE abuse and or neglect?
Say yes, and then he follows up and asks, and then when she kind of sort of says yes the next time, then he's like, "Oh, really? I find that surprising. I can't imagine the president or Russ Vought, the head of OMB, signing off on $200 million of ads to improve your name ID." And like in that moment, it felt like her days were probably always numbered, but particularly numbered there because everyone can see the trap happening, and she walked right into it.
Yeah, and it's not only corruption that doesn't involve him. It's
no, the times functional American Congress have long since been over. It's about whoever can get the most agenda passed regardless of cost.
Right? Like,
so
he's in those ads in a way that seems,
I have a little bit of hope.
He's second fiddle. On he's not the top of the.
And the reason I do,
like, say she was lying,
is because of the success that I've seen.
The ads pissed him off.
Keep thinking the camera's over there, but
what you do
the success that I've seen of the actual like progressive
say,
candidates,
no, I just did that on my
the ones that are,
and then he probably
you know, like the Graham Plattners,
because he doesn't mind
the Zoran Mamdanis. I know he's not running for Congress, but I mean people like that, you know.
Point the finger at him. That's like that is the only rule in the
and
Trump world. You do not
just seeing
Donald
how
Trump for anything. Donald Trump is
there was
perfect
a
in every way.
one of the Texas House districts.
But the thing with Kristi Noem is, and it's really this is the key to
a pastor ran for that, and he got elected.
Like she didn't mean to. She didn't like think she was
it was a heavily Democratic seat, but it was his first time running. And like there was video of him on like October 8th, you know, after the Hamas attack, talking about like he was giving a sermon in his church, and he was talking about the years of oppression that has been brought upon, you know, the Palestinians at the hands of Israel and the IDF, and he won that seat. So that's what gives me a little bit of hope, is that there are like genuinely good people that are
not seeing what's happening, but
going that they're running with the intent of trying to make things better, you know, and they're winning despite their opponents outspending them like 2-to-1, you know.
And there's been a lot of like blowback to this in some places online. Like, is she being shamed? You're like, does her personal life matter? But here's the thing, and this is
it's a fucking. She's sleeping with a subordinate. Of course, your personal life matters in that situation. It matters for anyone in any job.
And it's not like he was a subordinate and then they just fell into love through the shared passion for mass deportation. He was her boyfriend. She hired him at taxpayer dollars, gave him an incredibly sketchy job that allowed him
and a gun.
And a gun.
Well, wait, why do I have a right? The sword?
I thought he just got the badge.
Oh,
I need to get rid of that.
There, but anyway.
Okay, either way. But gives him this incredibly sketchy job that allows him to circumvent all ethics and security clearances or all of his ethics requirements. And
you need to upgrade.
Gives him full run of the entire
to brandish his gun on the back of the plane.
Are you using air quotes for gun?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I meant penis.
A lot of. Good stuff. And so it's like it is quite relevant here. Like he had basically all the reporting shows he basically was running the department, making all the decisions. Everything came through him.
Some of the reporting now, since the firing was announced, points out that yes, the hearings were like the final straw, but they said according. Well, this is what the White House is trying to say now.
Slow.
But that, like, Trump started souring on her around the Preddy and Good killings and her going out and calling them domestic terrorists. Not because Trump thinks that she was wrong to do that, but that it caused the White House all this trouble and all this political trouble and all the stories about the corruption and the Lewandowski affair apparently.
I do like that Brand has won his race.
Read about in the Wall Street Journal.
It does give me some hope that also on the right-wing side,
a number of things
that more constitutionally oriented people will be elected despite my own disagreements with his views. What's his name? What did you say his name was?
We're going to be like, well,
Brandon Herrera. Let me check this guy out.
That led up to
I don't know anything about him.
Does that gets her fired if that happens.
I'm intrigued.
So, Markwayne Mullin, Oklahoma senator, who, by the way,
make sure I don't have
after Alex Preddy was murdered, said that he was there to cause,
maximum violence.
That he was there to cause maximum violence or terrorism or whatever. He
Let's
said
see.
Very similar to what Noam said and Miller. Do you think he gets confirmed pretty easily?
Where is his?
How would you advise Democrats
campaign
to handle
page?
This confirmation hearing?
I presume it's not going to be hard to get 50 Republicans to vote for him. Maybe they're going to
John Fetterman, who already
he's a YouTuber, or this guy.
Which means if she wants it,
okay,
to take a pass on this and separate herself from it, even though that's not going to solve her political problems on ice.
He can shove guns in whatever orifice he wants to for himself, as long as he's not a Trump cuck.
Confirmed a Fox News host to be the head of the Pentagon.
I don't find it possible for any Republican in Congress
dead bear in the back of his car,
to go in there and
so
basically on their own, except for Thomas Massey, stand up and say, "No, I'm not going to go along with whatever you say just because."
There are high-profile confirmation hearings.
He has a legit opposite opinion on guns as you, but is a hard constitutionalist on many issues, even when it goes against the Republican agenda.
And everything Trump is doing and the problems.
Yeah, I mean, just like Charlie Kirk said, I mean, a few children's deaths are worth gun rights, so I can understand why he would think that.
Residents who have been detained, some cases for
totally
weeks
worth it.
at a time.
That's just a small price to pay,
surveillance techniques and the facial recognition used to track.
He's got a point, right?
Like that. Like, use it. Here's a chance to raise the salience of something that we should.
I mean, what is America if not our love for killing children?
Named John Fetterman should vote against this person because here's the one thing I can
like
promise you.
assault rifles,
two fucks about
bombs,
because you used to slowly work out next to this person on the treadmill at the Senate gym.
Who knows?
Which is how we ended up. Marco Rubio ended up getting 99 votes. There's just no way that you're gonna feel good 1 month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now for
I need to find
Donald Trump's DHS secretary.
100%. Maybe it's on his Wikipedia.
I mean, it is absolutely insane to vote for this man.
And I assume I've heard I would be shocked if anyone other than John Fetterman voted for him. Honestly.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I would be like, I think you could see Collins and Murkowski perhaps not vote for him as well. But like even someone like Tillis who really doesn't like.
What's going on here? No, I don't want a combo. No, why'd you do that?
This is in his eyes an improvement. He got what he wanted.
But
no thanks. I don't want to
split.
With
you that's
Get out of here.
Focus. I would also like focus on.
Why did it do that?
1 or 2 issues. I would try not to do like a whole smorgasbord of things with Mullen. Like you want a story coming out of that. Like I would focus on the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and it as a way to talk about sort of the constitutional rights.
So both his parents are military veterans. Is he
being violated by ICE and people and the violence?
I mean, he's such a
and the horrible conditions. Like I would try to
narrow
down on that and you know
collaborated with this douche nozzle
on both things that
Kyle Rittenhouse, Mr.
from us and that hasn't been forward.
I purchased an AR, brought it across state lines, but totally had no intention of being antagonistic.
But also like
Rittenhouse.
Put him on record making promises that he will, then break. But
see, this is why I'm telling you, like, I'm going to say it constantly, and I know it's never going to happen.
Or he'll uphold certain rights.
But there needs to be some sort of legal argument where
from people
someone, like for example, the gerrymander thing, where the opposing party should say, prove to me that it won't do that. Like, prove to me that it's not. Like,
better person than Noam, or
hate it.
To have like a
prove to me that your gerrymander will not.
But I do wonder
just use a penalty clause.
They will use the transition and the
like this Kyle Rittenhouse guy. Like
there's a new secretary to do some window dressing on DHS
like,
to try to make it seem like Mullen is.
I mean,
the ship.
I get it
but
because
like, do you expect DHS?
You can't charge someone for a thought crime, So like, regardless of what his intentions were, I understand that it would be ridiculous to charge somebody with intent when you have no proof of that intent. But there's just like so much like so many like the fucking duh about it,
I think that it will be a.
Like he purchased an AK on his way to a Black Lives Matter protest.
Because it won't have Kristi Noem at the top, but it will not be a better department in the way in which we want it to be.
I don't know. It feels obvious to me, and like he was antagonistic with protesters,
Doesn't really understand why Kristi Noem failed so bad. Like, yes, she was a particularly.
And what the dude he shot had a skateboard or something? Is that what it was?
And he picked
her. Or did the other guy have a gun too? I don't remember.
He's making the same mistake with Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne Mullen ran a plumbing business before he entered politics, which is totally fine. Like, we probably want more plumbers in Congress, but he has no actual
libertarian leaning. Okay, so he's a child.
He's not even on the committee.
He was shot at first before he started running.
Senate. And he also doesn't
makes him like the rest of the
Was he aiming his weapon at the other people, at the other person when they shot at him?
Either, right? And
like, was he flagging people?
Beast of a department to manage.
Like, I don't think I don't think you were in the military, but you should know what flagging means.
Maybe it'll turn out better this time, but
because like, if someone's irresponsible with their weapon like that, especially a rifle, he was in the parking lot, but was he flagging people? You know what I mean?
Mark Wayne Mullen.
And J.D. Vance, also.
And J.D. Vance, right.
Yep.
I mean, he didn't really have a boss
like,
anyway. Because
if someone's walking around, and even if they have no intent of firing, and they're just being irresponsible, not paying attention, and the way they're moving the weapon points the weapon at me, like, I'm going to be scared for my life.
Probably not. Passive security relies
he was in between cars at the low
ready. Real security works even when you're listening to Pod Save America. Traditional security systems only act after someone has already broken in. That's too late.
On the plus side, AIPAC doesn't like him, but that probably means he's white supremacist. To be honest with you.
Comes with no long-term contract. They earn your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied. They are so confident in the protection they
a Republican that AIPAC does not like, my gut is telling me he's like
they have 20 years of experience
a white supremacist on some level. That's what my gut's telling me.
By US News and World Report,
and the fact that he's a libertarian means he's
customer satisfaction scores to prove
he is a he is a political toddler.
A high customer service score. Because
libertarian leaning,
yeah. The app was great, really easy to set up, really easy to use.
No, I don't want to pay taxes. You can't make me.
/crooked. That's SimpliSafe.
That's libertarians.
/crooked. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Pod Save America.
I shouldn't have to pay taxes. I shouldn't have to help the community.
Built is the loyalty program for renters that rewards you monthly with points and exclusive
I shouldn't be responsible for stupid things I do.
With Built, every rent payment earns you points that can be used
I should be.
flights, hotels,
the other
Lyft
person
rides,
should be responsible for being stupid.
So much more. And here's something to get really excited about. Now, Built members can earn points on mortgage payments for the first time. That means you can get rewarded wherever you live and unlock exclusive benefits from more than 45,000 restaurants, fitness studios, pharmacies, and other neighborhood partners.
I keep trying to.
Personally,
my intent was to come here and see if I could
there's
find
great
his
options like fitness classes. They've got a travel portal if you want to go on a vacation.
His
You can just
campaign
pick up stuff
website.
on Amazon. You can get Lyft rides. There's also gift cards.
I didn't see it on the
to tons and
Google
tons of
search.
brands, so there's a ton of options. It's simple. Paying rent is better with Built, and right now, owning a home can be better with Built too.
He referred to the MP40.
Join the loyalty program for renters
Submachine
at
Gun as the
joinbuilt.com/crooked.
original Ghetto Blaster. Ah, classy, classy. Classy.
Make sure to use our URL so they know we sent you.
So, Kristi Noem getting shit canned only briefly stole the spotlight from the biggest story.
So this is the guy
right
that gives
now,
you hope on the
Trump's
right
new war in
side?
the Middle East,
This guy?
which has become a global crisis that spread all the way from the Indian Ocean, where the U.S. sunk an Iranian Navy ship near India.
A libertarian-leaning,
where NATO forces shot down
right-wing
Iranian
candidate.
missile. More than 1,300 people have died
that
so far,
features Nazi
mostly in
and
Iran,
Holocaust
but also in Lebanon,
memorabilia, not
Israel,
memorabilia, but
and all the other Gulf
images
nations that have been hit.
in his videos.
Missiles have rained down on not just military targets, but embassies, airports, hotels, hospitals.
Interesting,
schools,
interesting.
Travel and commerce.
But I mean, at least he's not Democrat, right?
Oil prices
At least he's not Democrat. He must be, because I'm sure a Democrat would be so much worse than a Nazi sympathizing libertarian.
6 American soldiers
You know?
died in a war for which Trump and Republicans have offered no
Dude,
time
I don't know
limit,
what it's gonna take
no price tag,
to
no exit
to
plan,
convince you to
and
get
no
away
coherent
from the
answers about
ledge.
what the goals are,
Because like
why we
it's like
attacked,
I feel
or
like
even
you're always like
whether
one
the war
foot
is
ready. You're
actually
ready to
a
jump
war.
back into that right wing.
Let's
Like
listen to the cascade of
you're
bullshit,
just you're
from
looking
the
for it.
administration
You're like,
from the Republicans
come on, someone.
just the last few days.
Like, dude, there is no one on the right wing that is not a corrupt Trump supporter with white supremacist, you know, I don't want to say ideologies, but I don't know what the term I'm looking for, but proclivities. Considering he has done many videos, oh yeah, I'm sure, just jokes, because they're just jokes, right? Because that's what normal people do. They joke. They joke about being
we didn't do it first, they would have done
they joke about, you know, being cozy with you know, with mass murderers, because that's what normal people do. That's, you know, absolutely. Like, but hey, you know what? We have to call it a joke, because if we don't, that means the left-wing lunatics are just trying to cancel him. Right? Am I right? Am I right?
And then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that could happen.
So, clear as day. We attacked Iran because
But
Israel
to be
was going
fair,
to attack Iran, but also
to be
because
fair,
Iran was going to attack Israel, but
I will
also
say
because Iran was
on
going to attack us, but
on
also
an
we're
ethical
not at
level,
war, but also the war is going well, but also we may just end
dude,
up with an Iranian
this sucks because
regime that's
the
even
only
worse than
difference
before.
between these two
That all makes sense to you,
is
Dan?
that we know of.
How you feeling about all this?
Brandon Herrera has not resulted in somebody killing themselves because of
like in some ways it's not surprising
because of his manipulation.
Has never read a
That's like the
briefing,
only
paid
thing he
attention
has
to
up on him.
briefing, has any sense of
Like,
world history,
how bad is
military
that?
strategy, the Middle East would get this wrong at every opportunity. Like, he's a knucklehead, we know that. But the fact that no one else in the administration,
if creating a parody
Marco
video
Rubio,
is a crime, then oh
Peg
well.
Seth, I was going to say the National Security Advisor, but that's also Marco Rubio, can explain why
he's also been a member of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, a neo-Confederate organization
victory looks like.
that promotes loss. Oh, cool! So he actually is a racist.
It's
Awesome.
not that they lack a message. It's
Because, you know,
there's no plan.
it's all about heritage. Am I right?
The military had a plan.
You know those 4 years
clearly done
where
that quite
the 4
successfully,
years they
but
existed.
that's the full extent of the plan. There is no actual idea. Like, it really is. One day it's regime change. The
Like,
next
I
day
have
it's
had knee pain
Today,
longer
Donald
than the
Trump told
Confederate
Axios that he
army
wanted to
existed.
have a hand in picking the next
And
Ayatollah.
they're seriously heritage, really?
And he does not
Really?
like the leading candidate right now. So
we need we need a great Ayatollah. I'm gonna have the best Ayatollah in there.
Okay, let's see. Another video covering historical weapons in the Rhodesian Bush War.
He wants an Iranian Delsi. Is basically what he's saying.
Featured the flag Rhodesia. So in his video, a symbol used by white nationalists. Cool. Cool.
We're not in charge there.
White power, am I right?
We don't have control of it. Like what? And then
I don't think they're going to take our advice after we are raining down.
Just take the leap, dude. Come on, Liberty. Just take the leap. I know you got 1 foot off the edge. You're ready.
The Kurds.
You are so ready.
We're telling people to do. Like, there's just no plan, and it really was always the nightmare scenario with Trump as president. Was that he would just stumble ass backwards into war.
I believe that you're smart enough to see
and also just for what it's worth,
the difference between
he had a feeling they were going to attack us.
A candidate like this who does
you gotta trust instinct on these things.
Racist and bigoted parodies.
But it is a lie bigger than any of the lies told by George W. Bush.
Come on, man.
Dick Cheney, Donald Trump.
I know you're smart enough to tell the difference.
The last Iraq War. It's just
what do you expect? Is this how low the bar is? Seriously,
no idea what the fuck
the bar is so low
in the Middle East
that you are excusing a person
having troops die
that has made multiple
to be charitable
to
the administration,
multiple incidences of him, being a white supremacist of some kind.
Explanation was given by Rubio at one point.
Yes,
he's sort of gone.
And that's the guy that gives you hope? Come on, man.
Right, yeah, he's tried out a few different rationales as well. But basically, he's saying, okay, so we know that Iran wanted to develop a nuclear weapon. Of course, we obliterated their nuclear sites, but not really. They've already tried to rebuild at one point.
I don't see his.
2 weeks away. That's crazy. That's a lie.
I don't even feel like looking for it. There's references.
So that's shifting, whatever. But anyway, let's say Iran.
There's references in there.
A nuclear weapon. So then Rubio says, well, if they want to build a nuclear weapon, they're also
another thing.
All of these,
you said, creating a parody video is a crime. And
so
no, because
basically can put up a shield
I'm not a free speech absolutist.
So no one can attack them for trying to build a nuclear
and I don't
weapon.
think that somebody should be charged with a crime for hate speech. I don't think they should be charged with a crime for making bigoted comments or even insinuations.
So, and that is
not at all.
Charitable
but what I don't like is that there is no more pushback whatsoever. This should be socially unacceptable. These people are being rewarded for displaying these points of view.
And potentially other NATO allies or other countries around the world from attacking, which we already did once before.
Oh my God! Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back.
Sites. So what the fuck are you talking about? And if that is the rationale, then when do we know? When do we know that we have destroyed enough missiles?
Oh my God!
What about a country of 90 million?
But that's
people,
not that's not even the only thing.
Most of the regime, except for the dozen or so senior leaders that we've killed already, is still intact.
And think about this. Think about this, right?
What's the plan there? And look, I saw in
here's okay. Ignore that.
There was an
if the Jewish Insider wrote that report, then
if there's a new regime, great. If not,
I agree that there's probably some ridiculous slant to it that takes out of proportion. I've seen them do this with pro-Palestinians who actually aren't bigoted, aren't anti-Semitic. I've seen them do that. So, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. However, I want you to think about this. A libertarian
that's what we want.
Should be more against an authoritarian government than the Democratic Party should. By all accounts, a libertarian political ideology is supposed to be more in opposition to what this administration is doing than
through September of this year. But anyway,
they should hate what's going on more than the Democrats should.
And then Trump declares victory. We're done. We did it. We we obliterated their nuclear sites. We got rid of all of their ballistic missiles, or we got rid of enough of them, and then we're gone.
He doesn't do that.
We win. And the bet then is that the chaos and the killing and the repression and everything else we unleash in the Middle East because of this just won't be the focus of our attention anymore once the bombing stops. That seems like that's his bet.
Okay,
that is a potential
where's that statement again?
Political solution to a problem that's much bigger than politics. Think about what you've unleashed in the Middle East under all those scenarios.
Well, and also Trump's probably I won't be around by the time it bites us in the ass again. I'll be out of office.
I can't. I apologize. I can't remember who said this. I heard someone say that it was a Middle East scholar or some kind of saying that like there are whole generations of Iranians who were coming up who wanted a more modern Iran.
Who's the owner of this?
Really didn't have antipathy towards the United States. Right. That was from a different generation, and now they all will because we've been blowing up their homes for 5 days now.
We bombed a school, a girls' school. We killed 175 people, mostly little girls. Originally, thought maybe it was an Israeli missile.
Who owns
New York
this?
Times just has a new piece, put it together, and think that in all likelihood, it was a U.S. attack that did it. So that's something that we did. Medical centers, hospitals bombed, just killing people left and right. And then also the destruction that's happened in all these other Gulf countries. For what? For what? Because
no one can answer that question.
We killed the 86-year-old supreme leader, who may now be replaced by his son, even though Trump doesn't like the son. Maybe they'll kill the son. Who knows? Then there'll be someone.
Okay,
else.
so this intelligencer is owned by Vox Media.
And kill these people into submission.
And
that is going
I
to
don't think
create
Vox is
a Middle East. Is just it's fucking insane and not borne out by any evidence throughout any.
I don't think they're known as a
they can't
illegitimate
answer,
source.
Like, 2 follow-up questions on this, where it's like,
not
we
that
want
I'm
regime
aware
change.
of.
Well, how's that going to happen? Who's going to be in charge? What kind of regime is it going to be? Are we going to do anything to ensure that it's a regime? Is it
The only time
democracy?
I've ever heard
Trump
anyone
did
be
say
critical of Vox
there was,
Media
19
is when
phone calls from
they
reporters who happened to call
post
him
something or
that
when
he
they
wanted freedom for the
report on
Iranian
something
people,
that the Trump
was his
administration has
first thing he
done.
said.
He definitely doesn't want that.
And
he doesn't care about
it's
that
like
for
an
sure.
actual
They are probably
factual
hoping that they can
event,
get
and then they
okay,
try
well,
to say
this,
that
but there's
you know, it's
two factions
Trump
around
derangement
the
syndrome or
regime.
something, you know.
And one is we repress our people at home, and then also we're very aggressive outwardly to the rest of the world, and the other is we have a detente with the rest of the world.
So here's this
and
one.
We still repress the hell out of our people at home,
Yes.
right? And Trump clearly doesn't care about the Iranian people at all.
He had a video where he
clearly
featured.
doesn't care if
So
the violence and repression continues there. What he hopes is that maybe
I don't know if he's
a regime that's corrupt enough to do a deal with
like you
the
don't get
West, with the United States, and they can go on doing whatever.
like
they
he
want
does
to
all
the
these
Iranian
quote
people
unquote
at home.
like
That's his probably best scenario.
I guess
Now,
I
even
don't
that's not
understand
something that you can just fucking
why
plan
you
out.
would
That's
even make
just-
excuses for the guy.
hopefully
Like
that's where everything lands.
why?
We don't know.
This is why I feel
We
like
don't
you
know.
have like 1 foot
On Tuesday's show, we played
like
Trump,
on that ledge ready to
responding
jump
the
back
first American
into
casualties in the war with,
you know
quote,
this current
"That's the way it
Republican
is.
Party at the first
Likely be
opportunity.
more."
You know,
Hegseth was arguably
because
even
like
more callous and offensive on Wednesday.
what
when
is
he
the
scolded
reason
the
for
press,
giving
for hurting the
making
president's
so
political
many
standing
excuses
by reporting on the
and
deaths of American
apologies
troops?
for
Here's what he said,
somebody that
followed
does
by
all this
Caroline
all this
Levitt's
shit?
angry defense of Hegseth during
You
the
know?
briefing.
This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and
Like why?
waterways
Like
without
no
boots on
no
the ground.
politician
We control their fate.
no, like regardless
But
of
when a
party,
few drones get
not a
through,
single
or
politician
tragic things happen,
deserves as
front
much
page
cover
news. I get it, the
and
press only
wiggle
wants to make
room
the president look
as you've
bad,
given this
but
guy.
try for once
None.
to report the reality.
Hegseth was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the secretary
Like, is
said,
that-
Caitlin, and
like,
that's
even-
not what the secretary meant, and you know it. You
Because
know you are being disingenuous. There is not.
you know
we've
for a
never had
fact-
Secretary of Defense.
you
who
know for a
cares
fact
more.
Get through or tragic
that
things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press
he
only
will
wants to make the
always
president look bad.
use.
Yeah, but you know
I don't
the
even know if he
press
used the
does
parody.
use members
You
of
used the parody. I don't know if
The
he
press
did.
does only want to make the president
You
look
know?
bad. That's a fact. Especially,
Like the only quote I saw was that
especially you and especially CNN.
Good for Caitlin Collins.
was that he said he was not a white supremacist.
I don't want to give political advice to the White House
You
here,
know?
but I'm not sure.
Like
the
why?
most
Why?
effective
Why even?
response to Americans
Why
dying in the
even
Middle East
entertain
is going to be
the
think about all the
idea
American soldiers who
of
weren't
supporting
killed,
somebody
which is basically what he wants
that
the press to report.
might
you don't
be a
talk about
white
any of the good
supremacist?
stuff.
You know?
You just talk about
like why? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Or tragic things
I don't get it.
happening. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's sick.
How do
It
they
is-
not see that though?
Like
that
let's
was
say
not-
let's say for the sake of argument, there
off the
is a
cuff.
chance that
Hegseth
he was
reading a
being
statement.
honest about, or
Here's how that is, because to be Trump,
which
to work
not
for
him,
Trump,
let's just say you are right in your assumption that it is a parody, okay?
To view everything.
There is also a possibility that you're wrong.
Is it bad for Donald Trump?
Like, why take that chance? Why?
Disease
there
is
is
so
nothing.
That it even
There's
applies
nothing good that will come of
who
that.
serve under Pete Hegseth. He is the Secretary of Defense, and he can only see the death of troops who died in part because they did a very poor job of planning for this war. Because they were by reports, they were in a
and like, even if
unfortified
even if you discount
as attacks
the report from the Jewish Insider, it was reported by another publication.
We chose when they would be.
That isn't as biased, you know?
It is as something that is bad for Trump, not what's bad for these families, not for the people, the families and young kids.
And this is
here. But what's bad for Donald Trump, and that's all that matters.
This is what the Republican Party has been doing for the last 10 years. They push the limits. They test the limits to see how far they can go. They see how much they can get away with. And then once they see how far they get away with, the base goes along with it. And then they'll push it again, and the base goes along a little bit, and then they push it again. Next thing you know, like, it's like watching your nails grow. You don't notice it after one day, but next thing you know, you wake up, and you're like, ew, gross. You know? The only problem is people that vote for guys like this, they don't look at those dirty nails and say, ooh, gross.
And none of the two that we screamed about last week.
I was going to say, Jared Moskowitz and Josh Gottheimer changed their minds. Good for them.
And
the video includes a montage. Oh, he's goose stepping.
He did.
Awesome.
I haven't seen anything. I just haven't seen it. No, but
because that's normal.
Everyone has the right.
I can't think of any militaries that are known for doing that.
Kudos to them.
But
dude, come on, man.
These aren't the last votes Congress will likely face
at this
in the
point.
War. Trump officials
the
have said
only reason
they're probably going to send what's known as an emergency supplemental.
The only
funding
reason you would have
Congress,
to ignore
AKA give us more
all of these negative aspects of his career
with a B.
is just to be a contrarian. Like that's it.
Approved nearly $1 trillion in defense spending.
It's obviously a parody.
Since Trump took office last year. And if that makes you angry,
why?
Get ready for the lead of this Politico story.
Why support someone that does a parody of that shit?
Quote.
Like, shouldn't we expect our representatives to be better than that? You know, this isn't some random dude, you know, in a trailer park, you know, trying to be funny in front of his family. You know,
this is
an elected official that is going to have a hand in legislation
conducted by a corrupt tin pot dictator.
Like, why?
Who does not have the
why even give him that much rope? Like, why give him that much
the idea
leash?
That we
you know,
would give him funding.
It's counterintuitive
to
me.
For this war, to do that would be to take every last bit of power and influence that the Congress has and to hand it to the president. This is the
earlier you were talking about how what the hell? You were talking about how you don't have hope, right?
Would be to validate every.
This is why.
Criticism, fair and
because people like this are given
Trump was elected. It would be truly
they're given permission
thing to do.
To act this way, and then have a hand in legislation.
Give
Democrats to me that feels unacceptable, and you've heard me complain multiple times about Schumer and Jeffries because of their hypocrisy.
They want to go on the record, although they did talk to the
reporters. Like, I expect every single one, regardless of party,
and maybe they'll change
to be held to the same standard, and that includes this guy.
So maybe they'll come around. But I do think voting for funding.
There is no difference in my mind between this guy's closeted bigotry and Schumer's blatant bigotry. You know, no difference to me.
They have Alyssa Slotkin, which I was surprised about on record, saying she's like, well, you know, I'm thinking about it, but we're in it now. You know, I don't like this war, but we're in it. Some version of that. And I've seen people say, well, you know, during Iraq, a lot of Democrats voted for supplemental funding bills because they wanted to make sure that even though they hated the war and they were opposed to the war in Iraq and they wanted the war in Iraq to end, that you can't just leave the troops in the field without armor or without the funding they need because that puts troops in danger.
Does he actually lack the intellectual capacity
argument a little, you know,
to
the idea that in the Congress.
You know, maybe divert away from those topics just a little bit. You know.
The troops were.
But no, like the fact that he does it repeatedly, whether it's a parody or not, means that whether consciously or subconsciously, there is some fascination he has with those groups.
I get it,
and that's not healthy.
Also, there's a
you know,
bigger point here than
it's
that.
not.
That's what I'm saying. That's
yes.
The bigger point here is like, this is just money to keep bombing Iran, which Donald Trump can stop any second he wants, leaving no troop in the field, leaving no American soldier at risk at all.
But I think there's an even bigger point than that, which is that was an authorized war. Congress, there was a precedent which Congress, President asked for authorization. The Congress gave it to him. They shouldn't have, but they did. It was a war that was a military action approved by the UN Security Council. This war has no legal.
And again, I feel like I have to make this abundantly clear. I don't believe that anyone should be, you know, legally punished for that stuff. But people that do shit like that, they should become a social pariah.
Like we can argue, and
it should be socially unacceptable.
The Senate shouldn't have voted for some of these. But
should be.
These are apples and fucking oranges. These are two different situations. This is a war of choice, and it's not even. They can't even. The whole process is so fucked up that they have to stop themselves from saying the word war, because to do so is to admit to the illegality of what they're doing. The choice should be, if you want money for this war, come try to get authorization for it. We're not going to fund an illegal war that you could end any day you're choosing.
So it's like, you're asking us to, first of all, you got $1 trillion over the last year at the Pentagon. You're now asking us to pony up another $50 billion at a time when people can't afford groceries, a home, their health care, and so that Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu can keep dropping bombs on a country of 90 million people because they think that's how you bring about peace in the Middle East? What the fuck are we talking about? How do you even consider voting for that?
And like,
I believe in
even supporting this guy, like, for the sake of argument, let's say he is not a bigot, he's not a white nationalist. He was just joking about every single.
I hope not. I plan to.
Every single thing he did that was Nazi adjacent.
If they do that,
he will still get into Congress and do everything that Trump wants.
The Democratic leadership,
which means he will work towards disenfranchising voters. He will work towards bombing as many other countries as possible.
We are not going to vote for this for the reasons we just laid out.
You know,
and if people do it, that can happen. You're always going to have members. They have Rand Paul. We have John Fetterman. But if it feels like two voters,
it's frustrating,
the Democratic Party, the Democratic leadership is okay with this, then that is catastrophic, even for the people who voted against it.
Yeah, because it's bad enough if you're like a John Fetterman who supported the war and is going to vote to fund it in as well. I mean, that to me is insane. Anyway,
it's ideological. It's insane, but it's consistently insane.
Yeah, it's coherent. The idea that someone who, like all the rest of the Democrats, have said it's an illegal war that they oppose, that you would say, this illegal war, now that we're in it, I must vote to just fund it with taxpayer dollars. It's also just weak. You know, maybe that's like the least of the problems, but it just makes you look so fucking weak.
I am going to believe that in the end, Alyssa Slotkin is going to vote against this.
Me too. That's why I can't, like, if you just wanted to, if Politico reporter caught you in the hall and you weren't ready to say anything, whatever, that's fine.
I mean, this kind of happened a guy ago.
What's that?
This kind of happened a guy
It's funny, he just said he thought Alyssa Slotkin was going to vote against that War Powers Act. Or for it, I mean.
Half of the funding would have to come
she
from
totally didn't.
The other
she was one of the.
Because we're not paying. But
wait, no, was she?
The other countries in the Gulf didn't ask for this fucking war either.
Oh, maybe she wasn't one of the four. I might be wrong,
he
actually.
He tweeted that he was definitely not voting for it. So
I saw that.
He clarified.
He might have been right.
No, which is good. But I'm just like, what's everyone doing here? It's a no. It's a no.
So this thing is costing $1 billion a day.
$1 billion.
Oh, dude, like.
This is going that $50 billion.
Another thing that's like so insidious.
Come on.
about what dudes like that do
Squarespace is the all-in-one website platform designed to elevate your online presence and drive your success.
It's just like
Squarespace provides all
it plants seeds, right? Because he doesn't come right out and say it, but he plants those seeds to where he makes people feel like it should be acceptable, and then once people feel like it should be acceptable, they start actually living it out. And when there's any pushback, they feel like they're the victim because they're like, why? This should be acceptable. Like, why am I being targeted? Like, socially, you know? And then they become more extreme, you know? That's what's so insidious.
No hidden fees or add-ons required. Every Squarespace domain comes with advanced privacy and security.
And that's absolutely the intent.
Your domains remain online and protected. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/crooked to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/crooked.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Quince. A thoughtfully built wardrobe comes down to pieces that mix well and last. That's where Quince shines.
Considering he has opposed several of ISIS's actions and opposed many of the president's actions on top, criticized Israel, he didn't get that Trump endorsement for a reason, despite Trump not liking Tony. Well, I mean,
lightweight cashmere sweaters, short sleeve Mongolian cashmere polos,
you understand that Trump's a narcissist, right? He will never endorse somebody that he thinks is going to lose. He will never endorse somebody if he thinks there's a possibility that person might lose, because what he wants is he wants to, after the election, say, see, I supported that guy, and he won because of me. He won because of Trump. That's what he wants. And
everything is built to hold up to regular wear and still looks good.
If he thought that other dude, the one that tormented that woman into killing herself, would win, he would have endorsed him. He would have been apologetic, been like he would have made it seem like the guy was the victim, for his part in that,
basics like some underwear. Everything
and I believe you know that.
Better prices. Stop
the only reason Trump didn't publicly endorse either of those, if he didn't, I don't know if he did or not, I'll take your word for it,
that's a full year
is because he
available
wasn't sure who was going to win.
Keep settling for clothes
that's
that
it.
don't last. Go to quince.com/crooked for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/crooked.
So obviously, as we said, Hegseth and Noam are doing all the heavy lifting this week when it comes to cabinet members
he endorsed Tony.
Oh,
he did.
Themselves. But Pam Bondi,
oh my
she's
God,
out there saying, "Hey, don't forget about me." Due to popular demand, she'll now be doing an encore performance of last month's congressional testimony. And by popular
dude, seriously,
demand,
ask yourself, do you want to be associated with that party in any form or fashion?
Notably,
and if so, why?
Documents DOJ has reportedly withheld, including those related to unverified claims of sexual misconduct against a minor by
they have no issue with
the New York Times and other outlets also reported on Wednesday that DOJ
with the killing of Americans, whether they're children or protesters.
Trying to build against Joe Biden and his top aides.
They endorse
presidential auto pen.
Sexual abusers of all kinds.
Since federal prosecutors in Janine Pirro's D.C. office couldn't find any
they're
evidence of a crime.
They're
shit.
blatantly trying to disenfranchise voters.
Lindsay Halligan, the Trump defense attorney he appointed to indict
what?
Jim Comey and Tish James after all the other real prosecutors refused.
What is the appeal? Like, what is the appeal that draws you to them, even though they have all of these terrible, abhorrent flaws? That's what I want to know.
Let's start with the subpoena.
Because I genuinely do not understand.
We're getting another round of Bondi hearings.
I was assuming these were closed door depositions.
You think so?
My assumption was this was similar to the Hillary Bill Clinton. Now we'll probably see video of it, but it was similar process.
But what do you think the focus is? Is it just these most recent files that came down, including the Trump stuff? Because
yeah, I think it is why the files haven't been released. I think it's chain of custody on the files. I think now she's going to be in a position where she's also going to ask questions about Ghislaine Maxwell ending up at the country club, the whole process about which they came to be, the release was compelled and what was not. And I think there is something here, and it's sort of a consistent thread between what happened in Nome with John Kennedy. What's happening here to Pam Bondi is I'm not saying Republicans are breaking with Trump. They are not, but they are finding places. They are desperately looking for places to show some measure of independence.
Because it's easier to change from within than to abandon it.
By this was like, they didn't know this was
all
coming.
because leadership
30%. Like forced to make a decision. Which
oh, dude, it's more than 30%, bro.
To make a decision on the spot, but there is
it's so much more than 30%.
To find places.
What percentage of Republican voters
Trump's weakness is,
voted against
now becoming more manifest
the
in how they respond to his cabinet secretaries at least?
Yeah, yeah.
The Langford bill prior to the election, after Trump said that they shouldn't pass it.
Bring an indictment or even a case against Biden, Lindsey Halligan, all the other failures of them trying to indict people, the grand jury failures. Like, on one hand, it'd be fun to see Bondi go the way of
I don't know the
Kristi
exact
Noem.
number, but think
On
of it this
other,
way.
I do think that the fact that her incompetence has led to
there
such
were
an
enough
epic losing streak for Trump's
enough Republican votes
revenge tour that
against that bill.
Maybe we might be better off if he keeps Bondi
to
DOJ.
Yeah, there's no
to
good
turn it
person
down.
He's putting in.
That
He's
is
not
significantly more than this 30% threshold.
Investigations.
Yeah,
Like, that's
I'd rather. I don't want someone more effective.
Yeah, I'm not sure
How
that
many-
any person could effectively do what Trump wants. He's at the end of the day, he's asking. His
How
Attorney
many
General
Republicans
to
in
prosecute
Congress
people for
have you
crimes they
heard
did not commit, in
admit
some cases for things that are not actual
that what
crimes?
Trump tried to do on January 6th was
And, like,
an insurrection?
That's what is stopping it, and the problem is
The
Trump, not the
the
person. Like,
intent
I think
of
she's
stopping
particularly bad at her job.
the counting of the votes, an official
she stays
government
or-
procedure.
who care- like, I
What
don't really care if
percentage?
she stays or goes,
I don't
because
think I've
as we
heard
see with
anyone
this Mark
in the
Mullen
current
situation,
in the
you're just gonna
Republican
get
Party
someone
that's currently in
who
office,
shares Trump's odious
elected
views and
office,
is maybe slightly more effective
admit
at
that.
implementing those odious views.
Right. And
I don't- not even Thomas Massey, I don't think.
Essentially.
But I don't know.
All right. So somehow Tuesday night's
Like,
primaries
I think
already feel like ancient history.
I think the fact that
Thursday afternoon
you had
is where
already
we're
leaned that way.
but we haven't had the chance to talk about the results on this show. In
I think that's
Texas,
creating blinders to
Matt
the
World
reality.
has already started previewing
Because
how they're gonna go
if
after
only
James Tallarico,
30%
who beat
followed
Jonathan
Trump
Crockett.
no matter what,
This includes
he would
resurfacing
not
Tallarico's
have
old tweets. It's always the old tweets that get you.
he would not have made as
about
much progress
Black
as
Lives
he
Matter,
had towards
where he
his
said that racism is a virus
consolidation
that
of
white people
power.
spread everywhere we go. And a video from 2021 on the Texas House floor where Tallarico said God is non-binary. He also talked about how there's technically 6 genders. There's a whole bunch of them, whole bunch of tweets, whole bunch of. What do you make of the attack so far? How do you handle them if you're Tallarico?
They don't actually worry me that much. Every Democrat's going to face some version of this. I think Tallarico's
If you were alive between 2017 and 2021.
It had access to the internet.
Feels
And every Republican has a
Feels
similar
like a lot
set
of Democrats
things.
should just try
And
to take a mulligan on all those.
another
tweets.
thing about the rest of your comment about chunk Republicans here where I live think similarly to me and are beyond annoyed at Trump at the moment. Okay. There is a difference. You have to remember that these are 2 separate categories. You have Trump voters or Republican voters, and you have the elected officials. Those are 2 separate groups.
And that Jubilee debate again. Do things where you're just like the worst thing you can do is
even if
abandon the strategy.
Even if only
Got you
30% of
which was to
registered
be sort of
Republicans
someone who was always available, omnipresent. It's just
are
stick with
pro-Trump.
that. Like,
I'm
he won
telling
this
you,
nomination, but he's still an
if
underdog
there
in
were
the
an
Senate,
election
and
right
so
now,
he's gotta always play.
you know
he's got to embrace risk and do things
as
just
well
like
as
be out
I
there and
do
talk about it. I don't think
that he would
I really don't think it's
receive
that hard because
significantly more than
who's gonna be very
30%
hard
of the
to
vote
paint
from registered
as a
Republicans.
radical if people are
Because
exposed to him,
as
because
bad
he
as he
comes off as
is,
such
there's always that there's
down-to-earth,
always that
common sense, conciliatory
propaganda
person. It
seed
is honestly
that's
the
sitting
advantage
back
Obama
there
always had,
that the
was they were
Democrats
painted
are
as this,
somehow
like,
worse. Always.
radical Muslim who's coming to like implement.
That's what
Sharia
has to
law
be
in your
overcome.
neighborhood. Then you like see him on TV,
You know?
and he just seems like a pretty normal guy. And I think Tallarico has that same asset in this race.
I do think the added challenge Tallarico faces that someone like a Zoran Mamdani, or maybe
This is in Texas,
or a Graham Plattner, right? Doesn't face as much as that he's in Texas and in a smaller state or city or somewhere like that.
Just
you can sort of.
I know I'm
pierce
being like
people's,
frustrated,
perceptions of you by just
aggressive,
meeting in
whatever.
person.
Sure.
And in Texas, you can meet a lot of people in Texas,
but
it's
just
gonna
take
be
some time,
ads,
a
that
little
do
bit
at
of
some
time,
point.
and it's going to be
and like legitimately ask yourself,
social content. I think
Why
a little bit in this race, although he did not win. I think
am I so quick
about our old friend Jason Kander
to
and he was
go back
to paint him as a giant radical
to a party that
Senate race in 2016,
whose elected officials support what's going on? Why?
You can, in Tallarico, I think it's particularly good at finding high-profile ways for people to see him. And I do
like
think
seriously
the way he
find
talks
out
about
why.
his faith is inoculation against some of these attacks.
I also think him saying, which he does quite often, that what most people care about is making a living, trying to afford things, and the right uses these attacks to divide us. I think that is both true and the right political
like
message.
I guarantee you at some point in the past if you
say, oh well, I'm not going to
if you think there at some point in the past you've spent significant time
because I think,
around someone,
and I think we've learned this over the last
that
several
truly
years,
believed
there has to, and however you
that
describe,
no matter how bad a Republican was, no matter what crimes they committed,
or
no matter what rhetoric they spewed, no matter what policies they signed,
and he should do it
approved,
but like you still
that they were always going to be better than any Democrat
on this kind of stuff.
Guarantee it.
You should do it on your terms and not only lean on people.
You changed categories. Yes, I did change categories. I was hoping to.
While true,
well, thanks for joining. I'm streaming on TikTok now, by the way. Also, I wonder where you were. Oh, like you couldn't.
State in particular, but
you don't have me. You're following me, right? I should pop up on the
acceptability culturally.
on the side if you're following me, regardless of what category I'm on.
If someone I would, trust, someone, just like there is a level at which are they like me? Can I relate to them? And if you ignore the critiques that go right at that strength of yours, then you leave yourself quite vulnerable.
Yes,
shit.
I agree.
I lost track of what I
Let's
was
talk about
doing.
who Tallarico's opponent will be. Incumbent John Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton are headed for a May runoff. But things got interesting on Wednesday when Trump announced that he'd make an endorsement, quote, soon, and demanded that the non-endorsed candidate drop out.
Just trying to get you a better chance of being seen in politics often lowers your
Cornyn.
visibility.
And on Thursday morning,
Yeah, because like
Paxton
you told me that a
quote,
couple weeks ago, and when you did, I was like, you know what? Why not? Let me give it a shot.
Senate leadership
I use
agreed to
mobile
ditch
most
the
of the time.
filibuster
Okay.
in order
Well,
to pass
if you
Trump's
use mobile most of the
voter ID
time,
law, the SAVE Act.
then it
Paxton
might
also
actually
called
be
Cornyn
easier
a
for you
coward
to
and said,
watch the
quote,
TikTok
"No
stream.
one has been more loyal
Because I'm going to
than
be streaming on TikTok as well.
What do you think of that strategy by Paxton?
But I mean, it's up to you,
talked
I guess.
Jonathan Martin about this a lot, which you're going to hear shortly.
I'll admit that
it seems like
the TikTok interface is better for a phone.
Trying to maybe find a fig leaf to get something out of dropping out if he feels like he has to. I mean, I think the assumption is that if whoever Trump endorses will win this primary. I'm not entirely sure that's accurate, but everyone seems to believe that.
I'm going to ask, what's your plans tomorrow evening? What's tomorrow, Saturday?
I'm endorsing Cornyn, and I want Paxton to drop out, and Paxton does not drop out.
Shit, give me a second, give me a second.
Challenge. I don't know. I don't think that, I guess the grand fear here is the Senate takes him up on this offer and passes the SAVE Act. That would be.
I'm trying to think. I don't think.
But I would be surprised.
I don't think I have like anything set. My schedule is open. However, with that being said, I do have a total of 4 group projects that are due. I think the first one is on April 9th.
I'm sure that there's part
and then I have like I think I have like 2 presentations on I want to say like April 12th maybe? I don't remember.
I don't know.
But yeah, in the month of starting at April 9th, there's like a string of like a 2 to 3 week period where I have 4 group projects, and it includes presentations, and each one, like I think the shortest one is 10 minutes, which isn't really bad, but the other ones are like 25 to 30 minutes. One is it's like a group of 3, and our presentation is supposed to last the whole class period, which is an hour and 15 minutes.
One more piece of election news in the Senate.
So I do have that to work on tomorrow. But that's the reason my schedule's open, because I don't know how much time I'm going to be spending on it. It basically depends on whether I can get a hold of the other people in the group, because I need to get their information so we can like start delegating tasks. Around like 5:40, I'd like to catch up. I don't have to talk long. We don't. So if
former Montana Senator John Tester.
If you see me on Discord, then shoot me a message.
Senate Republican leaders
because
are aware of
if I'm on if I'm like active on Discord, then that means I'm probably playing games. You know.
Happened last minute, and no one expected Daines to not run again.
But like,
what did you think about this whole thing?
If you send like a Discord message and it's like I'm shown as like away or something, then it's probably working on something. Like I have it minimized or whatever.
Any other Republican who wanted to run for the seat, but
yeah, dude, just
opportunity to run.
Shoot me a message on Discord.
A potentially more high-profile candidate for it. Like there is something. States should try to fix this because this is now going to become a real trend. It's yet another way in which democracy is getting curtailed in this country. It should be the incumbent has to, like an incumbent. Like I saw someone tweet out this idea, but there should be a rule or a law that is if you like. Obviously, it has to be state laws, but the incumbent has to.
We know how that goes. LOL crickets. Yeah, dude. Like, man, come on, dude. I'm busy as fuck, dude.
There's like 2 weeks between when the incumbent says I'm in or I'm not, and then when there's 2 weeks.
It sucks because like,
in which other people could decide to run based on it. Because this is really going to be something.
Like even though I don't have anything planned specifically,
the party establishment
I do have stuff to do. And I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how long I'm going to be working on it because there's been some times where I'll start working on like a research essay or something, and I'm like, let me just knock out a couple pages. Like I got the outline. Let me just knock out a couple pages, right? And then what'll happen is like I get in a groove where like I'm typing and like the ideas are flowing, you know what I mean? And I hate breaking that rhythm, even if I work more than I had intended to, you know? Because if I stop when I'm in a rhythm, and then I try to come back to it later, like, I have to like try to pick up where I left off mentally, and I hate that. I hate it. I'm joking, giving you grief. Gotcha. Okay. I kind of figured you were, but I was like, just in case.
More than that, but I'm kind of interested if it could possibly shape up to be like a Dan Osborne in Nebraska situation, where maybe because he's got such broad name recognition in Montana, if he has more Democratic-leaning positions, which I don't know, or even if he's more centrist, that would be a lot better than a Trump Republican.
I know you're swamped.
I don't know. Be interesting.
Yeah, this is like
there's some interesting stuff happening in Montana too.
These like 5 to 7 hours that I stream on Fridays.
And had to resign for some sort of corruption scandal that I can't remember what was.
Literally the only time I don't have some kind of work to catch up on. Well, that's false because I do have work to catch up on.
Trump won by
I just know that during this time frame, I'm not going to be doing it.
It's in the zone of the kind of seats that might be competitive with the right candidate in this political environment.
Didn't we win Montana in 2008?
No.
No? We came close.
We lost by 3, I think.
Yeah, I remember thinking that Montana was. I mean, because
there was a big debate at the end about whether we were going to compete in Montana.
Also, did you enjoy reading up on federalism or the history of it?
Only, what, 3 elections?
I read the chapters that I posted in the that I sent you in the Discord chat. But that's all I've read.
Deep read, as you might think.
I thought you stopped streaming. I was looking all over the political section. Well, shit, my bad, dude.
Someday, maybe right number of people move to Montana. Could it be something? So yeah.
No, because like even on the phone, when you open the Twitch app, at the top there's an option that with following. If you click that, it'll show you a list.
And this is personal.
Of who you're following.
RFK Jr. Last week at one of his Eat Real Food rallies, he previewed a crackdown on a beloved staple.
Oh, that's Malachite.
Many
I knew
Americans'
it.
diets.
I knew it wasn't.
Here's some of what he said, and here's some of the reaction.
It depends.
From
it doesn't depend. It's always on there.
We're gonna ask Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks. Show us the safety data that show that it's okay for a teenage girl to drink
Model of Human Health, everyone.
Grams of sugar in it.
Our Health and Human Services Secretary.
To have a clear message about
it's just a fantastic image of
Is not the promise and the beauty of the freedom
health.
we get in America to get.
Don't forget I use iOS.
In your Dunkin's iced coffee.
I didn't know.
Snorted coke off a toilet is trying to take my Dunkin', and I'm not gonna let him. Bobby Baby must have done a few more lines, cause he's crazy if he thinks me and the rest of the nut jobs who live here are gonna let him take the only joy most of us miserable assholes have left.
RFK,
Good for him, I guess. So are...
I love Boston.
So are,
What the fuck?
So are serial killers in prison.
Duncan?
You know what's the only drug
You
more
know?
powerful than sugar?
What?
This is the dude... This is the dude that
Here's the
cut
thing.
a whale head off.
He's not wrong.
According to members of his family
wrong.
that were with him at the time.
He's
Cut off a beached whale's head.
You should know.
A dead
You
beached
should be
whale's
able to
head.
know
Put it on the
when you
top of the
walk into
vehicle, drove
Dunkin',
home with it.
if you order one
This is
of
the
the
dude
more
that
ridiculous
admitted
fucking
to snorting
things on that
cocaine off a
menu,
toilet seat.
exactly how much sugar you're getting.
Like, why would you admit that?
I
Like,
think that's totally
I don't
fair.
even have a problem that he did it.
They
Like,
also,
you know
by
what,
the
you
way,
do
put
you,
the
bud. But like,
calorie
why would
counts
you
up
admit
there.
that?
Like they
You
have
know who
these-
did that? You know who
Admitted
did that?
he had
Michelle
a
Obama
brain
did that.
Yes.
worm.
Which I think it's good. I think giving
Like-
people more information, more transparent, forcing companies.
What else
to
did
be
he do? Oh,
transparent
he
about what they're putting in their products is a good thing. And
he
then you
picked
give
up a
people
bear
choice.
that had been hit by a vehicle,
Because guess
roadkill.
what? This right here.
Put it in his vehicle.
Talk to me about what's in that cup.
Drove it to
Oh,
Central
yeah.
Park
Oh, I will. This is a nice coffee.
because he thought it would be funny,
There's a
and didn't
splash
even.
of half and half in here.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
And then
It's
there,
a-
Cool,
it's
prank,
creation
awesome.
of,
Like, I get it. Okay.
a crew.
People do dumb stuff.
It's a
Kids,
splash. It's
you
a
know,
Dunkin' splash,
like
which is a
people
little-
under
a
the
little
age
heavier
of
than your
20
Starbucks splash.
that are not in like a serious
and
relationship.
it's got,
That's the kind of
pumps
things.
of sugar-free vanilla.
And then
Sugar-free.
he just dropped it off and left.
Approved coffee.
Like, if you're gonna
And
prank, don't you want to stick around and see? Like,
Splendid. So again,
So wait, you
how
have
much
5
sugar am I
pumps
having?
of
No sugar.
sugar-free.
How many chemicals? How much chemicals am I having? Because I'm having
I don't.
sugar-free
Oh my
or
gosh, it hurts my head. I
whatever,
can't.
Sucralose, whatever the fuck lose it's called. Lots.
It doesn't
of
make any sense,
Lots of
dude.
it, which is how I like it.
Okay. All right. I would say.
To be honest, it's funny that he's ripped.
I'm glad you're on board with the calorie counts. I'm concerned about your coffee orders in general.
I'd be
so I'm
happier
concerned
if
about
he
your
actually
health.
had like some semblance of
and I do
intelligence.
think, and the
Like-
quasi-serious part of this, wholly unserious part of this podcast
Like the
is,
vaccine conspiracies.
Like, you
Like,
know,
come
we're
on,
probably gonna
dude.
Look back on sugar and ultra-processed foods is like the
Oh my
nicotine
God.
of the cigarettes of our time. And this is like it's this stuff
Come
that has
on,
always
man.
been
Like,
RFK Jr.'s gateway to the.
I genuinely
anti-vaccine
think that he
lunacy.
wants to kill people.
Yeah, it's like that stuff makes sense to me.
Like, do you know how many
I will
measles
say,
cases we've had in the
when
last
we
year
were in
since
Australia
he's
and New
come
Zealand
out
for 9 or 10
and like
days, you would think
like
that when
been
you were
publicly
traveling,
skeptical of them?
you're like, oh, well,
Measles
I'm
vaccines.
traveling, and so my
Shit
whole
that's been around
routine
for
is
100
out of
years by
whack,
now.
and I didn't
I don't know
feel
the
great
exact
'cause
time,
I'm
but you know
eating on
what
the
I'm trying
road.
to say.
I felt better.
Like, how many
on the
children have
road
died
than
of
when I came
measles
back
because their
and started
parents
eating the shit that we
are
have in
just
this
as
country.
gullible as
So, like,
as he is
and I saw what
after
you ate, drank in
he's
Australia.
had
I'm
a
impressed.
parasite in his brain.
We ate great in Australia, but it
We
was
Like, this
good,
is-
We
healthy
ate a lot in
food.
Australia.
We did eat a lot, but like, I also think it's. You
Oh my
know,
God!
you-
Like,
you're
how
in a
how
house,
do you
there's
not
snacks
hear the
everywhere.
ridiculousness of
It's
this?
a lot. It's a lot, but
It's an
I'm
alternate
with
reality,
RFK
I'm
on the
telling you.
processed foods for sure. I'm just
It's an
also all
alternate
about
reality.
especially I'm especially.
And it started with Harambe.
So.
Well,
By the way,
this
what's
is
your
what
take on the
people
past
against
events
RFK.
last weekend?
I'll take it.
I'm completely
Look, he's wrong
against
about
it.
Everything. This is another thing he's wrong about. So go back to your toilet seats. All right.
Like everything that they're
when
everything
we
that our
come back,
government is saying is a
Dan's
lie.
Interview with Politico's senior political columnist.
It's like the only reason he's attacking is for
Parts of America
hubris.
is brought to you by Hims. Hims
I
can't help
really
you fold
believe
the
that
fitted
the only
sheet,
reason
but
he
it can
chose
help
to
you
do
with
this.
your performance in bed.
Actually, no,
Take
I shouldn't say
control of
only
ED
reason. Two.
with personalized treatments made
Because he
with
got an ego
doctor-trusted
boost
ingredients
after
prescribed by
Venezuela,
licensed
right?
providers, 100% online.
And then
Through Hims, you can
Netanyahu
access
comes to town.
personalized prescription treatment options for
And
ED
what
as
happens after
prescribed.
Netanyahu
Hims
comes to
offers
town?
access to ED
He
treatment
starts
options ranging
moving
from
half of our
personalized
fleet
products to trusted
into the
generics that
Mediterranean.
cost 95% less than brand names if
So,
prescribed. You shouldn't have to go out of your way
not
to feel like
only
yourself.
is
Hims
he a
brings expert
narcissistic
care straight to
douchebag,
you with 100% online access to
but he
personalized
is being
treatments
led
that put
around
your
by the
goals first.
balls
And the goal
by
is to be
Netanyahu.
able to fold a fitted sheet.
We are bombing
Without
schools.
being so angry. Without being so frustrated
We
by the
are
sheet.
deposing
Frustrated because of the sheet.
leaders.
This isn't one size fits all care that
And, like,
forgets you're in the
I
waiting room. It's
don't
your health and
care,
goals put first with real medical providers making sure you get
you know,
what
what
need to
this
get results.
other
Think of Hims as your digital front
country
door
is
that gets
doing.
you back to your old self with simple 100%
It's
online
not.
access to trusted
It's
treatments for
absurd.
ED
And to
and
think
more
that it's going to
all in
turn
one
out any
place.
different than Iraq or
To get simple
Afghanistan.
online access to personalized affordable care, for ED, weight loss.
There's a better way to handle. Yeah, diplomacy. So
that's hims.com/crooked.
the thing is like diplomacy. The reason this administration finds diplomacy so abhorrent is because it typically requires a compromise of some kind. And in order for there to be a compromise, that means both sides have to give up something that they might want. Or move closer to the other's position.
Thank you.
And
I was just thinking today that I think
the overwhelming amount of sociopathy and narcissism in this administration, they feel that any type of concession or compromise is seen as weakness.
You and I talked about this, but
that's why they won't do it. 30 for 30. They already have a person ready to be the next Supreme Leader. Their so-called mission is a joke. And there's a
it's just a crime that we don't have a documentary.
There's a history professor that's kind of blown up the last couple days on YouTube, where he before the election, it started making the rounds where
one thing I've known about you over the years,
he said, like in one of his YouTube videos, he was like, Trump is going to win the election, he's going to invade Iran, and the U.S. is going to lose that war. And I mean, he's 2 for 3, so it started making the rounds.
James Tallarico, the Democratic nomination, Republicans are now
but he does a good job of explaining the not just the geopolitical landscape, but also the geographical landscape around Iran as well, and explains why, like, there's like it's like, imagine it's basically they have the terrain of Afghanistan, mountainous, desertous regions, that can hide as many missiles as they want. So they have the terrain of Afghanistan, and we saw how that turned out. But what they have that Afghanistan doesn't is significantly better firepower. And they have the means to hit U.S. targets in all those countries around them. This is stupid. So what they claim they stopped, they didn't. Yeah. And I believe the Supreme Leader's second son is next to take power. That's what I read. I mean, maybe, I don't know. But like, what they're doing, something that this history professor, I can't remember his name, he explained.
Trump is Augustus in the Coliseum doing the thumbs up or the thumbs down.
Something he explained is that the power structure of Iran was spread out horizontally. Like, there was a bunch of elites at the top, but it wasn't like Putin, where you had Putin who's clear, and then like a pyramid kind of structure, right? It's just like they had a significant amount of elites, and it was a wide horizontal power structure. And what's actually happening is, by the U.S. killing off all these leaders, they're actually helping these elites consolidate power. And what's going to happen is there's going to be a more clear command structure, which is actually going to make them more efficient as a military force, because they're narrowing this the spread of leadership. They're being stupid. Yeah, this isn't Trump's business. It's global affairs with major implications. Yeah, it's absurd. Like, there is no like legitimate reason for this. None whatsoever. And what's worse is the left-wing media, like the NBC, they are spinning it. Like, they're asking questions. There was an NBC interview I was watching yesterday where they interviewed the Iranian foreign minister. And the way this NBC guy was asking questions, it sounded like it came from a Fox News anchor because of the message framing that they were using. So even our left-wing media is framing it as like, they're like, why are you attacking your Muslim neighbors during Ramadan? Like during the holy month of Ramadan. And what's funny is, like, the Iranians, they speak English really well. And while they have an accent, there's no question, like, there's no misunderstanding what he's saying. And his response was like, he's like, we're not attacking our neighbors. Like, we're attacking the American bases that are on our neighbor's soil. Like, he made it clear, and this is actually what's happening. Like, there's plenty of evidence showing that this is what they're attacking. They're not attacking their neighbors. They're attacking the military installations. And as a side note, it's funny that Hamas kept getting accused of hiding behind civilian shields as human shields. You want to know what the U.S. military did in Bahrain? When they found out Iran was going to retaliate, they took the troops and they put them in a hotel in the middle of Bahrain. That was, you might have seen the video of the drone striking the hotel. That's why. So, another thing to keep in mind. It's like, I don't understand why the U.S. and Israel have this rules for thee but not for me mentality. Like, nobody's going to notice what's going on. You know? Yeah, even after this foreign minister was like, we're not attacking our neighbors, we're attacking the American bases and CIA installations that are on their soil. After the interview was over, this NBC anchor was talking to someone else, and he was just like, he said it again. Like, even though it was clarified by the foreign minister, he said, like, something like, it's crazy, they're attacking all these Arab neighbors. Like it's so clear the intent behind using that specific word, you know, in that context. It's so obvious. And that's what I'm here for. Point that out. Because like people who aren't, you know, political nerds like me, they might not pick up on that nefarious intent behind a single word like that, you know?
It's a hell of a way to live your life as a senator, who, by the way, it's like most incumbent senators of their own party get the endorsement of their president. That's
and, like,
pretty typical in American politics.
You want to know what's else is extra stupid? Is
everything about this moment that we're in.
Do you remember how hard at the beginning of the Trump administration he went against renewable energy?
Trump's top lieutenants from the 24 campaign are
I try.
For Senator Cornyn. That's
I'm not always accurate in my statistics.
They're very close to Susie Wiles, who of course is Trump's chief of staff. And now that Paxton has
that's actually my flaw.
About whether he drop out, Dan,
my biggest flaw is that
I think ensure that Trump
I'm not good at recalling statistics.
What does that do?
But
well,
when it comes to, you could say I'm qualitative and not quantitative. You know what I mean?
On the Texas race,
I think you are.
If they have to give Paxton some face-saving pledge to,
I don't know.
They'll probably
do nothing wrong, right? Yeah. I appreciate that, but that's totally not true. No, my mind is qualitative, not quantitative. It's just that's just my nature.
Just sort of a charade for he just needs a cover, right?
I like the I like nuanced analysis. You know,
I'm sort of unfamiliar. I don't really understand why. What was Cornyn's mortal sin against the MAGA?
I've told you I'm ego support. It doesn't work on me, dude. Like, I appreciate it, but I know my limits. I know my weaknesses.
He voted to impeach
Trump
in February.
I'm not that gullible. But I
Okay,
appreciate it.
I understand that from a political standpoint. But you're right. Like, what is Cornyn's sin? Like, what's his,
Say that.
his fireable offense, if you will? I actually asked him that question. I said, like, Senator, do you have a fireable offense? And there's really not one. Now, what folks on the right in Texas will point to is the bipartisan deal they did after Uvalde.
And of course, I don't have Malachite. Yeah, I do. Right there.
Of gun control regulations, but it was pretty small beer. And I think the
I'm not implying you're gullible.
He's just not MAGA. You know, he doesn't come off as MAGA. He's a Bushy. Everybody in Texas knows it, and he doesn't really fake it that well. And so I think it's more.
I didn't say you were implying it.
The party is today.
I'm saying you were thinking it.
And therefore he's got
to
go.
Message framing.
Now, where it gets complicated, Dan, is that Trump himself isn't that MAGA, right? I mean, Trump is MAGA when it's convenient for him, but he really wants to figure out and determine what MAGA is. And this is why people like MTG have had this sort of loss of faith, Dan, because Trump himself is like convenient.
I don't ever want to.
And so
I don't ever want to build trust.
For Cornyn here
on the basis that I'm right
Trump
all the
is gonna
time.
side with the traditional
Because
Republican Party.
we're all
some of these
human,
other races where Trump got
and
involved
we're
in
not right all the
2022,
time.
they were
So
sort of
if
like
somebody
fake
thinks that
MAGA
another
candidates. He
person
made
is
MAGA
right
like
all the
Herschel
time,
Walker,
then
Dr.
that's
Oz.
that's
Ken
cult-like
Paxton is
behavior.
MAGA through and through.
I
He is
want
sort
to
of,
build trust with
canary in the coal mine.
people, whoever it is in my circle of influence, whether it's my family or people who watch me on here, like you two. I think I got you two. Is
there any potential
the fact that like
consequence
I'm
to
approaching,
him
I'm trying to approach
for
these issues
sort of for picking the Bushy, the establishment guy, over
from
at a time
a
when there's division on the Iran war, there's division
from a
on the Epstein
genuine
files,
like
etc.
So I think it's at the margins,
moral and ethical
but the
position.
margins matter
You know,
in midterms. Like nobody knows
like
that
I
better
want.
than you. I mean, look, he's
I
gonna
want people to
alienate,
understand that
I
like
think,
when I make an
very
argument,
online,
it's not going to change based on who is doing whoever I'm arguing against, right? Like for example, like I'm completely against what Israel's doing in Palestine, right? And it would be hypocritical of me if I wavered on, say, like what's going on in Sudan, you know? Like that would immediately break trust, because like, okay, so how can you hold this position here but not here, you know? No, like I'm completely against both. Like I'd say they're both a genocide, you know, both of them. Based on, it doesn't matter who the group is, you know, you got the IDF in Israel, and you have Islamic extremists in Sudan. Like they're both committing genocide. It doesn't matter what their reason is. It doesn't matter what their background, their race, religion. It's the action, you know. It doesn't matter the intent. You're factually correct most of the time. So I don't feel that I am, because I feel like I hear myself saying a lot, like. I'm not so sure about that. Like, I don't know specifically, you know. I always put, if I don't know, I put a disclaimer in front of it. Like, I'm not 100% sure on this, but, you know, read the comment. Oh, I have more respect for you than to think you're gullible. LOL.
But I just think it makes it a lot easier.
Maybe gullible isn't the word I'm looking for.
And looking at the general election, one of the things that I think was notable.
There's a specific term
performance with Latino voters,
for like, you know, complimenting someone just for the purpose of puffing up their ego. It's not ass kissing. There's another term, and I can't think of what it is. But whatever that word is the word I'm thinking of. Not necessarily gullible.
Not just because the size Latino vote, but the entire principle underlying their redistricting was that there was this shift among Latino voters, and it seems like there at least real evidence of a snapback in Texas, if not nationally.
Look, I think there is a modest realignment along education and class lines among all working class voters, no matter
Man,
their
it's taken me like an hour just to get through
this
something that normally
assumption
takes me like
that
10 minutes.
The working class
Keep chit-chatting.
had become
We've
MAGA
talked enough.
is totally unfounded.
I know what you mean, but you know that's how I am. I get it.
Against Joe Biden,
but I have to.
Harris, and frankly, against inflation.
I'm always going to be checking myself. Like I will consistently pretend to be arrogant. I'll make like extremely satirical comments about how awesome I am. But you know, I'm realistic.
Because they assume those voters
like
were there,
I know there's a bunch of things I'm good at. I have, you know, my skill set. I understand that like I'm probably more knowledgeable and have better critical thinking skills than the majority of Americans. However, I also know that I'm human, and I have to. I don't ever want to get to the point where I think I'm so much smarter than everyone that I completely disregard, you know, another person's experience or their perception. Or the possibility. I don't ever want to forget that there's a possibility that I might be incorrect about something.
They're up for voting for Republican. They're just not.
You're arrogant, but you're likable, and overall you're chill. I am chill until Liberty over here, Master Liberty, says he's hopeful that a gun nut that has white supremacist images in his YouTube videos gives him hope for the party. I'm chill until he says something crazy like that.
The amount of energy with Democrats broadly, and the fact that ancestral Hispanic Democrats who may have moved to Trump temporarily in 24 or even 20 are coming back to the Democratic Party.
There are a couple other interesting races down ballot in Texas. You mentioned Bobby
Like,
Polito. That's an interesting one.
Even
Another
that
one that
instance, which
wanted
you
your
missed
take
from
on is
earlier.
someone who,
Even
knows
that
here's a
instance
lot from what
specifically,
Republicans
it's
are
like
saying
it's
is,
not even coming
what
from a
happened to
place
Dan
of
Crenshaw?
anger.
So Dan Crenshaw,
It's coming
you know,
from a
was
place of
elected in
frustration.
2018,
You know,
Navy SEAL,
no comment.
You know, lost an eye in combat, was a real star of the Republican Party. You couldn't turn on TV without seeing him. I think probably in 2020,
It's like you have
2022, maybe
this
2024,
dude,
people thought
and like
he
I get
was,
it if
you know, the
you've
future of the
identified
party in
as
some
a
ways.
Republican your whole life. Like,
And he just got
if
absolutely clobbered.
see, I think here's the
in his
difference
primary by a
between
candidate
Republicans and
endorsed by
Democrats.
Ted Cruz. Like, what was his sin
Is
against the MAGA
there?
world,
I believe
Let me
there's
say,
a higher percentage of Republicans
before talking about the actual
that
race, it has
incorporate being a Republican into their sense of self, into their identity. You know, whereas I believe that there's a lower percentage of Democrats who have a moral and ethical base, and they use that compass, that moral and ethical compass, to determine who they vote for. You know, I don't think as many. There's plenty, trust me, but I don't think there's as many Democrats who use the Democratic Party as part of their identity as a person versus Republicans, which is why it seems to this is why I believe it's so hard to get even like the Never Trump Republicans to realize that their party is full of fascists. You know, that's why it's so hard, because imagine you've for years and years and years from the time you're even little, you know, this is a part of your identity. You know, being a Republican because you're Christian, because you like going shooting, like everything about what you love is tied to the Republican Party. And then someone, you know, it's like you have to give up a part of yourself. And I get why that's hard. I get it. And I think what's frustrating is it's like it feels like no matter how much evidence I present to show that this party, this Republican Party, is corrupt up and down, whether it's child molestation, whether it's insurrection, you know, whether it's being flippant about children dying, whether it's joking about elected officials getting shot or hit in the head with like up and down that party from top to bottom is corrupt.
What are you hearing from North Carolina?
And it's frustrating.
I think Democrats' path to 50
that
starts in
that there's so many
North Carolina
Republicans that are unable to pull themselves away because it's so intricate into their identity. You know. I'm about to pass out, but I'll keep an eye out for you. Head to visit tonight. All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. I'll message you tomorrow. All right, cool. Take it easy, man. Get some rest.
Small town lawyer type Democrat, and it's uncontested in the primary. And yeah, it was so striking looking at the raw votes in both parties. Neither party had a real primary for its Senate seat on the Republican side or Democratic side, and Democrats had significantly more raw votes showing up. Now, that's in part because they had a little bit more down ballot action in some House races, but still, it tells you where the energy is this cycle. Now, it's not easy. Look, this map is tough for Democrats. The environment is good, but the map is difficult. You know, you have to beat Susan Collins, which you haven't done in 30 years that she's been in office. You haven't won a federal race in North Carolina, Dan, since you guys won there in 2008 and brought Kay Hagan along with you. And then you have to go to Ohio, which has turned so Trumpy for the last 3 cycles. And those are your 3 best seats, right? So it's a tough cycle.
Can I be a community VIP? Cooper may be the best recruit in America. I will get that switched
this year. And he's running against somebody.
Absolutely. Because then you can make clips.
Well known, like a former
I think subscribers
race,
and higher are able to make clips.
On top of the ticket, it's going to be this year.
If you're, if you're not a subscriber, I think you have to be a follower for like.
It's going to be interesting how that plays.
I want to say like 3 to 6 months before you can make clips. Because like when I started streaming, like day one, someone clipped. You know, like 30 seconds of a statement that was so out of context. It was so absurd. I was like, okay, well, that's not happening again.
As a way to forestall a primary, and there's no primary, but you know, it's just not a fair fight against the former governor. Now, that said, structurally, it's still a hard state for Democrats, right? I mean, you just look at...
I was one of your first people.
24, so much money,
yeah,
so much effort,
I can't...
And they couldn't carry the state.
It was around that time.
I mean,
it was one of my, like... It was like my... Maybe... Somewhere between my first or my third stream is when it happened. When I hadn't fiddled with the settings.
Like 48.3, you just can't get there, right?
Yeah. And it's... You know, this is I guess one of the questions we'll have, and I think Democrats got to think this through, is you see this, like, Democratic turnout's going to be through the roof. We see that. Thus far for Republicans, there's been kind of mixed signals on this, right? Like, even in 2018, Democrat turnout was through the roof. Republican turnout was also pretty high. You know, like, there was high turnout in Texas, but the fact that there were more Democratic, but that was the most expensive primary in history, and turnout usually follows money. So, like, notable.
Don't forget to promote your channel more. Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting.
So
isn't there, like, do I have to do like a whole copy and paste, or isn't there a way I can, like, have it automatically post? I don't know. I think I have to copy and paste. I think I could. I think I can have it automatically, like, populate in my own Discord, but I don't think I can do it in others. Oh, we have a lot of political streamers. They love you.
You had the 12.
Yeah, I'll try to remember to do that. I keep forgetting. I don't know why. I'm so bad about that. Like,
this is a longer conversation, but 2012 was really the last.
I've done it before, and then I'll do it like maybe 2 or 3 times in a row, and then I completely forget again.
Election in the before times, you know. I mean, starting after that, everything changes in American politics. Anyways, great cycle. You get a huge House pickup, take back the House, and like you're losing all these purple to red state Senate Democrats. And so I just raise that as a cautionary warning, because even in a big, you know, cycle where Democrats have anti-Trump energy, it's still hard structurally for the party to win some of these Senate seats.
It's easier, though, in a wave year to beat an incumbent than to defend an incumbent.
Yeah. That totally.
That's what we have going.
And you were playing defense in 2018, and the way that's true.
We're playing offense here.
Right.
And now, like you point out, there's no path to 50 doesn't require winning at least 2 seats
that my current
in states
necklace.
that Trump won by more than 10 points.
23, and this is 27.
There are some unique political circumstances in those states that make it.
Did you update my status here?
Recruit, like
no, dude. I'll do it when I'm offline.
Or in Mary Patola in Alaska, or just sort of states that have, you know, probably the longest shot of those 4 is
because, like, I don't specifically remember how to do it.
Like, essentially waged economic war on with his tariffs and the sort of.
I have to go through the settings.
It is a hard path. The question is whether Trump is going to get 18 turnout.
Like, every time I try to do like a poll,
14, which is that like lame duck
in Twitch, it takes me like 15 minutes to remember how to do it because I only do it once a month.
It's not a dress rehearsal for the forthcoming presidential election. It's just like, ugh, you know. And that's the difference between having, like, picking up those seats and not picking up those seats. Is my guess.
You make an important point though about how 14 you're playing defense, now you're playing offense. I mean, it's a silver lining to a pretty damn gloomy cloud, which is the Democrats have lost so much ground.
Yeah, next time,
America,
next week you should see the you should see the change. Twitch being meh, Twitch.
But yeah, I mean, like the jokes that I make is when you're a Democrat and you're looking at the possibility of taking back the Senate.
This is true. You definitely were one of the first viewers,
Alaska, Texas, or Iowa.
It only makes sense.
You know, it's not ideal, right?
Yeah, no. You wouldn't draw that up in a lab. Let's talk about
wait, stream? No, probably not. Like, again, like the only time, like, until I'm done with school. So basically until like the middle of May, the only time I'll be streaming on a Saturday is if I am legitimately 100% caught up with all of my reading materials and written assignments.
Like, from
I have to wait a week to see that. Yeah.
Maybe people on both sides of the aisle about the potential
this is
impact
true.
of this, how nervous they, particularly
such as life,
Republicans are about this being added to the docket.
I mean, everybody is holding their breath because the expectation among Republicans is that this is closer to Venezuela, and it's just
that's depressing. And Liberty's getting like free reading material from me because of it, because I have access to the school library, so I can like upload a bunch of books that have been converted to PDF. And there was one that was about like you know, the flaws of like the system of federalism that we see today. I figured it was right up his alley.
Is it really weeks?
So I've been like slowly feeding him chapters to keep him hooked, keep him wondering what's happening next, like a season of Game of Thrones.
week after
Better
week.
see you in politics.
That just adds
So what's your plans after university? I better see you in politics. Yeah, dude, I really intend. I intend to, I'm going to do everything I can to work with like a nonprofit organization, an elected official of some kind. And then when it comes time for election, I have 2 years. No, actually I have like 1 year because if you look at like Zoran Mamdani's success, he was basically campaigning like a year before the official campaign started. He was out on the street talking to people, so I have like a year to get my name out there, shake as many hands as possible, and
how this unfolds. How interested is Trump?
Get my shit together because I do want to run for something. 2 years from now. You better not be a douchebag and be unavailable. LOL. Well, it is information I already know. It's just the story of the fall of federalism and the nature of new federalism.
There's like what's happening right now. There's if more.
Hold on, Liberty. You're telling me that there wasn't any like new information, or there wasn't any.
That is going to be a moment.
There wasn't any like specificity that you might not have been aware of before.
Spending billions
and what you had read.
At the same time, you cut.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
$1 trillion
Don't buy it.
Medicaid is not a particularly popular
You're full of doo-doo.
for these Republicans. But so then that's going to line up with some of this is a weird.
You better not be a douchebag. Be unavailable.
No incumbents,
I do not want to
right?
be because
Collins, and you have
I look
Ossoff,
at the success that Mamdani has. His YouTube, the New York City mayoral YouTube page. He is on there every single morning.
The rest of it, just
like interacting with press, interacting with constituents, having press conferences. He's not necessarily doing live streams.
And I think that's vital to understanding this.
But he is putting his face out there on social media to make sure that what he's doing is always like always the first thing that people in New York see, and like I want to take. I think that's amazing. Like he's basically using Trump's method, but in a good way,
Who's the incumbent senator?
Like, because that's Trump's tactic, is like to always be in people's faces. So, like, look at when that director Rob Reiner got killed, how much news coverage he was getting. So what's Trump do? He says something absolutely ridiculous because he cannot handle somebody else having more attention than him. He has to put his face out there. And that's the bad way. But, like, Mamdani's doing it in a good way, so that's the kind of like political strategy that I would want to emulate. But that would include me being more accessible, which I still like video games. So there's no reason, like, even if I get elected to something, there's no reason I couldn't have a a couple nights a week where I'm streaming, answering, doing like a Q&A, no reason I couldn't do that.
If you're losing a net 14 votes between California and New York,
but really, average Joe, most politicians act like that. Act like Trump? No, most politicians do not act like Trump. No. You're crazy if you think that.
Challenge is 2030, and if it's, can you compete structurally for a
no? What do you mean then?
Senate without adding Puerto Rico and DC? And right now, the answer is maybe you can get 51.
I guess I misunderstood your intent.
And then how are you going to have a House majority if the shift in population is moving from blue to red America? Like, those are like the more sobering questions for Democrats going forward, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of my fears is, I have two fears. One is the map itself shifting and us not thinking about that, not thinking long term in the investments you have to make to take some of these places that are not competitive now and make them competitive. And the other one is that Democrats will make the same mistake we did in 2022, which is to do very well in 26, think all the problems are solved, and move on.
Yeah, because and then sit on their ass for 2 years.
Don't come into play until the less engaged voters get involved.
And we haven't mentioned this yet, but I mentioned the House and Senate.
I mean, they act like they don't need to interact with normal people after they move up in politics. Oh, okay. So the ones that are not Trump and not Mamdani.
that's not enough anymore. If you're not
they become like so out of touch, they legitimately have no idea what it is their own constituents want, let alone the rest of the U.S. And then they're surrounded by like corporate consultants that feed them what's best for the corporate interests. So that's the only information they're getting. You know, they're basically living in a political echo chamber.
To eat really, really good food. So talk to me about On the Road with Jonathan Martin.
Yeah, that is.
Well, thanks, Dan. So,
that is something that I would avoid at all costs.
Have always asked me, like, hey, I'm going to New Orleans, I'm going to Denver, I'm going to Boston.
Like, I can't afford, like,
what should I do? Where should I stay?
This is why, this is why the Democrats, like, failed. This is why Trump got elected the first time, and why Trump got elected the second time. Because even when they had power, they completely ignored what the people needed and what the people wanted. And all they wanted was to get back to a status quo where they could keep collecting PAC money, big donor money, passing policies that completely ignore the needs of people, normal people. And that's all they wanted. And they did not make any significant strides towards helping people. And that is why we got Trump 1 and Trump 2.
I'm going to do governors, Dan, for the first
well, I'd never be your constituent unless you came back and save Ohio, please.
You know, one part nerdy Almanac of American Politics stuff. You and I
probably not. I don't think. I'm not. I'm not necessarily a fan of Ohio.
These places
like,
and localities,
3 of my best friends still live in Ohio. But like
the lunch with the FT feature.
Have you?
If folks ever listen,
have you driven around Springfield lately?
FT, they have that lunch with feature where you can sort of like eavesdrop on the lunch. I want to have that, but with cameras there rolling to capture these conversations.
Why do I have 16 stone? What the hell?
Food and history and all that stuff. So we're starting with governors. It's going to be fun first season, and this.
I have sources
so season 2 is going to
that live in and drive through Springfield on a consistent basis.
This coming week, you can catch it wherever you get podcasts, but this is also a video series.
Needless to say,
on YouTube as well.
Springfield has a Nazi problem.
Folks to watch it on YouTube, but if you don't want to see me with like barbecue stains on my shirt, no offense taken. You can just crank it up.
Shit, I forgot where my house is.
Podcast and listen to it when you're driving or working out or jogging.
I thought it was over here somewhere.
It's On the Road with Jonathan Martin. It's going to start this coming week.
They have a craft show fair in the summer. A Nazi craft show?
Or on YouTube.
Awesome. J. Mart, good to talk to you, man. We'll talk to you again later soon.
Thanks, Dan. Good to see you.
That's our show for today. Thanks to Jonathan Martin for coming.
That's when I usually go. What, when it's
with a conversation with
when it's Nazi themed?
Bye, everyone.
Shit, I completely missed that whole episode. Thanks, guys. I gotta get better at, like, pausing these frickin' videos. Because now I'm gonna have to watch it tomorrow. Because I literally didn't... I have no idea. I think they were talking about the Texas elections, but...
Here is the anti-war...
No, like hobby-like stuff.
More anti-war
oh, like Nazi hobby
is that
stuff.
What he said?
Yes, because I thought that we should support Ukraine. You know, I still we can talk about the limits of that, but I was supportive of backing up Ukraine against their.
Is that where they show you how to like
illegally invaded by Russia and then
make like
Israel,
Nazi quilts and stuff?
About that.
Yes, I don't know enough about Israel. That's a tough question.
Guy was
in the news for the past 30 years.
One of the guys.
And was the top recipient of our military aid. I pointed out, so he had a lot of opinions about.
Inactivity. No, there's no inactivity. I'm still alive. You stupid.
Aid, and now he's been reportedly meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu.
TikTok studio.
Well,
trying to tell me I'm not live.
To find out about Israel.
He's doing his own research.
Under Chatham House rules. Chatham House rules.
I had to move a puzzle piece into a puzzle
rules was. I didn't know
so that TikTok knew that I was still alive.
But here he is, still trying to maintain his anti-war bona fides.
Oh, that's another big weakness of mine. Is that I am good at being like satirical and sarcastic, but I'm really terrible at picking up on it, like from other people.
We will drone strike and bomb civilians and make the costs so extreme that you might reconsider your
the right
actions.
wing.
Well, this is why Donald Trump said I'm a flatten.
Here's
honest, I just really respect
here's the right wing for you. A supporter of the Republican Party.
Well, there's another line to this, but if you want to respond to that part first.
Class act.
Bomb
I would never support that shit.
girls in school and kill them?
Yeah. Temple, yeah.
in the
Temple.
right wing's mind, being violent towards women is masculinity, so it's quite consistent.
It's masculine to flatten them. I mean, one has to wonder what his issue with war is. Like, I mean, let's just go through like just a list of possible issues that one could have with war. It's immoral, but.
No, I don't think that applies to him.
Well, I mean, it's unclear. Maybe it's overcome.
How about let's not?
If it's really masculine.
And you never tolerate it from me. Oh crap!
But
part of it's part of the
innocent
conversation.
Civilians. I mean, he's attracted to he likes how masculine.
How about let's not? Yeah, like see, this is.
It's expensive.
I think this is another point of my frustration.
I mean,
this is not like you can't like Liberty. You cannot deny this. I keep looking over here. The chat's over here, but the camera's over here. I gotta fix that. You cannot deny that this is happening. That the Republican Party,
Exactly.
in order for them to maintain their power, in order for them to win as many seats as they do, they need the votes of the right-wing extremists.
Up close.
The bigots, the racists, the Nazis, the Proud Boys, they need it. And because of that, they will never stand up to what they're saying. They will never say this is unacceptable. They will never.
Maybe he has a problem with masculinity.
They will never do what every single one of us knows is the right thing to do, which is to say this is unacceptable, this is abhorrent, and there's no reason that anyone should be talking or acting like this. And that is the Republican Party up and down.
$1 to $2 billion.
Yeah. We will carpet bomb. I mean, they don't really have the capabilities, but we will drone strike and bomb civilians and make the costs so extreme that you might reconsider your actions. Well, this is why
Welcome to the
Donald Trump
duality
said
of political
platinum.
parties.
And to be completely honest, I just really respect the masculinity of it all.
There is.
I do. I really
I am
do.
not going to both sides this,
guys, again,
but there is absolutely no question that while this does exist in the Democratic Party, you know, a la Chuck Schumer, you know, Alyssa Slotkin, Hakeem Jeffries, just to name a few right off the top of my head, this does exist. However, it is not nearly as prevalent as it is in the Republican Party. Up and down. Up and down the list.
Let's just go U.S. battleship, and they say surrender, stand down, and you are now prisoners of war. And the captain refuses and says, I would sooner die. They say, think about the men and women of your ship, and he says they would all be willing to die for the right cause.
It exists in all parties. It's just the nature of the beast.
Question is, are
It does matter how much. It absolutely does matter how much. Because okay,
I expected more from you than idle threats.
Here's why it matters how much. Because if the whole party is falling in line to this this Nazi apologia, this white nationalist rhetoric, and with zero pushback whatsoever,
there wasn't many shows.
And
Star Trek, I think
you have the Democratic Party, where there are, you know, Zionist bigots.
What is he talking about?
Uh-oh, Twitch might ban me now. I don't have enough viewers, they won't catch it.
He's trying to repurpose a Star Trek plot.
But you do have a significant portion that are standing up and saying what Israel's doing is wrong. You know, what Russia's doing is wrong. This is unacceptable. What the U.S. is doing is wrong. They are standing up. Like, there is no comparison. Like, this is not a both sides thing. Like, when you say it exists in all parties, again, this is that false equivalency that I keep repeating over and over and over and over again.
I know about that original Star
When you
Trek
do the
series,
both
which
sides
I haven't
thing,
seen, is that
or all
it's the
sides
first,
in your case, it creates a false equivalency that is
why can't I say the word? Interracial, geez. Interracial
there is
kiss
nothing
on
equal
television.
about
progressive.
the extent to the abhorrence within these parties.
Commander upset now realizing
partial success, it at least somewhat works.
You will not survive
what do you
our
mean?
assault, to which the captain says, and you will not survive
Wait, I don't get success.
Shall we
What?
die together? It's just brilliant writing.
What success? You got me to say false equivalency?
But listen,
is that what you're going for?
I love the masculinity of it all. With all due respect to my anti-interventionist
This
and libertarian
code?
friends who are concerned about this war and think it's the wrong thing.
Wait, what code?
You're not masculine. Fret not.
Oh, the one you're working on. Okay, gotcha.
This, as well as Venezuela. I would have said, I fear instability, and I don't.
See, that's another thing I don't want to do. I don't want to become so self-absorbed that I realize that I don't realize that someone is talking about not me.
So he's no longer anti-war. He's just worried that,
Which is what I did
like,
for a minute
the
there.
Instability or what? But he has to admit. He
Okay,
doesn't
you know
have
what? I gotta move this
inside
chat.
Classified
I
information
keep looking at the
that
chat
might
while I'm
suggest
talking. I
that
should be.
Yeah, that okay.
I gotta move this.
The thing is, it's nice because Tim
There we go.
Pool dances around what he supports so often.
Although I
He
still have
really
no, I don't
seemed
have to look at
adamant
TikTok.
when he
I'm
said
never gonna
to you
get.
that he was more
I'm never gonna get
anti-war
views
than
on
you,
TikTok.
which I guess
I
means
talk
that,
too much
like,
shit about
He's more
Israel.
masculine than me. Oh, wait, no. Actually, it would be the reverse in that instance, I guess. If I was the more pro-war person, it's very convoluted.
But I'll just note for folks, because he is talking to these unmasculine libertarians, which I agree about that. But the clip here is titled "The War Iran Just Got Worse," which I mean isn't grammatically correct, but it's for that anti-war audience, and most of the commenters are those types of folks. And the actual content of this video is supportive of the war.
Well, the reality is that like when you look also at support.
Oh,
for
and another
Israel,
difference.
The two
like the difference between the
indicators
parties.
Are if you are
I was only talking
Republican
about
or
the
if you
elected
are somebody
officials.
who's over the age of 55 or 60
If
years old.
you
Like,
look at
even
the
young,
base,
conservatives that
the
are
base of
watching Tim
support between
Pool
these two parties,
aren't necessarily drawn
there is
and
again
going rah, rah, rah, war with
a
Iran.
clear
So he has to
difference
to grab
in
them with that title
in the
but then say
decision
things
making
that are
of
actually
these
quite
two parties and
convenient
the
to his new friend Benjamin Netanyahu.
like how
by the way,
much
what his son is a mega
how much
fan who's,
abhorrent
in
behavior
some
they're willing
Miami
to
high-rise
accept.
instead of
You know,
conscripting in the IDF. His son.
when you have
Big
30% of a
fan
party
Tim Pool, so he's auditioning
that
for
we know for voters, 30% of a party's voters that we know will vote for no matter who it is, no matter what they've done, just because they have an R in front of their name on the ballot.
Yeah. I mean, like the context
versus
of the previous war commentary was about
the
war in
Democratic
Ukraine
base,
being against
where
that war.
somewhere between 80 to 90% of the Democratic voting base is completely against what Israel has been doing to the Palestinians.
Emma, he had no
idea. But now,
and that's why there's so many primaries this election cycle, because the Democratic voting base is sick of
I don't know
it.
this for a fact, but we do know that
Like
meeting happened.
They're not putting
are
up
in
with the
favor
bullshit
of this
anymore.
War. Suddenly,
You know?
he's impressed by the masculinity.
Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Lindsey Graham's going to get voted out?
We know it's been
No.
reported that
Absolutely not.
the Israelis have been giving up to $7,000. At least this is what we know per post for influencers like Tim Pool, for instance. And we know that he met with Benjamin Netanyahu, but it's Chatham House rules. You can't talk about it. We know that
That's Fight Club
Tim
rules, guy.
was feeling pressed.
You don't talk
for
about Fight
money.
Club.
It's expensive. He spends a lot of money on security.
He's old enough to know.
And the skate park renovations. It's gonna be really hard to sell that property.
Let's listen, because this sounds like it could be principled.
Okay.
He says to his libertarian
think I have donuts.
anti-interventionist friends that you need to
I
appreciate
believe
the
I have donuts. I might have to go
masculinity
get a
of this
donut.
war to really get
What, Kitty? Kitty, you want to sit?
past wars
Can you,
have been so
why don't you come up here and say hi?
feminine or
Hmm?
woke as
Where'd you
the
go?
administration has been saying.
Why don't you come up here and say hi?
Our assault, to which the captain says, "And you will not survive ours.
You
Shall
never,
we die together?"
you never want to be on the camera.
It's just brilliant writing. And I know a lot of people are going to be
I
like,
need
okay,
people to
but
see you
listen,
so they like me
understand.
more.
Love the
Ugh!
masculinity
Oh, fat
of it.
guy. I got the
With
fat
all due
guy.
respect to my anti-interventionist and libertarian friends who are concerned about this war and think it's the wrong thing, fret not. I would have advised against this, as well as Venezuela. I would have said, I fear instability, and I don't believe that escalating these wars is going to be the right move, but
That
I
was
don't,
poo.
at the same time, have access to classified information. And I believe...
Given such a
there
name
comes time when you're
because
between a rock and a hard
sometimes
place.
he's a little
And the
shithead.
reason why I say I love the masculinity of it all. Iran has threatened us, attacked civilians, and gotten to the point where eventually you get a
Okay,
person like
this
Trump
dude is
saying,
complaining about a
"Crush
government
'em."
attacking civilians.
And Iran says
What were his
to us,
comments
"We
on
will make you regret it when we attack civilians
ICE-
and threaten your oil supply." And Trump's
ICE
response
killing
is, "I'm gonna kill you
American
first."
civilians. I'm curious
I'm
what his...
sorry.
Actually, you know what? I probably
You
know
it's funny, I
exactly
made a
what his
tweet and I
comments
was
were.
like,
Okay, can you
people
pause
are
it?
stupid. I'm sorry, people are stupid.
Does he not realize that that headline is in response to the bombing that the Israelis and the Americans engaged in first? He has the sequencing completely.
Yeah, who's carpet bombing and who's killing civilians?
Yeah, I mean, he's made up.
I'm gonna go
that
see if I have
civilian
donuts.
part. And then
Donuts
I guess
make
he's
me go
bringing
nuts.
this up to say that this justifies further action by the United States. The Strait of Hormuz closure was in response
I'm still
to American
sort of
bombs.
fascinated by his anti-war stance.
Yeah.
He doesn't like war unless one of the parties gets really aggressive in the war. The thing that
I'm
he
gonna
didn't
kill
like
you.
war is like, it's too much back and forth.
Yeah, don't help them up when they fall down.
Too consensual.
One party needs to slaughter the other. Now, he's concerned about civilian casualties.
Oh, for sure.
When we look at civilian casualties in this war, who has killed more civilians?
Yeah, donuts.
That
Donuts
is
have
not
killed
the
more
issue.
civilians.
It's just like Iran killing civilians, apparently.
It's clear that
You
donuts
should
have killed
really
more civilians.
Look into
He's
how
lying.
many civilians
Propagandist.
the U.S. and Israel have killed. He might find that very disturbing.
Can we just unpack for
Or
1 second,
super-masculine.
or super masculine, the repeated claims about this being a display of masculinity? So, you bring up the fact that this is lobbing bombs and dropping bombs from the air on schools with little girls in them. That is cowardice. That is definitionally cowardice. And like when we think about a masculine ideal, it's about putting yourself on the line and standing up for the vulnerable. When
That
the
is
right
such
looks
an-
at the
that is such an
masculine
IDF
ideal,
strategy.
They see it as a
As soon as I heard-
violent act, and that is
It might have been the US that did
that
it,
is what masculinity means
but
to them. If Trump is acting,
I guarantee
as
you,
a
every
masculine
single person in the
man,
world,
being as
when they heard
violent
that a
as
school
possible
was
without
bombed
permission
in
and
Iran,
without being,
they thought it was
being
the
unbridled
the
by things
IDF,
like
the Israelis that
international
did it. I
law,
guarantee
you
it.
have to question what their version of masculinity actually entails, because I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that it sounds like what a rapist would describe as masculinity. And I'm not saying I'm not accusing Tim of that, but I'm saying that that is the kind of construct that allows for abuse, and that's what patriarchy is about.
Tim and Steven Crowder have both defined masculinity based on this issue as, look, I'm against anti-war when you ask me about it, because obviously no one's for wars. But if the daddies come in with their intelligence and their classified information, what am I? Who am I? Who am I to question those guys when they say, we have the information that we need to go start killing? They are subservient.
I think that's unfair on some
straw.
level.
I need
He
straw.
seems to really have
Iron
a
and straw.
problem with wars that are super feminine.
Building a
That's
house.
That's the issue.
Yeah, it's feminine wars.
Right. Oh shoot, I had one point.
Here's another point while you're thinking of it.
Okay.
What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen.
What did you just say though, Matt? It had me thinking. I'm forgetting right now. I hate.
About the subservience of deferring
comes in.
Subservience of deferring to the intelligence community.
Yeah. No.
We're supposed to be
I
citizens
lost
in a
it.
republic.
Let's
you can't
play this
say
a
it
little
like
more.
Okay.
I want to hear this. This is him like realizing like, how am I going to walk this tightrope between my past protestations that I am a libertarian, against war, anti-war. I'm more anti-war, but yet I am for war. In only the circumstances when we wage the war.
Said, is there literally one reason why we shouldn't take over Iran? Or Canada, for that matter, or
It's
Mexico?
not our fucking country.
Pure sarcasm,
Fuck this
because
guy.
I am an intervention skeptic. I lean away from it. I would advise against it, but I am
Fuck
not
this
this
guy.
staunch. Never. I understand war happens, and sometimes a guy is holding a hostage with a gun to their head, and
Oh, he's going with the
don't get
hostage.
involved.
Okay,
And
the
I'm like,
hostage
look,
route.
man,
Got it.
I don't know if it's always that easy.
Yep.
I have to be honest. It's
There
a
might
Charlie
be.
problem thing where I'm like,
oh my god.
There might be a single soldier in that school.
In this,
What can you do?
He's gone from
What can you do?
He's an interventionist skeptic.
He leans away.
A year ago, he was anti-war. Now he's an interventionist
What can you do?
skeptic. But when somebody's holding a gun to your head, what was the gun
Ugh, you
and
freaking
whose
log.
head?
Like, I remind
what
you
was-
of Beirut in 1982.
Exactly. Okay, so
I did.
When Iran surrogates.
Yes. I did remember now what I was talking about here. This connects with his and overlapping audience with the incels and with the manosphere and with Andrew Tate. Their definition of masculinity isn't honor. It isn't like taking care of your family, even as they preach traditional family values. It is about like violent dominance. And I am the only, you know, I'll speak to my male colleagues here. I really do think it does a disservice to men. It leads young men down a really dangerous, you know, rabbit hole, but it's also just like a complete bastardization of what ideal masculinity and what masculinity should be. And it's there to just, it's perverted, one, to be like a pyramid scheme of sex trafficking or whatever, and abuse like the Andrew Tate manosphere people. But for the political context of it and why those two things intertwine is that this presentation of masculinity is inherent to like any fascist movement. You saw it with the Nazis, you saw it across Europe, where it's this equation of
gun ownership,
violence, fascistic violence, with weaponized masculinity, and that's what Tim Pool is doing. And he'll give little caveats to act like he's a fence sitter, but he's selling fascism to his audience.
We shouldn't get involved. Let me put it like this.
Nothing proves
to run over 5 people.
how much of a man you are.
There's a lever that can be pulled that's going to divert it to
more
another
than
person.
the purchase of your fourth assault rifle.
Hold on, wait a second.
Bruh.
He's not making a utilitarian argument, is he?
Thanos.
Wait a second.
Tim, do you understand that that's often the villains in films?
Wait a second.
I was using a stereotype to make a joke. You know the overcompensator, right?
It's like we shouldn't get involved. Let me put it like this: a trolley is heading to run over 5 people.
You know exactly what kind of person I'm talking about.
Divert it to one other person, and there's a bunch of angry people standing around screaming at each other.
I'm just saying instead of spending, you know, $20,000 to lift his F-150, F-250, whatever, he'll spend $20,000 on a gun collection.
He realized
you know?
that he was literally about to say he is a utilitarian. He is Thanos, and as he's saying it, he realizes, wait, I can't say this, and he abandoned.
I'm deontological.
I'm deontological.
There's a third option where I just don't pull the lever and walk away from the trolley.
This is where I abandoned the trolley predicament and just move into a different
I didn't hear what he said. Now I have to hear it again.
Pull my beanie down.
Is he? Wait a second.
It's like we shouldn't get involved. Let me put it like this: a trolley is heading to run over 5 people. And there's a lever that can be pulled that's going to divert it to one other person. And there's a bunch of angry people standing around screaming at each other, threatening war. This is the point where I'm like, guys, let's not walk up in there and pull that lever. Let's not do it. At a certain point, however, you are looking at...
Wait, what?
So let the 4 people get it, so the one person...
He was literally about to say he is a utilitarian. He is Thanos, and as he's saying it, he realizes, wait, I can't say this, and he abandoned.
I'm deontological.
I'm a deontological.
There's a third option where I just don't pull the lever and walk away from the trolley.
This is where I abandoned the trolley predicament and just move into a different predicament.
Pull my beanie down over my face.
Exactly. Wait, what?
This is his version of the weave.
The trolley's happening, and then there's people arguing about don't go to war, and so I walk away. We don't. Wait, what?
How has no one on his team intervened and said, like, perhaps outline your arguments before getting on air?
He's let a lot of the people on his team go.
Wow.
They've been having financial difficulties. So, you know, they're cutting back quite a bit. He was desperate the other day to sort of say, it was funny, he put up, I think he put up a survey or something, a poll. Should I do in person or do Zoom calls for his podcast? And when I saw it, it was like 50% said no, keep doing in person and less doing Zoom. And I think he's.
Why did I
think he was trying to like
not
I'm such an idiot.
People out, but make it seem like a democratic option.
100%. But okay, wait. So I want to hear the resolution of his trolley dilemma.
We're never gonna.
His dilemma is the way he solves the dilemma is I walked away. The dilemma doesn't exist anymore. That was just a.
Oh, he went with the. I get it. Okay. So he went with the toddler strategy.
Admire your capacity to be endlessly entertained by this.
I find his squirming fascinating because nobody has had the guts when they are faced with the trolley dilemma to just say, I'm going down this road, and then as soon as you get to where you've got to pull the lever, you say,
fuck it.
I don't do hypotheticals.
This is the point where I'm like, guys, let's not walk up in there and pull that lever.
I do hate that.
Do it.
At
a certain point,
about the people that just bury their head in the sand, as if they don't have to see it, it doesn't exist.
Actually start. Let me put it like this.
Okay, let me change the whole thing.
Let's try another. We tried Star Trek. We tried the trolley problem.
Let me do another hypothetical. Let's say you have a hypothetical that you don't want to engage in, but what do? This is what I call the trap door hypothetical, where I just disappear. I hit the trap door and I disappear.
Those people standing around the trolley are beating up our people.
If you aren't rendered on screen, then you don't
At
exist.
some point, perhaps the weight becomes
Yeah.
you have to get involved.
I like
I'm
it.
not suggesting this was appropriate.
I like the analogy.
I'm saying sometimes it can be. So again, I take the
suggesting that it can be appropriate. I'm saying sometimes it can be appropriate.
We don't want this to happen. We don't want an escalation of war.
Because this is just amazing. And you know what I really appreciate, just as somebody who does this professionally, he is like walking through a field of landmines, and he realizes it, and he's stuck out like just to double up on the analogies, he's walking through a landmine field on serious like peninsulas with alligators and water around, and his capacity to keep talking and not like take a moment and say, wait, I've lost track here. He just blows through it with so little regard for his audience. Yeah. He just must know
they're hogs.
They are idiots, and they won't. That's what he must think.
No odds of term.
I know we haven't looked at the comments, but to say, I'm not saying this is appropriate, but sometimes it's appropriate. It's mind-boggling. Listen to this sentence.
Impaled on a fence.
It is incredible.
I love the update to the trolley problem, which imagine a mob of Muslims outside beating the trolley.
At a certain point, those people standing around the trolley are beating up our people and threatening them, and we're like, at some point, perhaps the weight becomes, you do have to get involved. I am not suggesting this was appropriate. I'm saying sometimes it can be. So again, I take the somewhat skeptic approach to this. I think most Americans do. We don't want this to happen. We don't want an escalation of war, but I think it's silly to be 100%.
Sometimes you gotta bomb some schools, you know.
I do
sometimes,
think it's fair to be
right, Tim?
Lightly favorable.
I mean, what can you do? Sometimes those third graders.
And I think it's fine to be said.
You just never know.
This, but I understand. I think any reasonable person is going to recognize it's not always easy.
That is so masculine.
That is so masculine.
I agree. Too many schools in the world.
That is just masculinity, like indecision.
Especially the ones with kids in them.
Favorable of this.
This is honestly like, okay, I'm trying to come up with an explanation why he would go out and do this. Like, why? What would it cost him to maintain the consistency of being anti-war?
Actually,
in this instance?
birth rates have gone down significantly across the world.
I don't know. Let's look in the comments. Do you think his audience is this pro-war?
They're a little bit split. Like, I hate the new titles. They are clickbait rather than actually saying the topic. So that's the top one, which is actually true. Some people saying it's not that big of a deal. All our enemies have sleeper cells in the country. It's slapping a noisy chain. So a lot of his folks have.
because I don't buy the audience capture thing. I think that, it seems to me that there has to be a reason why he's walking this line of like, I sort of am somewhat in favor of this, but I also think it's okay if you're not in favor of this. It's hard
to figure out.
I don't know.
You want some more? There's still more of this clip.
I feel like this is unfair to Emma.
We might...
Or really anybody else. I'm the only one who just finds this absolutely fascinating.
I found it fascinating for the first 20 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
So if we're done, here, let's just peg this on. This is the Thanos clip.
What's he
that
pegging?
people are remembering with Tim Pool wading into utilitarian grounds.
Is better, and that I am willing to.
I will tell you something you won't like to hear, though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
I was so annoyed at that point that I had said yes to that interview. I was just like, oh God, this guy.
Yeah, how long was that into that one thing?
It was a ways into it. Like, we were arguing about polling, and he didn't believe any polls. And I said, this is from Fox News. And he's like, well, I hadn't seen the crosstabs.
In most films, utilitarian is the villain, so...
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12.
Why do you think last night in the 2-hour sundowning rambling that you heard for Donald Trump, you didn't hear the word Epstein once?
You're a lawyer. How, I'm trying to find the technical term, freaky is this Department of Justice?
It's the members of Congress problem, right? They're the ones that are failing to not use their power in the way it's supposed to be.
The Supreme Court can issue as many rules as they want. Who's going to enforce it if you have a president who says, no thanks?
Republicans, I think they're too racist to put a Hispanic in the office, no matter how white Marco tries to pretend to be. My concern is Democrats have the dog finally catching the car moment in November.
There's no such thing as a third term. It'll be a forever term.
I think you're going to see a legitimate let them eat cake Marie Antoinette moment.
Many people thought that the United States had guardrails to protect it from a president like Donald Trump. Many people were wrong. Since Trump began his second term, he has shown
we had
time
norms.
and time again how, from his perspective, laws are mere suggestions.
We had norms
Lawmakers
that
are pawns
we
and he's
expected
above
people to
both.
follow. But
Here to explain just how true or untrue that is attorney, legal analyst, former MSNBC anchor, now YouTube star Katie Phang, who now hosts Katie Phang News on YouTube. As a lawyer, Katie has trialed both civil and criminal cases, and we're going to take some of that experience and use it here on set. How are you? Long time no see.
I love this reunion.
This is a great reunion.
This is
We
like
love the former
long
cable,
overdue.
independent journalism, freedom space. How are you feeling? Let's start there. How are you feeling to be free in an era of Trump and assaults on the media, that you are on YouTube building your own audience, saying your own thing?
It's absolutely necessary. The idea of being, it's Katie Unleashed, the idea of not having a producer whispering in my ear, either hurry up and rap because we're live, because you can't get into the meat of anything, or having somebody say, why you call him convicted felon every time you say his name? Because he is.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not quite sure why not. But all kidding aside, I have been saying, you know, part of the reason why we do what we do in independent journalism is you have to meet the urgency of the moment with the urgency of the message. And I don't think people want to hear the platitudes. I don't think people want to sit there and hear it be filtered or tempered in any way. I think they either want you to match their energy, their anger, their frustration, their fear, because if not, then where's that relatability? Like, I don't think it exists. And so I'm grateful that the universe said, we're going to dick you over, but then we're going to make sure you're going to be okay.
I think I'm in the same boat. I think I feel the same way.
You were like the frontiersman. You were like the pioneer.
Why would a news organization, especially one that's supposed to be quote unquote left wing,
I think, look, you've noticed what we've noticed.
if what she's saying is true,
wants authenticity,
why
the
would they
audience
be
wants
against
someone to legitimately channel their
calling
legitimate rage
Donald
at what's
Trump
going on.
convicted felon?
I don't want performative
And I
rage.
don't want to be patronized by people telling them that
Unless,
Trump somehow
hear me out,
isn't a convicted felon or shouldn't be called a fascist.
they're
or
controlled
a liar.
opposition,
I mean,
and they're
let's just
actually
take the State
right
of the
wing.
Union. Tuesday night, Donald Trump gave the longest State of the Union in American history, a snooze fest, but also as my colleague Swin Soup sang, called a Klan rally in Congress. Said
lovely.
Said some
Lovely.
racist shit
A little
about
January 6th, 2021 channel.
He did the election denialism. He attacked Somalis. He talked about the importing of foreign cultures.
His greatest hits, apparently.
His greatest hits. What did you make of it? I felt he was a little low energy.
Yes, I expected to be a little bit more unhinged. And in full disclosure, I watched it after it happened.
Yes,
I did not watch it in real time
because we did an alternative rally.
We had our counter programming right across the street on the National Mall, so I did not have to suffer through it in real time. But I will admit that I did watch it thereafter. I also watched his prior 3 State of the Union addresses in preparation for said State of the Union address last night. Look, I'm going to continuously borrow from our former House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, when she ripped up her copy of his State of the Union address. She said it's a manifesto of mistruths.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's all it's ever going to be. But it was very campaign rally-esque. I actually don't take as much umbrage with Trump anymore.
Because calling somebody a name,
freaking
it's not a name.
I take umbrage with all of
Like if they called him fatty, sure, I get it. I can understand that. But
you see that? Just do it initially.
He is a convicted felon. Like that's not a name.
I felt like Mike Johnson. Like you wanted to wipe the drool.
It is true. He is fat, but
like that type. And JD
like
Vance, what he
you got to see the difference between referring someone. Like with a consistently a derogatory term on a consistent basis is different than acknowledging the fact that someone is a convicted felon. See this? Okay, here's another thing. Here's another thing that drives me absolutely crazy, right? Is
Republican presidential candidate will be
the fact that acknowledging that this president is a convicted felon, reminding people that he is a convicted felon,
to put a Hispanic in the office, no matter how white Marco tries to pretend to be. And
when people hear that, they're like, "Oh my God, quit saying it already!" Like, why? Like, why? Why shouldn't we remind you? Why? Not you specifically, but you generally. Why shouldn't we remind you on a consistent basis that you, Trump voters, voted for a convicted felon?
So you got Trump. I mean,
why shouldn't we remind you that you voted for someone that was liable for sexual abuse? Why? The only reason people have to push back against that is because it reminds them of the absurdity of that decision.
It'll be a forever term. There's no way he does a third term.
Should we call everyone who has been convicted of felony convicted felon so-and-so? No, but elected officials? Yes, absolutely.
Right, that's the simple truth of the matter.
Normal people? No.
If he doesn't go in 28,
elected officials? Absolutely. Absolutely. Tell me, like,
route, which is still credible, and I support.
How?
Very much rules and norms and
don't you think it's completely? Oh man, freaking chocolate! Don't you think it's completely ridiculous that somebody can be convicted of a felony and become president, but a normal person is convicted of a felony and they have a hard time becoming a dishwasher at Applebee's? Why shouldn't we continuously and repeatedly point out the clear divide in those scenarios? Why? No, like people need to be reminded of this on a daily basis, so that one, we fix the system until the system is fixed, or until people like realize their mistake and admit that they made a mistake in supporting this douche nozzle, you know?
Liking this video?
Frickin' piece of frickin' chocolate fell off my donut.
Tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Well, first of all, it was Scott Jennings. True. So that in and of itself has zero credibility. I don't think you should be kind of clocking it like
shame.
An umpire does.
That's the word I'm looking for, is shame. That's the reason people say that they're sick of hearing it. They're not sick of hearing it because it's becoming annoying. It's because it reminds every single person in this country that as a country, we elected a convicted felon and a sexual abuser.
Like if it's like a human, they're like, to hell with
That's what it does.
Although
Although you have to give
And it reminds them, if they didn't vote, or if they voted for him, it reminds them of the absurdity of that decision.
But I will say that I have also fallen to, I think it's a very lazy space, I will own it, where we say, oh, well, that's a Republican judge, or that's a Democratic,
it's embarrassing for our country. It's embarrassing for our government that we have a party that completely supports him no matter what. It's embarrassing as individuals for people that look past it, the people that ignore it, because it's absurd that someone who's convicted of felony has a hard time being a dishwasher, especially if it is a non-violent felony.
What about this argument? You went to law school. You're a lawyer. You
I think
believe in the rules. What about the argument that
it should be easier to become a dishwasher? It should be easier to get any normal job, any working class job, whether it's in an office or in a mechanic shop. It should be easier, regardless of the crime.
Stalin and the Pope, how many divisions does he have?
It should be easier to get a normal job as a convicted felon than it should be to become an elected official, having been convicted of a felony.
To be, predictably foreboding about it, but I do think, though, there will come a point in time where people are going to say,
because I do,
I've tried it your way. I've tried it the way of.
I do believe that people deserve second chances.
Do something with it, and with no teeth. I think
there are a couple of minor exceptions where I don't think the person has the capability of changing for the better. In the case of child abuse.
But I also think you're going to find a swath
of the sexual kind, because I think there's like a problem in their brain, because like that's just so not normal. But something like
the big question is, of course,
something like murder, even if it's like a gang murder, right? And they do a drive-by, like as abhorrent as that crime is,
I tore my hair out over MSNBC.
there is a possibility that person could turn their life around. No, you're talking about execute those people, period, torture them. Like.
He was not the right man at that moment, to go back to your point about the urgency.
So you get what I'm trying to say, and I think you agree with me. However, there's an important branch here that I have to go off on, because I have to. Hold on, give me a second. Pause. So it's about the death penalty, and here is. I don't know if you want to call this cognitive dissonance, but I don't think so, because. This is like, if you look on my bio, you know how it says like personally conservative but socially progressive? And here's one of those examples about the death penalty. On a personal level, I am not opposed to the death penalty for somebody that commits a heinous, violent crime, especially against children, especially. I'm not against it. However, here's where the disconnect is. We both know that our justice system has so many flaws that we have likely executed tens, if not hundreds, I don't know, probably not hundreds of thousands, but at least tens of thousands of convicted felons on death row that were actually innocent, because of how, like, especially, how racist our justice system used to be, how racist it still is on some level. If you tie economics into it. But the problem I don't have a problem with the death penalty itself. I have a problem with the fact that in this current justice system, we cannot trust our justice system to execute a legitimately guilty person. Does that make sense? So, in that way, see, I don't feel like this is cognitive dissonance, because I'm sitting here, I'm saying I'm not against the death penalty, but I'm against the use of it in our justice system because of how many times innocent people have been executed. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I just wanted to specify that. I don't think I've ever talked about that.
You were at the Capitol for the alternative counter program. A lot of members of Congress were there. Yeah. You know a lot of Democrats.
I think treason should be death penalty upon conviction of a grand jury and military tribunal.
What it has to do next.
Man, like, I don't know, like, treason's bad, like really, really bad. As I've been, shouting from the rooftops for the last 5+ years.
He didn't prosecute the CIA torturers. He didn't prosecute Bush.
But I don't know. I don't think it's death penalty worthy. I think it's like, I would say it's like gulag imprisonment worthy. Like hard labor, slave labor. Treason. Treason should be the only instance where slave labor is allowed. How about that? Compromise.
Committed to accountability hearings from day one, then I won't support you. I think I think, I hate to be very blunt, I don't think the entirety of the Democratic Party is ready for that. I think when you're being told by Hakeem Jeffries, for example, if you go, you have to sit there quietly.
Yes,
if you're not going to sit there quietly, then don't go. I'm troubled by that, number one, but number two...
sentencing someone to slavery is immoral beyond even forced labor. Okay, well, we'll just call it forced labor then.
Group that was there, a lot more, quote, progressive. I hate using
We'll just call it forced labor.
But progressive
indentured servitude.
I think you saw a lot of people...
Where you pay them just enough to survive, but not enough for them to actually earn their freedom.
Making our way towards the front of the line. My concern is, I've said this before, I'll say it again. My concern is Democrats have the dog finally.
I would say if the treasonous act,
we win in November 2026,
if the treasonous act itself,
just kind of looking at each other like,
not the planning or the intent, but the act itself, if that resulted in deaths, then I would say that the death penalty would be justified in that instance. But if the treason is caught in the planning, in the attempt, with the intent to proceed, I don't think that that's something that should be a death penalty. Slavery is different than forced labor and indentured servitude. Yeah, I mean, I know that I don't know what the differences are specifically, but I know there are differences.
My colleague Prem, where I said they should look into
to me, it doesn't really matter. Like, for the sake of this conversation, those differences don't matter.
Makes me think he's very worried about being investigated for his indeed. This is a man
conspiracy to commit treason.
Racist, he's fine. If you call him any other name, he doesn't care. But if you mention you may be held accountable for crimes, he gets very upset about that.
Treason. Oh, okay. All right, gotcha.
Sundowning rambling that you heard for Donald Trump, you didn't hear.
So treason is the verb, I guess, the act itself. Gotcha.
I love this interview because he keeps segueing into my next topic. So why did we not hear the word Epstein thing? What is the DOJ?
I honestly, I thought that planning to commit treason was treason, kind of
law school context. How
fell under the same loop. Even if you are in the planning process, you are still in the process of trying to overthrow the government. You know what I mean?
Called the Epstein Files.
No, not even overthrow, like betraying.
Pass that law. This Congress and this president signed it into law. And since December 19th of 2025, each and every day, this Department of Justice has been breaking the law. Breaking the law, but they're not doing anything about it.
Oh yeah, hence why it's the only crime that's constitutionally defined and requires 2 witnesses to the same act.
With the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Dude,
well, that's
I gotta.
The problem, right? When you actually have members of Congress
who
have now decided that impetus.
I'm not a fan of witness testimony.
Last night, right? You saw Donald Trump pretty much.
There are so many incidents, so much evidence that proves that witness testimony is ridiculously unreliable.
When you see Pamela Joe rolling on in there with her binders of opposition research and her one.
Like those two people could witness the same event and describe things completely differently. There's just too many other factors.
Whose problem is it's the members of Congress.
If you got like 15, well, not 15, I'll say if you got a few people and their stories align, like 75 to 80% of the time, I would probably, give that deference. I'd probably trust that, but like,
I think the reason why you didn't hear, I know there was
just like 1 or 2. I don't know. It feels they didn't have no fancy recording device. I know, but here's the flaw with it. All you needed was 2 people to agree to want to, screw somebody's life up. You know what I mean? That's all you need.
They screwed up the rollout of Epstein. They haven't handled this properly.
The hell?
Screw Pam Bondi.
And in
That's a
fact-
problem.
And that's all before
Okay, well-
some of the more recent revelations we're learning about the DOJ's role. The NPR recently found that the Justice
cut it.
Department is withholding files that allege Trump sexually abused a minor.
She was 13, and it was in 1983.
Indeed, these are, of course, allegations that have not been tried in court. Donald Trump denies them. Let's just be clear about all that.
Like, imagine,
But they
like,
were considered credible
you got a
because
couple
they
of
interviewed this person.
you got a couple of dudes in the 1700s.
And this is the problem with the Epstein
You know, they wanna expand their property a little bit.
Friends of mine who are not in the media
They try to buy it, and this other guy's like, no, I'm not selling.
No, the other way around.
And these guys are like, well, it just so happens that both of us saw you trying to,
it's very hard to separate out the nonsense.
you know, rig whatever treason you'd happen to, whatever treasonous act you want to insert here.
House Oversight Committee ranking member in California, Congressman Robert Garcia, who I mentioned, he released a statement.
Treason against the
saying
United
that when
States
he
shall
said he
consist of
reviewed
only
unredacted
and levying
evidence
war
at the
against them
Department of
or
Justice, he could
adhering
confirm that
to
the
their
DOJ
enemies. Oh, okay,
illegally
yeah, like
withheld
passing
FBI
state
interviews
secrets.
with this survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes. Now, my point on this, Katie,
And like, you know what sucks is like,
is fundamentally my issue is not
that
whether
is,
Donald Trump,
you could say,
whether the President of the United States raped a child or not.
you could say that the dude from WikiLeaks, no, not the dude from WikiLeaks,
Is the DOJ is clearly covering up
the reporter that broke the My Lai massacre, the report, it's the same reporter that broke the Watergate incident. The word overt does a lot of heavy lifting.
Clearly says these are the only permissible withholding and exemptions
like,
for you to do it. And
you could almost claim that a large amount of journalists that report on what's going on in Washington, D.C., especially regarding the military, you could argue that releasing classified information that they have come across in one form or another could be treason. So,
we have a crisis
like,
of a lack of critical thinking skills. We have a
that's what kind of
critical
sucks
thinking
about it.
skills,
Because, like,
And so
without
what I
good
find
journalism,
so ridiculous about this DOJ
we would not have known
they think they're
that
using their critical
the
thinking
U.S.
skills by
military
weeding out for Americans
during
what they
Vietnam
think we shouldn't be
was
looking at. It's called Transparency
regularly
Act, right?
engaged
So why not
in
put
the
it
act
all out there and let
of
us
wiping
use our
out
critical thinking
entire
skills to determine
villages.
if it's
It was
bullshit
so
or
common, in
not.
fact,
But no.
the
That's
My
how
Lai
we know it's bad
massacre,
for Trump. Because
that
when
the
you're
same day
using
that that
Trump
happened,
filter,
even though
and I'm
that
gonna
was a
remind
big
you too,
deal,
members of Congress
there was
have
another
confirmed when they
incident
went
in
to
another
look at
village
the
like 2
DOJ
kilometers away.
determinants.
Same, like another, that's how
this is
common
Ro
it was.
Khanna when I spoke to him. The Trump
So you
FBI
could
in
say
March
that
2025
releasing that
did their version of
information
redactions, and it
was helping our enemies.
And then the DOJ
you know?
did its version of
But
redactions, including Trump stuff. And so when
we
it was
both know that it's
over, so members
like
of Congress could go
information
look,
like that
the
needs
DOJ,
to
when they
be
clicked on the little
reported,
thing,
you know?
The DOJ version of the redactions went
Good thing
away
the
to
definition for
stay
giving
with
aid and
the
comfort
FBI
can be traced back
redactions. You
to
know
this
there's
18th century
something
English
there. Because if it
traces
wasn't, if he
cases
was totally exonerated,
po-
as he likes to say, then why
post
show all of
ratification.
us
Is that what you meant?
there? And laugh
if
it
the
off.
stories
Say,
are as,
"Ha, ha,
and
it's
if
not
the
true."
stories are as I was on Piers Morgan's show recently. He said, "Oh, these stories are all nonsense. They've all been disproved." A, they
I don't speak Latin.
No,
I'm not Catholic.
Who's tried?
Exactly.
I figured you meant post.
Investigation into this allegation of the
And how it
13-year-old in
concluded,
1983 and how it concluded, but they never did.
No, they never did.
And that's how
the
we
key
know
point.
that there's something there. There's something there.
There's something there.
There's
I
a
mean,
there.
We have a very litigious president, so I'm going to repeat that he denies raping children.
Yes.
The fact
Yes.
that I even have to do a denial that the president of the United States raping
He
children.
denies it, and there is nothing that's been investigated.
There's nothing been
which
investigated.
also I think is bad.
Which is 100% bad.
Nobody
where does
speaks
this leave
Latin.
Trump then, going forward, he's got 3 more years as president. We're only 1 year into.
I
this
think
shit
the
show.
I think the Pope would
You've
disagree.
got the Supreme Court ruling against him on tariffs. You've got his opinion poll rating crashing.
He's going to lose on birthright citizenship too. We have oral
Oh,
arguments on April
interesting.
1st.
You think?
Who's going to?
Which justices? Same 6-3?
Oh, I actually think it's going to be even worse for him on this one.
Thomas and Anita will be on his side, surely. You think you think Kavanaugh might?
Yeah, there's no way.
Listen,
There's
I'm
no
also
way
thinking about
Thomas
leaders
and
who are retiring too, right? So
it's going to be
who's
Thomas and
gonna
one
come
other.
up for that?
I
What
definitely
type of
agree with that.
outrageous
He's going to
racist
have
is
at
gonna come
least
up for
2
that?
that side with him on birthright citizenship.
Who just shut down volume
Garen
2 of
fucking
Jack Smith,
Teed.
She's
right?
going to get her pay. She's going to get her reward.
Here's the thing. There are
What are the odds on
many
Poly
big
Market?
cases that still remain, but the one that we're watching very carefully, all kidding aside, is Calais. It's the voting, the redistricting, the illegal gerrymandering case. Because the through line of all of this corruption, it's not just financial grift and corruption. It's not just, the total destruction and dereliction of morality. It is trying to rig these elections in November. It's shoving the SAVE Act down Senate's throat last night. It's this allegation falsely of voter fraud, which doesn't exist. All of this
and give me the voter rolls and let me raid Fulton County. All of this is to get us into November of 2026. Why? Because then if you don't have House and Senate control,
you'll be surprised there's a good chance they strike down birthright for transient persons.
And then 28 becomes
And that's where, to go full
Like,
circle,
like domestically transient,
always been bad when it
or
comes to
internationally
voter
transient.
issues. That's where he doesn't show any independence or crossover or moderation.
When I hear the word transient, I think of dudes that like
it's like he knows his
jump on
legacy has
trains
so
and
many
travel
freaking
across
asterisks
the
now.
country.
Listen, his legacy is total absolute immunity for Trump.
Yes, and Trump bragged about it recently in a post.
Yes, and so if you're John Roberts and you see,
Well,
somebody I don't want to take
even
credit
if
for, somebody
this
said
Wong Kim art
Roberts'
suggests
face
it,
was staring at the Frankenstein, which is not accurate.
there's
by the
been
way.
plenty
Frankenstein
of
was the doctor. The monster that Dr. Frankenstein created.
plenty of arguments I've read from you,
Katie, we will have to leave it there.
Mr. Constitutional Absolutist,
Anytime. It's good to see you, my friend.
which would infer
Thank you, and I'm proud
that
of you.
as a
Check out
constitutionalist,
Katie Fang on YouTube. Check out her show.
that a suggestion that Wong Kim Ark makes
Straight no chaser,
that
I like
is
to say.
even in mild conflict to what is specified in the
Don't
Constitution,
forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on
should not be
for exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism.
what's the word I'm
head
looking
over
for?
to
Shouldn't be
Zateo.com.
qualifying.
Your support matters.
But I mean, the fact is, like we know for a fact that two of them
It's Leah. On Saturday
are
morning, I
gonna
woke up to
side with
news
Trump.
that
Two of them,
at
at least
3 a.m.
guaranteed.
Eastern time,
We know that.
The FIFA Peace Prize recipient, President Donald
The
Dove himself, had
what
announced
determines
that he
the
launched
other
yet another
the
war.
actions of the
This
other
one with
four
Iran at 1 o'clock
is going to be how desperate they are
that these were limited
to
strikes.
ensure
Saturday morning, he was calling for
that
regime change and
Republicans
saying there might be
win,
casualties,
that
which
retain power,
unfortunately there already have
like for
been.
the
At
next
the
20
time we're
years,
recording
guaranteed.
This Sunday morning, the federal government announced that 3 U.S. service members
Like
were
how
killed in
dedicated
action
are
and
to
5
that.
wounded. Many
Like this
Iranians have
might
also
just
been
be to
killed in
like,
the strikes, and
fuck
we
it, we'll
also
just
know
pass
that
this and
the
retire.
leader
Let Trump
of
appoint
Iran was killed
Eileen
in the
Cannon.
strikes. The president
You know?
announced this war and also
Like,
seems
what do
to
they
be
have to
managing
lose?
it from his dinner club at Mar-a-Lago. Because of course,
There's nothing illegal about a judge making a justice
justice
making a decision,
for
you
all
know.
of you, so that we can begin to call for a restoration of
They'll
some
just,
sensible
you
constitutional
know,
and
they'll just make
international
sure
order.
that the only way
Adding
people can
law
vote
amidst all this lawlessness might
is
seem like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. So we are also going
is that
to
they
talk
have
about
to
why it's
purchase a
important
passport
to do so.
because
And to
a
help me with all of
a
this,
birth
because
certificate
international law
would
is
no
way
longer
above my pay
be
grade, is our expert,
a
Professor Rebecca
valid
Beck
proof of
Ingber
citizenship,
Cardozo Law School.
which means
Professor Ingber is
they
a former
would
counselor
make
on
it
international law and the Office of the Legal
constitutional
Advisor at the U.S.
to
Department
have
of
to
State.
pay
Beck, welcome back to the show.
to vote.
Thanks so much for having me back on.
Should
BT
I just
dubs.
introduce you as God of War now, or encourage our listeners to play that as your walk-on music? Because
They could just ride
it
into the
seems like there's
sunset.
a pattern here, Beck.
Yeah, I know. I sort of fell backwards into doing more national security as someone who was sort of a bleeding heart. And but I actually think maybe we need more of me in this
When the
field.
Constitution was the plain meaning of the text of
More
time
of my
ratification.
types, not more of me
Was the history
specifically,
enforcement
but
by
more,
the time
more
it was
bleeding
ratified?
hearts,
Why not
perhaps.
both? Why not
Yeah.
both? So there's much to say about the appalling brazen illegality of what the administration is doing, and we are going to focus on that. But I don't want that to obscure
And then a line
the
of history of the
insane
text, the spirit of the
recklessness
clause.
and irresponsibility of launching
The text
a
aligns
war
with the violates the
to
spirit that's
achieve regime
unconstitutional.
change
The
in
spirit
Middle
aligns with the
East,
text that's
since we know that
unconstitutional.
always goes so well. That will also have staggering human costs. So, Beck, we will focus on the law and laws.
My
there in part to
understanding
prevent
of
the unhinged, amoral project
what
of
you said was
warmongering.
that
But this sounds insane to even
it should
ask, and
only
I'm going
be
to do it
applied
anyways. Why shouldn't
to
countries with strong militaries
black
just go
people
around bombing
in
countries that have leaders
because
they
the
don't
spirit was to ensure
I'm really glad you
that
asked this first.
black people who
because
escaped
maybe
slavery
it sounds insane, but I think for a lot of people, and we've seen this even in the reaction of
had
states
a
around the
legitimate
world,
citizenship, so they didn't
if
get
these are
returned.
bad guys who have done bad things, it's
that-
good to take them out. And
Right.
to be very clear, right, this is a monstrous regime.
Yes.
It's most importantly monstrous to its own people, and many have looked forward to a day when they would fall. But when you permit states to go
The
around
spirit was to
using force
establish
whenever
national
they think it's a
citizenship
good
that was
idea
stronger than a
without
state citizen
strict,
and
objective
end the question
parameters,
of who is
like,
American.
for example, the ones we have in international law
Okay.
have come under attack and are simply repelling that attack. What you get is the Putins of the world saying, well, hey,
I mean,
my
was that
next-door
in the
neighbor,
decision? Does
Ukraine,
this
is run by a quote-unquote
in that
Nazi
decision
government. We
does
need
it
to
say
invade and
the
take
spirit
over.
of this
Or you
decision
have,
is
you know,
blah blah blah
Pakistan
blah
just
blah?
this
Like,
week
is that a
bombing
quote,
Afghanistan.
or is that
When
an
you break down
interpretation of the
the
decision?
international
Because
system that
we
has
all
been
know
created to resolve
that two
disputes,
people
you
can
have
read the same sentence and come away with completely different interpretations.
Territory over any dispute. And
especially
even in those circumstances
especially
where
Supreme
states
Court
have
decisions
a clear objective
that are like
even a
written
legal
in
basis
such
to use force,
obscure
you can't
legalese
control what happens in a war. And so,
that without
narrowly
like 8 years
cabining
of like
it, is important for
legal
that reason.
education,
Sometimes using force
you have no
is
idea
gonna
what the
be
hell they're trying to
necessary,
say.
sadly, but it is lighting a flame to a haystack. There's so much destruction. People on both sides will die. People will be displaced, perhaps permanently.
Oh my
Terrible
God.
mistakes will happen.
I
Civilians
only have
will be
8
killed.
sawn
Children
logs.
will be
There
killed.
are like 10 of
And
those
when
things.
you take out a leader and destabilize a country, especially without a clear plan for what happens next, that is organic. from the
That's
people
spirit of the clause,
themselves,
not
you
decision.
can't
Decisions
put
don't have
the
spirit.
genie
They only have
back in the
judgment.
bottle. And we cannot know
So who determines the spirit?
conflagration that's going to erupt from these acts. And so, I mean, just look at the destruction that the U.S. war on Iraq in 2003 wrought on the entire Middle East, right? Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. He was a terrible guy. And hundreds of thousands of people were killed in the war and the ensuing chaos that followed, which
The
continues
ratifiers.
to this day.
So with that kind of setting the table, let's go to the law and maybe start with the international law angle since you gestured to it. So a refresher about the UN Charter, which we last
The
talked
court then
about
interprets it based
with
on
you
the text and
last
spirit of
month
the
when the
clause and
president
applies to the
launched
current
military
situation.
strikes against another foreign power. The UN Charter pledged
Oh, no,
quote,
it sounds
to
like-
save succeeding generations from the scourge
It sounds
of
like
war,
a
end quote.
it
And the
sounds like a
charter,
roundabout
which the
way
United States signed, provides
of
that
saying
signatory states must quote refrain in their
It's-
international relations from the
if-
threat or use of force
if this
against
country wants
territorial
to,
integrity or political independence
you know,
of any state, end
disenfranchise,
quote.
you know,
How does that cash out here?
U.S.
It seems
citizens,
pretty
naturalized
straightforward.
U.S. citizens.
Yeah, this actually
Like
could
that's
segue
honestly
into what
that's
we
what
were just
I'm
talking about,
hearing.
right?
It
It's
sounds
the
like a
free-for-all that I
roundabout
just
way
described is the
to
world
say
that came before.
it's
So there's a
legal.
reason states came together in the early part of
It's
the 20th
legal to
century try
disenfranchise
outlaw
voters because the Supreme
war,
Court.
and
It's
this
legal.
culminated in the UN Charter. And so this rule from the UN Charter that states may not use force against the territorial integrity of
The
other
legislature
states,
decides the
that is
meaning
a
via the plain text and their
bedrock
intent is the
rule
spirit.
of the modern international system, in my view.
Why-
And that prohibition on using force is not absolute. It has two very
Why can't
narrow
the
exceptions.
intent just
So
be,
states may
you know what,
use
we don't
force if there is a UN Security Council
we don't want these
resolution
we don't want
authorizing
black
them to
people
do
getting
so,
fucked over like this.
obviously
Like why
not in
how is that
Palestine.
how is that so hard to say?
And
Like
if they
why
become
is
the
that such a
victim of an
difficult
armed
thing to
attack
say?
and are acting in self-defense to repel it. And that also includes the collective self-defense of another state that
It
has
isn't legal
suffered
to
an armed
lose
attack
reps
and
if you
has
disenfranchise
requested help.
voters.
So
It's quite literally
there's
against the
been
law
some
and there are punishments.
chatter
Well,
of anonymous
let me
officials
tell
that
you.
will get more color by the time this plays.
Let me tell you what's
talking about
happening
some
right now.
imminent threat. And so I want
In
to be clear
Texas-
about what imminence means and why
in
it
Texas,
comes
in
up
my
this
county,
context. So
Dallas
I say
County.
states can use force in self-defense if they're the victim of an armed attack. They can use force that is
They
necessary
shut down
and
the polls.
proportionate to repel that armed attack.
Because
They
the
can also
Texas
use it
courts
to repel an
I don't know if it
imminent
was
armed attack. So you
like
don't
a
have to
district or
wait
state
until
court.
the bombs that have already fallen, right? But an armed attack is the focus of the equation.
The
And
initial
that
ruling,
sometimes gets lost in
the
this
initial
concept of imminence, which people throw around
legislation
sort
or
of
whatever
casually.
was
And
that
necessary and proportionate are also key
anybody
rules.
that was
So,
in line
in
to
1991,
vote
for
at
example,
7
when the
was
US
allowed
and
to
several
vote,
states
but
went to
nobody
war
else
with
was
Iraq
allowed to get in
again,
line.
or before the 2003
However,
war, on behalf of
a
Kuwait.
judge
So
ruled
Iraq had invaded Kuwait.
that
The US and many
votes,
states
any
go to
vote that
war
was
to
entered,
push
this
Iraq
was like
out of
on the
Kuwait.
on the
UN
night of the
Security
primary,
Council
a few days ago,
authorized a limited use
earlier
of
this week.
force to push Iraq out of
Any
Kuwait.
vote
And the
cast
coalition did that.
after
And
7
that
p.m.
satisfied
is
both
not
the
allowed to
UN
be
Security
counted.
Council resolution and
Now,
their
I want you to
authority
tell
as
me
to act in the collective self-defense.
how that does
And so
not
the use of force needed to
disenfranchise
cease
voters.
At that point. They couldn't say, "Oh, well, we had self-defense, so everything goes. We can do everything. Now we can bomb Baghdad or unseat
This is literally what they're
Saddam."
doing. That's what they're doing.
And so
They're trying to pass the SAVE
There
Act.
has been no armed attack here.
They're trying to
There's
end
been no armed
birthright
attack that we are
citizenship.
responding to with necessary and proportionate
They're
force.
trying
There have been
to
attacks in the past, of
discount
course,
voters
but we are not responding to those attacks.
that
We're
are
trying
coming out to
repel
vote.
those attacks with these actions.
And they're trying to make it more difficult
So,
to get a
as we
passport.
noted last time when we were talking about the war against
They are literally
Venezuela,
doing all
the
of these
administration
things.
seemed to have taken the position
This Republican
in that
Party.
instance that the federal statutes governing the FBI somehow authorize the president to conduct law enforcement operations by force, including military strikes on foreign countries. That was
That is a
just
primary election which is
extremely
unrelated to the
odd and
Constitution
baseless,
as
and
no
they also
representative has
argued
been
that
elected.
somehow
Dude,
superseded the
it
UN
was a
Charter,
trial
meaning
run.
that the
It was a
charter binding,
practice.
but not enforceable against.
What's the next
president.
election after the
So at
primary?
least as of the time,
How many
we are
months do they have to
recording
get
this
it right?
update, there doesn't even really seem
Come
to
on,
be
man.
a pretense
Come on.
of the administration.
I
gesturing
know
to
that you're
the
you
UN
you know
Charter
that.
or explaining how the strikes on Iran.
You
might be
think that they
consistent
just
with
did this for
it. Is it
giggles?
better or worse that they're not even trying at this point to pretend it's consistent with the UN Charter?
Yeah,
because the mistake they made with January 6th, January 6th was their trial run.
They
only had one chance to get it right.
That they didn't have such a justification. So this
and
is
it didn't
a
work.
question I've been mulling for ages.
They learned from their mistake.
I'm kind of on a few minds on this. So
they're using the
I certainly think
primary
it's better
as a
for
trial
government
run,
officials to have some
so that by the
self-made
time
to comply
the
with law.
general election
I
comes
think
around,
that itself is constraining.
they
And
have,
we tend to think
they
of
are
the
more
requirement that you provide legal
efficient
justification and explanation
at
as itself a
disenfranchising
disciplining
voters.
mechanism. Certainly, if there's any shame involved, it would.
Then if it happens in general, then you should have the Democrats use a penalty clause, which is
legal
at the
argument,
discretion of the
legalese
executive.
can sort of cloud
Oh,
things for the
it's at the
public and for
discretion of
Congress,
the
frankly,
executive.
who are the people who are supposed
Interesting.
to check the president. So often,
Who?
when the administration
Who's
says
the
it has some
executive
secret legal
of
memo
the
that
U.S.? Who's
explains
the executive
everything, just you
of
wait,
Texas?
everyone sort of focuses on that rather than what is self-evident.
That's
before
interesting.
Their eyes. We know what the
I
administration.
wonder what the executive branch of the Texas state government is going to do about that.
That they do not have some smoking gun that would give them legal justification.
The same executive branch of the
And
Texas
so
state
sometimes
government
I worry that
the
provision of some kind of
initiated
legal
a
mumbo-jumbo,
census
might be clouding
redistricting
things and allow
at
Congress
the
to say,
behest
"Oh, well, they have a
of the
theory,
federal
that they can
executive
act without
branch.
us." So, in a
The
world
same
where
one
the
that's trying to
president doesn't appear
disenfranchise
to
all
care
these
at all
voters.
about law, and perhaps more importantly, when he's surrounded by people who themselves don't seem to know the value of law, or even surrounded by people who don't seem to know the value of responsible decision-making processes. Then
Dude,
I'm
there
not
is
sure
no
just
way that
throwing
you
words on a
were
page
not
is, in
able to
fact,
put these pieces
working as
together
a
yourself.
disciplining process.
There's no way.
And
I'm not buying
maybe
it. I'm
it's
not
better to
buying
just
it.
have the mask totally off and let people see exactly.
I think you're
what's going
trolling
on.
me. I think you're
But
trolling
that
me.
only works if there's a reaction.
When the Democrats take power, I
If the
thought that was
president
obvious.
says, "I don't
If.
care about law,"
You mean
and everyone
if.
just shrugs. That's kind of my worst case.
I want you to think about it. Remember at the beginning,
Yeah, and it seems
at the
like
beginning
we
of
are
the
trending
the
quickly
evening,
in that direction.
well,
since,
after
you
like
know,
the second
we had
hour
the
when you
attack
decide
on
to speak up,
Venezuela. He doesn't
and I was
experience
telling you how many more
consequences for the
Democrats
last
came
bad
out to
thing
vote.
and then does a worse
Now,
thing, right? And this is also just
I want you to
the
imagine
lesson
a
of the second Trump
situation
administration. Like they
where
got away with a lot,
the race
no
is close
consequences, and
because
they're
so
back
many
at
more
it
Democrats
even
come out than
worse.
usual.
So since you brought
And then
up Congress,
all of a
let's
sudden,
shift to constitutional war powers, where again, I would remind listeners that the
hundreds of
Constitution gives to
thousands of
Congress
votes
the
across
power
the
to
state
declare war. Now, it's long
are
been
just
understood
not
that,
counted
course,
because
the
of
president can
some
respond to an immediate
some
or perhaps
legalese
imminent
that
invasion. Past presidents have
this
also
Republican
argued that power
supermajority
justifies the
put into
preemptive
place.
uses of force against imminent
Sure,
attack.
Democrats
And
in the
still,
state
back in light of
or
what Jack Goldsmith has called
nonprofit,
the permissive
legal
promiscuity
organizations
of past
could
executive
take
branch
it to court.
interpretations of their war powers.
But what's going to happen
This
in the
still
meantime?
feels like an escalation to
You
me
think that
beyond
it's
those
just going to
past
like cruise up through the court
practices
system in
and
time?
theories. Is that
No.
fair?
You know that it won't.
Yeah, no, I think it is an escalation beyond those past theories. I think in many respects, the government has sort of been
Where's Wolf?
picking from all the different examples of places where past administrations have perhaps stretched things or used interpretation to try to take things just a step further, and they've they've sort of combined them all at one and thrown them at the well to see what sticks. I mean, yes, the Constitution gives Congress the power.
I don't know, man.
To
like,
go to war.
I kind of,
a host of other war-related powers, like
I kind of feel
armies
like
and funding
you
and
don't
regulating, right?
want
And the president
to
is
believe
just
how
commander-in-chief.
depraved this
But
Republican
he's also
Party is.
understood
How
at the founding that the president could repel
how
an attack on
hard
the country, and
they
you
are
could think about
trying
how hard it was to get
to,
Congress to sort of congregate back then, right? You don't want to have to wait for everyone to rally
like,
the horses.
what
before
lengths
you can
they're willing to
defend
go
the country
to
but in the meantime, Congress has given the president
maintain
a standing
power.
army. Presidents have used force
Like, I
in more
don't-
expansive ways.
I don't
and
think
executive
you-
branch
you-
lawyers have
you see it.
created a theory for trying to explain this.
Either that or again you're just
constitutionally.
trolling me. I don't
And
know.
this is
I don't know.
part
I
of
can't
what I'm
tell.
saying might sort of create a cloud things for Congress a little bit, because they hear that they've got this theory, and so the theory is that the president can use force when it's
Oh, I
not
told you there was a
war
way
in
to
the
punish his
constitutional
actions.
sense.
If
And they've long looked at all these factors, like the nature of the operation. Is it a targeted strike or is it boots on the ground?
I'm
Is it
trying.
regime change. That
I'm
was
working
usually
with
a factor in
campaigns.
favor of thinking it might be
I'm
more
working in
constitutional sense. Are
district
soldiers likely
offices.
to be
Like,
injured or killed?
I'm
That's
telling
also going to
everybody
weigh more
that's
heavily
willing to listen.
in favor of congressional involvement.
But the problem is like
and so even if we
normies,
don't think
normie voters,
even if
they
they
think
haven't
they
in
think I'm
past,
crazy. Like
context thought, well, maybe the first
like
strike doesn't
they
look
don't
like war.
they
If
don't
it's going
see
to escalate
how
into war,
how
if it's
bad
likely
it,
to
like they don't
escalate,
want
then
to,
that is also
like
a
they're
real
even more
factor.
skeptical of what I'm
We know
telling
all this
them.
because OLC writes this up in memos,
Nobody
which
remembers
it
the penalty
sometimes
clause.
publishes.
I don't even know what it
And they
is.
actually did
Tell you the
publish
truth.
one immediately
That's the
after
first
the
I've
Venezuela
heard of it.
operation.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take your word
and
for
if
it.
it's
Like
Monday when you're listening to this, I have a piece out on this today.
I've
on just
I've pretty much
security,
learned
but it's
to,
relevant to
you know,
the
to
Iran
defer to most of
operation
these
because it's the only
clauses.
example we have really right
to you.
now on how this administration lawyers war powers, or whether it lawyers war powers. And I want to be clear, these memos are just the president's lawyers' views.
Oh,
on the
I have to choose
president's
between an
powers,
armory
right?
and a
These are not
library?
ratified
No,
by
I want
courts,
both.
which almost never see use of force cases.
That's
These are
dumb.
not ratified by Congress. And OLC tends to think of itself, right, because the courts never see these questions, OLC tends to think of itself and present itself as if it's like the Supreme Court of the executive branch. But, you know, obviously it's not an independent branch, right? These are lawyers working for the president. But there's also a less obvious way that it doesn't operate like the Supreme Court, which is that lawyers don't tend to enshrine the times they say no, right? Courts will say, no, you can't do this. And then we know that's a red line, right? But OLC doesn't tend to write their red lines and more powers into memos. They don't say this is legal, but this isn't legal. Instead, you're going to see we have X, Y, and Z factor here, but we don't have A, B, and C. And so now it's lawful. And then in our next case, we have A, B, and C, but we don't have X, Y, and Z. Right. And so it's lawful. And now we've got in the Venezuela memo, we've got A, B, and C and X, Y, and Z. But in each of these, you know, we have examples in the past where A, B, and C were lawful or when X, Y, and Z were lawful. We're going to throw it all together. Right. And so while it's true that I don't see a justification even under OLC
she just probably gave the
what Jack
most
Goldsmith has called the
understandable explanation
permissive OLC understanding of
in like
Article 2.
3
I love that line.
sentences.
I understand what he means when he says that he doesn't think it's
to explain what the Heritage
constraining
Foundation
and maybe
did
wouldn't be in this context,
to
even though
over the
I do
course of
think this
50
is
years to
radically
overturn
a radical
Roe v.
departure
Wade.
from what's come before. And again, not a theory ratified by courts or Congress, and at odds, in fact, with how Congress itself has explained its view of when the president can use force.
Since you brought up the courts, I did want to remind our listeners of this moment from the oral argument in the tariffs.
Hold on. Will the right to vote in any election for the choice of electors for president and vice president of the United States, representative of Congress, executive, judicial officers of the state, or the members. Well, remember, according to the Supreme Court's immunity decision, elected officials aren't necessarily officers. In case you forgot about that. Taking the oath of office doesn't inherently mean that you're an officer of the state. Thanks, Supreme Court. Or the members of the legislature thereof is decided to any of the male inhabitants. Oh, male, nice. Being 20 years of age, citizens of the United States, or in any way bridge except for the participation or rebellion. Oh, okay, yeah. That's weird. This seems important. Or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced. But obviously they can't, you know, I'm guessing this part really isn't important anymore, the male inhabitants. Oh, wait a second, I forgot I can do this. Ha! Wait, nope. Wait, click. Nope. How do I... Oh my gosh, I know I did this before. How do I do it? I know that I can... There it is, haha! Can you see the second one? Where'd it go? Damn it. Nope. Is it over here? Oh no! Okay. Hold on, I gotta do something in my, Give me a second. I have to change this. I have to add something to my source. One of my sources. Is it a window? Yeah, it's a window capture. Give me a second. Hold that thought. Window capture. No. Create new. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Select a window to capture. Give me a second. I'm working on something. I'm working on a little project here. No, don't disappear. Come on. Oh, stay there. I'll pin. I have to pin it. That's why. Okay. Hang with me. Hang with me. No. Why isn't it? Oh my gosh. This is gonna drive me crazy. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Is it not a window? Might not be a window. Yeah, it's not. So I have a way of like dragging out like a specific message, but
that seem to.
Dang it. But I don't know how to add it. Anyway, and the portion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of the male citizens 21 years of age such date. Ugh. I gotta like. Oh man. You know, I truly appreciate your hard work, but I am not going to bullshit. I don't feel like trying to understand that legalese right now. I honestly don't. I don't even feel like it. Like, I don't have the motivation.
Preview the administration's views about their war powers and what Congress can or has done. You can hear it here.
I'm good at picking up on hidden messages in like everyday conversation without much effort.
That's what I'm struggling and waiting for.
But not legalese.
What's the reason to accept the notion that Congress can hand off the power to declare war to the president?
But we don't contend that again. That would
oh, I freaking hate John Sauer. Hate that dude so much.
And since we are
I can't stand that dude.
I did want to note that the court isn't.
I've been listening to that
this,
douche nozzle since 2022.
One concrete example, there was what's called a legislative veto
like
in the War Powers Act, the law that provides a framework for United States uses of force, including by the executive.
It's like
when Congress enacted that law.
It's like he came out of the womb with the sole purpose of being a lawyer.
Determination that there's an emergency.
With the sole purpose
calling for the use
of
ushering
in an authoritarian government.
INS versus Chadha, handing more power over to the president and influencing the allocation of authority.
It just means if you deprive people to vote, you lose the amount of reps in Congress and proportion to those people.
Of the
yeah, well,
of powers, our friend Steve Vladeck at One First has
what are the odds that?
At One First, and then
let me ask you this:
a professor at
I want you to tell me in your own opinion.
Presidency that goes into
what are the odds?
So I do want
that
to return to
the federal government and the DOJ
and
or the Texas State executive and the Republican supermajority state legislature
so on the scope,
pursues
when the attack on Iran,
that,
he described it as
that deprivation legally
in Iran, not a small operation
at all.
That wouldn't amount to
what are the odds?
War in the constitutional sense, and that feels like an expansion from past
I'm telling you, like
preemptive uses of force.
I'm willing to say that I believe that ICE could drive down the street, point guns at people to force them to stay in their homes to keep them from voting, and not a single legitimate legal representative in the state of Texas or the federal government would charge those crimes.
But just in the Western Hemisphere, you've got
I know it's a hypothetical. I have no way to prove it.
For the purposes of invoking the
but based on the actions leading up to this, I truly believe
with drug cartels
that would happen.
Blowing up
because what would Greg Abbott say? Greg Abbott would say the neighborhood was full of illegal immigrants that were trying to vote.
When he actually does start a real war on
Trump could use it like selectively target Democrat states, gerrymander while ignoring Republicans.
Oh,
you mean like ICE?
Claims, well, no, that's not a war. So then he could
like
do it all
what he did
going to
with
Congress,
ICE, sending them into all the blue states, like California, Minnesota, right?
Both war and
Maryland, I think, DC.
Yeah.
So he's already done it. He's already done it. And he said, he is quoted as saying that he will send ICE to
this is exactly
protect the polling stations.
Or at least should
right?
want to play a role in
You
determining.
do know that he said that,
And
right?
in fact, getting dragged into Vietnam without sufficient information or sufficient ability to weigh in, and the resulting carnage.
I mean, like, actually
was
remove reps
exactly
directly.
what
He
prompted
could remove
Congress
seats
to come
legitimately
together,
rather than sway
work
elections.
across party lines to
Like, it
pass
reduces
the War
them on
Powers
paper.
resolution to try to reset the balance in the first place.
Why would he do it legitimately
So I also want to talk
when
about
he
the
can do it quickly
justifications
and
how
illegitimately?
I think the purported
Come on.
justifications they've been throwing out are
We've
another
had to deal with this guy
escalation
for
in
10
addition to the
goddamn years.
escalation in scope. So Trump made noises about Iran being days
Library-
away
yeah, I think I'll
from
go with the
building a
library.
nuclear
I have, like,
bomb
2
that
other
could reach
houses
the
that have
United
a
States,
armory.
and also that he was concerned about the quote freedom
shit.
of the Iranian people. Now the former claim on Iran's nuclear capabilities just seems to be false, and these are of course different justifications. It doesn't even seem like they bothered to settle on a rationale.
It is quick
They were
either way
saying
since it
different
only
things to
requires a
different outlets
census.
on the very same day, and on the specific justification.
I'm telling you, man, like,
on the
don't be
first,
surprised.
In addition to it just being a lie,
Do not be
they were
surprised
claiming
if-
all of last year they had destroyed Iran's nuclear capabilities. You know, Saturday
I
morning
think-
they still had up on the White House website
I think this primary
a post that said, quote,
was
Iran's
the
nuclear facilities have been obliterated.
documentation
and suggestions
test run
otherwise are fake news, end quote.
to see
You know,
how
another
many
kind of
people
mark against the
they
unitary
could, how many
executive
votes they
branch,
could
it seems,
cast
or
out,
unitary executive theory.
um,
And on the second
digitally,
theory, you know, it's
with the
unclear
voting
if,
machines, right?
you know,
Because
successfully
remember,
removing the
they
Supreme
said that
Leader will
everyone
bring
in
into power
line
a regime that wouldn't
at
try to
7
continue to
could still
develop
be
nuclear
counted,
weapons and murder
but then they
protesters and
changed
repress
it,
the people. I mean,
and they
Reuters
said you
reported
have
that
to
a CIA
remove, the
analysis
courts,
suggested
Texas
more
court said,
hardliners would ascend to
you
power
have to remove
in
all the
event
votes that were
committee
placed after
meetings,
7.
and
So,
so
what they're
that's-
doing is data
these are
collection.
also part of
They
why
want to
this struck
see
me as an escalation,
how many
just like
votes
the
get thrown out
transparent
because of that
moving
decision.
target of the justifications,
So
and
when
how not
November rolls
tied or
around,
related to
it's going
this
to be a
combat
more
operation
efficient
they seem to be.
disenfranchisement in the way of, like, documentation.
But I'll
Not
just
citizen
add
documentation,
that
but
this question
voting
of humanitarian
documentation.
intervention, right? To the
Then,
extent that's somehow part of the mix.
mark
If
my
you're just sort of
words,
nodding at that. This is this
by the
long-standing
time
question of whether
2028 rolls
states can use
around,
force to stop significant human rights
you are
abuses,
going to
genocide,
see
crimes against humanity.
ICE
This is a live and
or some
extremely
form of
fraught
federal law
question.
enforcement
You'll notice that it wasn't one of the exceptions I mentioned to the prohibition on using
stationed
force. And states have
around
been
a
bandying
large
about
number
what to do
of
about
polling
this for a long
places
time.
in
And
swing
as a
states
legal matter, the thing to do about it is
in
to go to the UN Security Council,
blue
and
districts.
get an UNSCR. But
Mark
of course,
my words.
that is, you know,
This is,
it's
I don't know
for
how long this will
important
stay on
reasons
the
that were built
internet,
into the system, it's
but mark it,
extremely,
we'll come
you know,
back to it.
difficult to do that.
2
But I'll note
years.
that even under the most good faith of circumstances, even when
And if
states do
Republicans
come
are in
together
power, they will do
multilaterally,
nothing
get
to
a UN
stop it.
Security Council resolution, have legal grounds to act, things can go and have gone wildly wrong.
Yeah.
It's just not that easy for states to sweep in and make good government happen, even with the best of intentions.
And even
and as a policy
even if
matter,
the Democratic
the
Party
most
controls
significant
both houses of
argument
Congress,
against
he's
crafting
still
an
going to fucking
exception
try.
for humanitarian intervention is that it can be used pretextually. So, for example, you know, Putin falsely accused Ukraine of genocide as part of its justification for its attempts at territorial expansion. So there's no question, as I
Alchemy,
said, that
storage, or
this regime
trophy.
in Iran has been a monstrous one. But I also don't really see a pro-human rights agenda as a cornerstone of this administration. And I just don't believe that ensuring human rights is part of the plans that they have drawn up, to the extent they have drawn
I'll
up
go
any
alchemy.
plans,
Yeah,
or that it's
probably
going to
alchemy.
be a component of any plans they have going forward.
Yeah. So on this justification, moving
Wait a second, I thought I already
justification
built
that
the
they are
library.
just throwing out, I mean, honestly, it seems to me they are like a half
What
news
just
cycle
happened?
away from just saying we did it because the Dow is at or below
What is going on here?
50,000. I mean, this is just how ludicrous it all
I can only
is.
have one
because
tower?
The president also truthed out that, quote,
What?
Iran tried to interfere in 2020, 2024 elections to stop Trump and now faces renewed war with the United States. So maybe a third justification is election denialism, which just puts layers upon layers of illegality on it, in addition to layers and layers of BS, because I can't even keep
Greenhouse,
track of who
oh, definitely
supposedly
Enchanter
interfered
table.
with our elections: Iran, China, Venezuela, the radical left. And we started out with policy and went to law, and I want to get back to the question I
going on?
previewed at the beginning, which is the does this matter question. What's the point of discussing whether
Oh, I think I
these
have that.
strikes
Wow.
comply with international law, the Constitution, or federal statutes, when it just seems like the administration and, you know, at least some other countries just don't seem to care?
Yeah, I mean, this is really important. You know,
Oh, I'm a dum-dum.
Jack Goldsmith had this piece over the weekend saying
I'm a
law
dum-dum. Here
doesn't
we go.
matter. right? And now, to the extent he was, to the extent what he was saying was the debate over whether OLC could justify this under its ever-expanding legal theories is stale and not particularly useful, I don't disagree there. But to the extent he means that legal debates over war powers are empty, what's his own solution? His solution in that piece is for Congress to step up and do its job and constrain the president. Well, why is it Congress's job? Why do we even say that it's Congress's job, right? Why can Congress constrain the president? It's Congress's job because of the law and because the Constitution says so. And in the public law space, whether we're talking about international law or the Constitution, there's no overarching decider. There's no cop that shows up at the door and hauls off the United States to jail or the president, right? Public law is enforced through the reactions of other states on the world stage. And domestically, it's enforced through the actions of other actors like Congress and the public, which is exactly what he's proposing to happen. So the question, I think, for all of us should be, as a matter of international law, do we want to live in a world where there are neutral rules that govern, where states can rely on the promises that they make one another, where states don't accept the use of force as a tool for policy? Or do we want to revert to that world where states could just use force where they please, resolve disputes or grab resources or territory? Do we feel safer in that world? Because, like I said, it wasn't that long ago that states came together, to ban the use of force as a tool of policy. The UN Charter is just 80 years old, give or take. These rules require careful tending and vigilance lest it all fall down. And on the domestic side, without law, without insisting on a role for Congress and the courts, we've got the entire national security state, the intelligence community, DHS, the FBI, the standing military, unimaginable weaponry, wildly increasing surveillance power. In the world of AI, God only knows, all of this funded by trillion-dollar annual budgets from Congress, all of it in the hands of one man. One man.
How do you still have a coding job? I thought Claude could do everything for you now.
Right now of the lack of reactions by
for your
Congress,
employer,
by other states. It's not the violations of the law themselves that are going to ultimately bring the system down. Any legal system is going to have to account for violations and be able to survive those violations. What's going to bring the system down is a failure to respond. And for them to be accepted,
for
violations to become expected and commonplace. And so that, I'll just end here, but that is on all of us. There should be no more, who cares? He's going to violate the law anyway, so what, right? That kind of nihilism is just self-fulfilling. If you want to have a system that is ruled by law and not by one man's whims, then you have to care when it is violated and you have to fight for it every single day.
So, since you brought up automated weapons, I do just want to kind of take stock about what has happened and what we have seen, because it kind of seems to me like the neocons kind of wanted another war because Venezuela wasn't enough for them. They liked seeing the strikes on the TV, thought Venezuela war was cool, so they did another. And this isn't exactly law, but I can't help but pause over just the grotesque specter of everything we have seen and will be seeing. We have a Fox and Friends former host and guest running a war from a private club for millionaires, a war that has already killed U.S. service members,
always something that's ridiculously absurd that I forget about.
That has killed even more people. This is
Fox
happening on the
News
heels of a
host.
fight between the Secretary of Defense / Secretary of War Crimes and Anthropic, an AI company, when Anthropic wouldn't give the federal government access to their automated war bots to use for strikes. And Uncle Drunky was so upset, he declared Anthropic a threat and interrupted their supply chain. And then OpenAI jumped into the fray. And the Wall Street Journal reported that the federal government was indeed using Claude in intelligence assessments. And this is all after we were assured that the manosphere's opposition to Kamala Harris wasn't about misogyny or misogynoir, but just about how men didn't want to go off and fight reckless wars. And the manosphere was obsessed with this idea that Kamala Harris would send us into wars and Trump wouldn't. That was part of many people's cover stories. I mean, J.D. Vance had an op-ed, in 2023 that said Trump's best foreign policy,
Rules
not
for
starting
thee,
any
but not
wars.
for me.
And it was transparent bullshit and utter misogyny that got us here, like to an attack
Rules
that
for thee,
includes
but not for
an
me.
airstrike
Where
on
are
a
the
girls'
fucking
school that
GOP?
reportedly killed 85 students. Like,
That's
that
their battle
misogyny
cry.
helped bring to power a president who literally launched a military
Dragon,
strike
really?
against a girls' school. And that is one of the images that, at least to me, will be most associated with these attacks. And the violence and depravity related to and resulting from the misogyny was just very hard for me to miss in the first 24 or so hours of this entire thing. Beck, you said you wanted to end it on it all being us, but I'll also give you any final thoughts or last words.
Yeah, while he's watching all of it in like a baseball cap from Mar-a-Lago, it is grotesque. I mean, you know, I'm just sitting here kind of devastated and fearful. I'm worried about the people of Iran. I'm hoping that they can take control of their country and live without fear of either totalitarian rule or bombs from above. I'm worried about the broader region. I'm worried about the state of the world going forward. And I'm thinking a lot about what we can do. You know, the rules-based order that we've been living under for you know, just about a century was, or less than a century, was far from perfect. Far from perfect. But I do want to live in a world that is governed by the rule of law and not by the whims of tyrants, or for that matter, by AI.
Right.
And so, you know, we have to figure out together how to learn from and improve upon what we have done, right? I think it is nihilism to say everything that came before, that this is no different, that because states have violated the law before, this is no different than that. Because politicians have sometimes, you know, lied, or politicians have sometimes stepped over the rules, that this is no different and it's all we can ever expect, right? I think we have to figure out what we can take from what we had, what was good, what we need to improve upon, and just, you know, figure out how to move forward together.
Well, thank you as always, Beck, for joining, especially on short notice. We greatly appreciate it, as I know our listeners do as well.
Little bitch. You flew
because
away.
the parallels to 1984 have to be heavy-handed, the president truthed out, quote, "The heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace."
Oh, that level up.
Bombings will continue until there is peace. And now for our regularly recorded episode.
Bombings will continue until morale improves.
Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Since the nation's founding, the values of religious liberty and pluralism have been central to the American identity. These values are now under accelerated attack. The government has no authority to pick and choose which religious beliefs to promote and which to marginalize. Religious freedom for only some is religious freedom for none. The Trump-Vance administration's Religious Liberty Commission is pursuing a culture of Christian nationalism that seeks to divide and isolate people across our nation. The fatally flawed way this commission was assembled makes clear that the predetermined outcome isn't just un-American, it's against the law. The Trump-Vance administration has failed to uphold our country's proud religious freedom tradition, and we will hold them accountable. Be part of the movement that's pushing back and standing up for freedom. Register to attend today at thesrf.org. Strict Scrutiny is brought to you by Mosh. We're about to head into bad decision season, which means I
You're not
really
gonna
need
get
to
me
be
in here,
more
you stupid
intentional about
dragon.
the way I live, eat, and take care of my body. I mean, I had to interrupt my vacation to record an emergency episode. These guys make self-care so challenging. Mosh, which you may have heard about on Shark Tank, was founded by Maria Shriver and her son Patrick Schwarzenegger with a simple mission: to create a conversation about brain health through food, education, and research. Maria's father suffered from Alzheimer's, and since
Right,
then,
jackass,
she
there
and
you
Patrick
are.
have dedicated themselves to
Oh, he can hit
finding
me
ways
here.
to help other families dealing with this debilitating disease. Mosh joined forces with the world's top scientists and functional nutritionists to go beyond your average protein bar.
A crash
Each
land?
Mosh bar is made with ingredients that support brain health, like
Where'd you go?
ashwagandha, lion's mane, collagen, and omega-3s. Plus, a game-changing brain
Oh, did he
boosting
land? I think he
ingredient you
landed.
won't find in any other bar.
I don't care.
Mosh is the first and only food brand boosted with Cognizin, a premium nootropic that supplies the brain with a patented form of citicoline. In addition to tasting
Wait a
good,
second.
Mosh will make you
What do
feel
I
good
have?
because Mosh donates a portion of all proceeds from your order to fund gender-based brain health research through the Women's Alzheimer's Movement. Why gender-based?
Oh, they're
Two-thirds
from,
of all Alzheimer's patients are women. Mosh is
they're
working
from
closely
Mr.
to close
Dark's
the gap
Senate.
between women and men's health research. Here's why I'm into Mosh. It's about the importance of a brain-healthy diet and snacks that won't
Never,
weigh
he
me
never
down
wants
as
to
I'm
join
on
the
go.
voice chat when I'm
And the
streaming.
importance
It's so
of
weird.
brain-healthy diet. We all read Elena Kagan's brutal takedown of Neil Gorsuch in the tariffs case, and way too many Brett Kavanaugh listicles.
Mhm.
Don't be on the receiving end of an Elena Kagan takedown. Don't be like SCOTUS, and nourish your brain without weighing down your body, because we know these guys are attacking that too. If you want to find ways to give back to others and fuel your body and your brain, Mosh bars are the perfect choice for you. Head to moshlife.com/strict to save 20% off plus free shipping on the best sellers
Come on,
trial pack
jackass.
or the new plant-based trial pack. That's
Come on.
20% off plus free shipping.
I know you
want
wanna hit
either
me.
the best
Come on.
sellers trial pack or the plant-based trial pack at moshlife.com/strict.
Funny little
Thank
bitch.
you, Mosh, for
Right there.
sponsoring this
Yep.
episode.
Right here, right here,
Scrutiny
right
is
here,
brought
right
to
here.
you by Z-Biotics. Let's face it, after a night with drinks, I don't bounce back the next day like I used to. So I have to make a choice. I can either have a great night or a great next day. That is,
Come on, right here.
until I found
Douche nozzle, come on.
Z-Biotics pre-alcohol
Oh,
probiotic
hey,
is the
hey,
world's
hey.
first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's a buildup of this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for rough days after drinking. Pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct.
Look at that dragon,
down.
I'm right here.
Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night, drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Every time I have pre-alcohol before drinks,
Oh, no, you're
I
gonna
notice
crash
a difference
now.
the next day. Even
Come on.
after a night out,
Where you
I
landing?
can confidently plan on getting
Ooh.
up early to travel or to exercise. Look, I won't lie, I was a bit on the
Wah,
fence
wah.
about pre-alcohol initially. But then, while hanging out with the Pod Bros and my co-hosts at CrookedCon, I gave it a shot. I literally took it as a shot, and believe me, it's a real deal. And then, of course, I forgot to pack it when I went to Miami, and was reminded that without pre-alcohol, I really will not be up and running the next day. Without pre-alcohol. Gotta put it on my packing list. Let's be real. Usually a Friday night out means a Saturday morning spent canceling my workout class. But since I started incorporating pre-alcohol, my glass of wine doesn't disrupt my morning flow. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/strict and use the code STRICT at checkout for 15% off. Hello and welcome back to Strict Scrutiny, your podcast about the Supreme Court, and that's lowercase, based on a complete lack of respect, as the president indicated in a Truth Social
Ooh.
post complaining about the Supreme Court.
Sick
Anyway,
professional
this is
legal
Strict
burn.
Scrutiny, your podcast about the lowercase Supreme Court and the legal culture that surrounds it. I'm your host
So
for today's
corny.
episode, Leah Littman. For the first part of this episode,
Frickin'
I'll be going
nerds.
through legal news with the wonderful Chris Geithner, who runs the indispensable outlet Law Dork that we often reference. We'll cover different developments in the incel frat boy administration, including allegations of sexual misconduct
How the
in
hell
the
am I
Epstein
supposed to do
files.
these gems on
I'll
TikTok?
also be talking to Chris about some of the journalism he's been doing that has brought to light different aspects of the administration's misdeeds. This episode is kind of going to be a love pod to independent journalism and an FU to the right-wing oligarchy's takeover of the media, but I digress. Chris and I are also going to talk bad decision season in the lower federal courts and goings-on at the Supreme Court last week, including oral arguments and opinions. Then I'll be joined by Mark Elias, who will talk with me about how all three articles of government have trained their sights on democracy and upcoming elections. But first up, legal news. And as promised, I'm joined today by guest host Chris Geithner, who runs the incredible Law Dork Substack. Welcome back to Strict Scrutiny, Chris.
Hello, Leah.
We were kind of talking before this got started about this wonderful world we are living in. So thank you for joining me to help me process this last week of that wild, wild world.
Of course. it is, yeah, there
Well,
is
that's obnoxious.
never a dull moment. And I was saying last night, Thursday night, that it was one of those days that it wasn't even the best laid plans that got held awry. It was literally any laid plans that got taken off the docket.
Indeed. I could stand to live in boringer times, but such as it is, we have a lot to cover.
Boringer? There's
So
no way that's a
the first
real
chunk
word.
of legal news we're going to talk about is basically how I think we are all being governed by some weirdos of the manosphere. And one example is the latest Epstein files scandalo. So several outlets reported, and then Representative Robert Garcia, ranking Democrat on House Oversight Committee, confirmed that the Department of Justice seems to have excised and declined to disclose material in the Epstein files that included an interview with a witness who alleged that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a minor. Reporting on those admitted documents initially came from independent journalist Roger Sollenberger. Again, independent media. We heart you. My ban to independent media comes on the heels of news that Paramount is apparently the winning bidder for Warner Brothers, the company that owns CNN. Paramount is also the entity that took over CBS and facilitated the Bari Weisification of that once great outlet. Paramount is led by Larry Ellison and Larry Ellison's large adult son, some Uber Trumpers, who also now control TikTok. Basically, they're building a right-wing media empire that runs the risk of stifling great journalism. I'll get back to the Epstein example in a bit, but Chris, what's the role of independent media in this era of manosphere media? And yes, I include Bari Weiss in that. The woman literally made a primetime show into a whiskey hour and has made an entire career out of telling powerful men what they want to hear and ensuring them that everyone else, not them, is the problem.
Yeah, no, it is alarming and continues to snowball in terms of where the problems are and who they're affecting. And I think that independent media, there have been a lot of discussions this week. There will certainly be as this paramountification of the media landscape continues. And I think that, like, the examples that we have seen from independent medias like Roger, who you mentioned, my work, Marissa Kabas, there are a good number at this point of journalists who are working independent of a large newsroom who can bring out a lot of important work. I do think, and there was some discussion that I had on Thursday night online, that there are limits to that. And I think that we don't want to lose the fact that, like, it would be very bad if we don't have big newsrooms that can do big in-depth investigations, that have deep pockets to protect their reporters, both abroad and, like, now in this era from lawsuits at home, that are able to do deep dive investigations. I mean, I remember, like, you know me from back in the golden days of BuzzFeed when, I mean, we would literally, the investigations team would be able to spend time and money on allowing a journalist like Chris Hamby, who was great, is great, to, like, go off and spend 6 months working on one story. And obviously I couldn't do that. If I go more than 2 days without publishing, I feel like my head's gonna explode because I'm not giving my readers the latest news.
Right.
And so, like, independent journalism can do a lot. And, like, I mean, I was at the Supreme Court this week. I was in front of Judge Lamberth, not in front of, sitting
thankfully.
In the gallery. Thankfully, I wasn't in front of Judge Lamberth, but I, like, the day after the Supreme Court was done with its arguments, I was in front of Judge Lamberth, watching him dress down a Justice Department lawyer, and, like, there was no other journalist there. I was the only journalist in the courtroom before Judge Lamberth on Thursday, and, like, that's because I know that my readers care about and are expecting me to care about what's going on with trans prisoners who might be a doubly unimportant character in some media outlets.
Yeah. But back to this story that independent journalist Roger Sollenberger broke, the excision of materials implicating the president from the Epstein files released to the public. On its own, that would be bad, but there are other clues about the specific interview and witness that make this even worse. So the FBI reportedly interviewed this person multiple times, so this wasn't something or someone just immediately dismissed as not credible and written off. And the accuser included a similar accusation in a lawsuit filed in 2019 against Epstein. So, Chris, we have been treated to / subjected to Epstein and Epstein files now for weeks and months as DOJ has blown the deadline. Why is this latest revelation a big deal?
I mean, I think it's a big deal, one, because it is Trump. Like, this is actual direct Trump-related information. It's not these are his friends, which, again, is its own damnation. But, like, this is an actual Trump accusation, which is similar and is particularly like a sexual assault allegation, and not even sort of the allegations that have led to significant changes in the careers of people like Kathy Rumler and
or Larry Summers,
Brad Carr, and like that the allegations there were, I mean, with Kathy was more about, like, advising him, and with Brad Karp was essentially about being too close to him. I think that what we're learning is that there is a lot of there. And as it becomes more difficult for the people who have been saying there's nothing there to argue that, we're actually starting to see consequences, because it is very clear that this was not something that Epstein was doing off by himself. It was part and parcel of what those around him knew was going on if they were not actually involved in. And as more evidence comes out, we're seeing that.
Yeah, I can't wait for that Supreme Court shadow docket order that says no consequences, period. But anyway, sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, consequences. Good
In
thing.
due time.
So the next bit of news is a step removed, but in my mind still related to the government by the manosphere, of the manosphere, and for the manosphere vibe of this administration. And that's a video seen around the world of FBI Director Kash Patel for words that should never be strung together, living out his frat bro sports ball fantasy of partying with athletes, celebrating the U.S. men's hockey team's gold medal in the locker room with the team. And during the celebration, the protector of women's sports himself, Donald Trump, got on the phone with the men's hockey team via Kash Patel and invited the team to the State of the Union address and joked that he'd have to invite the women's team as well or he'd be impeached, as you can hear here.
I must tell you, we're gonna have to bring the women's team. You do know
that. Women's team declined the invitation
Like
and instead hung out with Stanley.
I don't
Tucci.
understand
Would
how
recommend.
that's funny. I don't.
Chris, what did you make of?
I don't get it.
Right, exactly. Right, like would prefer. But what did you make of this, like Kash Patel, Donald Trump phone call episode?
I mean, it works poorly on so many levels that it's hard to know where to dig into. Like, I mean, this is the continuation just of the corruption of the administration. The self-dealing, we're governing to get what we want. But then on top of that, you do have this we're going to kill woke element of this. And I think
by woke, they mean
the
women
responses,
and other people too.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
The responses of the women's team have been great. Yeah. The responses from women outside of the team, from Abby Wambach, from Megan Rapinoe, have been just fantastic. And then on like a final level, it is this like the desperation of the administration. Like,
yes,
some of these things, and this like fits in with my like broader like we don't realize how good we are doing element of this moment. Like, they are desperate. Like, they know they're losing. They know what they're doing is unpopular. And, like, they literally believed that, like, the in for them was becoming a part of the men's hockey team winning.
Right.
And, like, unfortunately for the men's hockey team, they kind of went along with it. And I think they ruined so much goodwill, as everybody's been not even jokingly saying, like, coming off of Heated Rivalry, like there was this
exactly.
like, moment for hockey.
I was literally at the Michigan hockey team's game last night, right? Like, I've been going to hockey more regularly. I read all of Heated Rivalry. I watched the entire series, and then they're just squandering it.
All of the Pride nights, like I wasn't able to go to the Capitals Pride night because I had something else that night, but like I was even aware, Chris Geidner was aware of it and would have been there if I didn't already have, I mean, admittedly tickets to theater, but that aside,
right.
I outgayed Pride night,
right.
but like two of my best friends were at the Philly Pride night. Like, I mean, like this was like a moment for expanding.
Where is the log salesman
of hockey in America and Canada, and like the U.S. men's team sort of played along with, like, even if they weren't a part of, and clearly some of them are, but like even if they weren't a part of, they played along with it to be a celebrated in this moment. And I get it. Like, you won the gold medal and want the president of the United States to congratulate you. Like, I get why, like, instinctually you think like that's fine, but like,
but do not accept the congratulations. do not congratulate and do not accept the congratulations.
Yeah, you know that he's going to use you.
Yes.
And he did, and tried to, and successfully somewhat use them at the State of the Union even. I mean, sad, but also caveat emptor at this point if you're going along with Trump's shenanigans.
Completely. And because there are many fronts to the war on women, I wanted to draw attention to a moment from the Senate confirmation hearing last week for Trump's nominee for Surgeon General, wellness influencer / Maha aficionado, Casey Means. Not a licensed doctor, never completed a residency, but you'll hear Senator Patty Murray speak first in this clip.
You called birth control pills, I'm going to quote, a disrespect of life. And you said Americans, quote, use birth control pills like candy. You also claimed, contrary to established science, that hormonal birth control has, quote, horrifying health risks for women. There are decades.
Let me guess.
decades
She's
of evidence
talking to a white dude. I
showing that
guarantee
every
it.
one of these birth control methods is
Guarantee she's
safe
talking to a
and
white
effective.
dude.
So I wanted to ask
making
you,
these
help
claims
me
about birth
understand.
control.
Should women trust
see.
the FDA, which approved all 18 methods of birth control after a very rigorous look at the evidence? Or should they trust your statement that there are horrifying health risks to birth control, which contradicts that evidence?
See?
Thank you, Senator Murray, for your question.
I was wrong. Oh my God. I was wrong. I can't believe it.
You're aware of what the side effects of
I should have known
hormonal
better.
consumption are.
I should have known better.
curious
They'd
if you
have to
are,
send.
with
They'd
the
have to send a
FDA
woman
that
for
went through
legitimacy.
all of these?
Damn it.
I'm speaking about particular women that can be hurt if there is not informed
Damn.
consent about
I
their
really
medical
guessed that one
history,
wrong.
their lifestyle exposures, and their family history. I want those women, and I know you do too, to be able to have a thorough conversation with their doctor and know whether they are at higher risk for side effects when prescribed the
saying
medication.
that is one thing, but saying on, different shows that birth control pills are a disrespect of life is very different.
I am passionate about
Very
women's health, and I think it is
Saying that
disrespectful
people
to
use birth
women.
controls like candy is very different than what you just said.
We prescribe a huge amount of hormonal contraceptive, and
Why is it your problem, lady?
Those conversations have informed consent because of the pressures that doctors are under because of our broken healthcare system. I want what's best for women, as do you.
I mean, what is there even to say?
Fuck is it her problem?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the best thing that I
Why
can
does
say
she think
is
she gets to
say
decide?
nothing.
Right.
Like,
Yes, it speaks for itself.
as the man on the like, literally, men need to be saying less this week. I mean, but obviously it doesn't matter even if it's women. But I mean, it's just it is part and parcel of what RFK Jr. is doing to the public health system in America, to research in America, and with that global research, I mean, like the in addition to sort of the I obviously still get all of my Ohio news alerts, and now we're going to we have a birth control skeptic who is most likely going to be the Surgeon General.
Oh, she's here. Awesome.
It's horrifying. It's another example of the Senate just abdicating its responsibility to the American people, to the structure of government, to James Madison's basic beliefs about what this Constitution he was setting up would do. But here we are.
Yes, here we are. And where we are, we have a few more pieces of legal news before we step back and talk about how we ensure legal news is news, and before we get to bad decision spring training season. And the first is more news out of Minnesota. So despite the drawdown of Operation Metro Surge, that is the administration's mass deployment of federal immigration officers, people on the ground in Minnesota and independent media and journalists and local media still continue to report a lot of contacts with ICE. And despite the alleged tone shift, the administration still seems intent on causing as much harm as possible to and terrorizing the people of Minnesota as much as they can. The latest in this attack comes from the lips of J.D. Vance.
So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money.
Chris, because JD went to Yale, can you law-splain to him why this, withholding almost $250 million in Medicaid funding from the state, is wildly illegal?
It's so illegal. Like they go through no process. They go through like this is one of the most clear, well-regulated systems for funding outside of Social Security that we have, and they just like declare at a news conference with Dr. Oz standing behind
in the
him
background
that
nodding.
this is gonna end. Like this is just like there's no way that like you can get away with this.
Yes.
And outside of that, it's so unpopular.
Right.
Like you are like you are making lives more difficult overnight for not just like for the poor people that you don't care about.
Right.
But for the other people who go to those hospitals,
exactly,
who are going to be impacted, to the nurses and doctors and even hospital administrators who you love.
If you didn't love our immigration enforcement, wait until you see our defunding of hospitals and medical care, right? Like
it's like it's just it's another example of this like lashing out. I mean, honestly, whenever JD Vance is in charge of something, it is something that they've like
destined to
part
fail.
of me is thinking at this point, like early on, I was thinking that they were putting him out for the unpopular things. At this point, I actually think that he's just so stupid that these are things he's in charge of, and he keeps just choosing bad directions to go with them, because like it's just so often like, how could you decide that this would be the way to go forward with this attack on Minnesota? Like it's just it's not going to work. It's going to, like anything, as soon as litigation is there, if they actually even go through with it. Like, that's the other thing. Like, how much of this is, like, a press conference that, like, it turns out you can't even do it.
Right. They
like,
really want to feel like big
there's
boys
no
and
button
threaten
you can
people.
press. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, to the extent they actually try to implement it, like there's going to be litigation, it's going to be stayed, they're going to be held up in court.
Okay, so withdrawing Medicaid funds, wildly illegal. Statute says certain processes have to be followed. They didn't follow those, right? Statute doesn't authorize the president just to rescind funds or freeze them whenever he wants. A separate federal law prohibits him from doing so, the Impoundment Control Act. And then there's a whole 10th Amendment. You're not allowed to coerce states, right, by threatening all of their federal funds to do something unrelated anyways. But I think they are partially emboldened at least to threaten this because the Supreme Court blocked lower court decisions that had halted, their efforts to freeze other funds, through the Department of Education, the National Institutes of Health, and elsewhere. And so, there are some other pieces of news I wanted to acknowledge. There are also, in my view, cases where the court's hands aren't entirely clean. And the first is the absolutely horrific death of Nurul Amin Shah Alam, a nearly blind refugee who fled ethnic persecution in Myanmar, and Customs and Border Patrol dropped this man who didn't speak English, couldn't operate a phone, couldn't communicate, and was blind in one eye and could see only 3 feet in front of him out of the other at a closed coffee shop 5 miles from his home on a cold, wintry night. And he was found dead several days later. The mayor of Buffalo, where this man, a father, lived, blamed federal immigration officers for his death. Agree. But I also don't want people to forget who let the administration continue to deploy its crazy, excessive, and aggressive roving patrols of immigration officers stopping people based on their apparent race and ethnicity, even if they are refugees who aren't to be removed. And that, of course, is the Supreme Court. And I just wonder if Brett Kavanaugh would call this a brief encounter where a man was promptly released.
Yeah, it's horrific, and I do think, like, I've been doing a lot of work on the refugee specific aspect of this and some of the really aggressive ways that they're looking at trying to essentially like buy into, like, it's literally a like, let's back into Donald Trump doesn't trust Biden, says he doesn't trust Biden's vetting of refugees, and so let's back into a policy to, like, essentially starting the literal policy is starting January 20th, 2021. Any refugees have to be revetted, and like trying
That's
to
not
say
gonna
that
clog the
they
system.
can detain those refugees while they're being revetted. That's being litigated in Minnesota because that's where they first tried to implement that.
Yeah.
But this is sort of a combination of the Kavanaugh stop of it all with this like not just disregard, but like disrespect for the purpose of refugees.
Yes.
Like it, and it's just
snap.
It's
house
lawless
is-
and offensive.
The second Supreme Court related piece of news is that as we are waiting for the court to issue its decision about the validity of laws banning transgender athletes from participating in sports, Kansas adopted one of the most evil anti-trans laws in the country. This one purports to invalidate driver's licenses and birth certificates of transgender Kansans who changed the gender markers on those documents, although a letter went out suggesting maybe it's not invalidating those documents immediately, but it literally prohibits driving while trans. The law also bars trans people from using restrooms that align with their gender identity, but I personally can't wait for the court to tell us that there's no history of discrimination against trans people and therefore no reason for courts to look closely at those laws. But now, shifting to the topic of legal news generally, I mean, the pieces of legal news we just touched on, Chris, really relate to some issues you've been on the forefront of kind of diving deeper in. And so I wanted to talk with you about journalism in this era and the stories that do or don't come to light and how. So at Law Dork, you know, you've been breaking some news that it really hasn't been covered or has been overlooked elsewhere. And one thing you alluded to is the case involving medical care for transgender inmates. So can you share like what Law Dork was able to report and find and uncover there and where that case stands?
Yeah, no, there have been since, I mean, the January 20th executive order that Trump issued on day one that was known generally as the like definition of sex executive order, also contained provisions directing the Bureau of Prisons to essentially act on that. And so really starting, I believe the first lawsuits were actually filed in January, challenging and attempting to stop Bureau of Prisons' efforts to transfer trans inmates, to discontinue medical care for trans inmates, to discontinue being able to get items from the commissary that would be in fitting with their gender. And they had those cases going forward, and they all got assigned to and consolidated before Judge Royce Lamberth, who is a Reagan appointee, has been on the bench for nearly 40 years. But as I'm sure many strict scrutiny people know, is also a guy who is very comfortable aggressively looking at the government. And he has blocked a lot of that. And one of those cases that's sort of taken the lead is a class action case. And there is one person who has regularly been a witness in submitting declarations for that, Grace Pinson, and had been presenting evidence that she was being retaliated against. And on February 19th at a hearing, DOJ's lawyer there basically had no information responding to that retaliation. Lamberth was a little upset and was like, when the DOJ lawyer said there's no evidence of it, he said there actually is. There's a declaration. It's uncontroverted by you. You've not even looked into it. And so he issued a protective order saying no more retaliation against against witnesses in this litigation. Literally starting the next day, Grace Pinson in a prison in North Carolina started getting further retaliation. She had a visual strip search that was very invasive in front of male guards. She had her legal papers taken and thrown into another cell that had feces on it. She reported in her declaration that some of her legal papers she had to throw away at that point. She was supposed to be moved, and that was held off. And then the lieutenant at the facility literally told her, "I don't give a fuck what the judge says. I do what I want." And so
Royce Lamberth was not into that.
The lawyers immediately went to court, filed a motion for a show cause order for civil contempt to in violation of that February 19th order. Lamberth came back within like 12 hours, set a hearing on Thursday morning for 2:30 p.m. Thursday, in-person hearing. Yeah. And I went to that hearing, and DOJ still didn't have facts. That argument time went so badly for DOJ that when the ACLU of DC lawyer got back up, he made an oral motion on the spot for a TRO to protect the inmate, to protect Pinson. Including, I mean, he did go aggressively far and said to immediately move her to a halfway house,
right,
which is where she's supposed to be moved. But then, in the alternative, for them to make a detailed plan for how they are going to be protecting her against retaliation. And he then went back to Chambers. He granted the show cause order. He asked for the name of the warden.
Right.
Which DOJ initially didn't know, which offended him further. Like, he was like, this particular prison has been at issue. It's the issue of the show cause motion. And you still don't know the name of the warden. And he came back with an order to show cause, ordering DOJ, naming all of the people, including naming the warden, that they need to respond by Tuesday, and then partially granting the TRO, saying they need to have a detailed plan to protect Pinson and her former roommate, and then is going to have the show cause hearing next Wednesday.
Yeah, and we will await that. So that was a great breakdown of where things stand on that case, which again has really flown under the radar. And you know, the other case that I had wanted to highlight, you know, your involvement in is the litigation concerning the administration's new policy about detaining refugees that we had talked about previously on the show and that you alluded to earlier. And in that case, you know, you at Law Dork were actually able to break and share, you know, the new policy, you know, before other outlets were. And you actually kind of became involved in the litigation by like filing requests for the information, if I'm not mistaken.
We filed a motion to intervene in the case for the purpose, habeas immigration cases by default under federal rules are not on the public, filings aren't on the public docket, and you have to like literally get them from the courthouse, and only judges' orders are on the public docket. We filed a motion to get those opened. The magistrate judge denied our request because he said you can get them from the courthouse, which is ridiculous. And like you saw judges in all the Alien Enemies Act cases, once the Supreme Court required them to go to habeas, almost all of the judges in those cases converted those to being open because the federal rule that says that they're by default not public filings does say unless the judge orders otherwise. So we tried to do that, but in the course of doing that, I became involved in the case, and so lawyers are aware of my interest in the case, and I'm able to get the documents more quickly. And I reported that overnight, and it is a very aggressive, it's a reading that has not been the reading since the Refugee Act of 1980 became law, that basically when you become a refugee, eventually you adjust your status to lawful permanent resident. And essentially what the new policy is that if you've been here for more than a year and don't adjust immediately on day 366, they can detain you.
Yeah, and you can't immediately have your status adjusted like the next day. So it's basically requiring detention, for that period, which is part of what makes it so horrific. Like you get a year and then you're indefinitely detained.
They claim that they're not allowed to indefinitely detain people, and yet they also make clear that it can be more than 48 hours. And so it's a bad argument. It's under consideration at the district court, and I'll be following it as it moves forward. I do think since this is Independent Media Day, one of the really great things that independent media can do and does do successfully is draw attention to cases that other people aren't paying attention to. Yes. And once it becomes a thing that other people are paying attention to, I can move on and I can start to pay attention to other cases. But and so this was a case, all of a sudden I was writing about it. The Washington Post was stealing my work. CBS News was stealing my work. They might have something in common. I don't know what it is. But then all of a sudden at the hearing, I noticed that there were 9 other reporters on the hearing. And so that is it is a true advantage, even if it is just self-interested media, that independent media can lead other forces to other media to start covering it.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's shift to talking about bad decisions spring training season. So the Supreme Court heard oral arguments last week, not in any big ticket cases, but still going to bring you up to speed on what they did here, and then we'll talk about their decisions. So last Monday at the court was Cuba Day, and if you, like Melissa, are in your John Slattery season, you could watch Dirty Dancing Havana Nights to get with the program, which lacks the abortion backstory of the original, but does feature a young Diego Luna in addition to John Slattery. Anyways, on Cuba Day, the court heard 2 cases, Havana Docks versus Royal Caribbean Cruises, about the meaning of the Libertad Act, and specifically which United States nationals are authorized to sue for claims that their property was confiscated by the Cuban regime. Can anyone sue a defendant who trafficked in property, or does a plaintiff have to show that they'd still hold the property but for the expropriation? In which case, that might bar claims like the one here, where the plaintiff had a leasehold to a property that has since expired. That same day, the court also heard ExxonMobil versus Corporación Cimex about whether the Helms-Burton Act abrogates foreign sovereign immunity of Cuban instrumentalities, or whether the plaintiffs seeking to sue instead have to satisfy an exception under the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. The president, for his part, participated in Cuba Week by, at the end of the week, floating the possibility of
maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
Back to this Supreme Court case, which generated this week's clip without context, something I just started during the tariffs episode, which you can hear here.
I don't buy that one.
Okay. Now, last week, the court also heard Enbridge versus Nestle, which is about the 30-day deadline to remove a case from state court to federal court. If a case is filed in state court but could have been filed in federal court, in many instances, the defendant has the opportunity to take that case from state to federal court, but they're supposed to do so in 30 days. This case is about whether a case can still be removed after the 30 days are up. There's one moment where it seemed like the justices were a bit bored with this case.
All we're asking you to do is to declare that the presumption applies, that it hasn't been rebutted by the clearest command, and to reverse. I mean, it could be an opinion that's 160 pages less than the tariffs opinion last week.
That's certainly a goal to aim for. I felt very left out in the tariffs. Justice Sotomayor didn't write, and I didn't write opinions, but
maybe we'll have a chance.
Chris, how scared should America be that Sam Alito had his feelings hurt?
Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about it. I think it sort of was an element of it was weird to have such a technical case on such a it was the only case that day, and I think that they were sort of like, they knew they weren't going to go long with this argument. It's not like this was going to be a 2.5 hour argument, and so like, yeah, like even Sam Alito can make
Had
a joke.
little fun.
Like that was what I thought. I was like, wow, this is a day that even Sam Alito is making a joke.
I don't know if this is like the groundhog being afraid of his shadow or what exactly this is a sign of, but yes, you're right, a rare example. So staying on theme week, this last week was also apparently Michigan week. The court heard Pong versus Isabel County, Michigan, about how to calculate the value of something, here a piece of property taken by the government to satisfy an alleged tax debt. So the former homeowner alleges the house taken to offset the debt was sold for way below market value and therefore constitutes a taking of property. The homeowner says the issue is the difference between the sale value and fair market value. The Solicitor General's office, the federal government, arguing on behalf of neither party, said courts should consider the fairness of the sale process, not like the difference in prices. And Michigan is arguing the sale value is the value. I read the justices as pretty skeptical of the homeowner's position, in part because foreclosure sales often go for less than fair market value. On the other hand, the justices, or at least some of them, did feel like something was unfair or wrong here, as you can hear here.
I want to echo what Justice Gorsuch said. I mean, it seems like there was some real unfairness to your client. I mean, frankly, reading the briefs, it sounds to me like this tax assessor was like Inspector Javert, but it was even worse because Jean Valjean hadn't stolen the bread. I mean, you didn't even owe the tax.
One notable moment was the following clip.
Well, in this case, with a tax debt of about $2,200, it could have been the Peloton bike that was in the house.
You think a Peloton bike today is worth $2,000? Well, if you go on Facebook Marketplace and you try to sell a Peloton bike today for $2,000, I don't think you're going to be very successful.
This raised a really important question, Chris. Is Justice Alito on Peloton? And if so, what would his handle or username be?
It was this weird moment because it was awareness both of Peloton and Facebook Marketplace.
Right.
Like there was this discussion.
Although Facebook Marketplace makes more sense. Don't you think like Martha Ann and Sam are the kind of old on Facebook?
Martha Ann and Ginny, like that's where she gets her flag making material.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so listeners, we invite your ideas for his Peloton handle. I'll just throw out a few. Pelotonito. I don't know if you wanted that one, or Vergoing Fast, like Vergonia, but we're going fast. Yeah. But again, we welcome suggestions. So now we got some opinions last week from the court. Here too, none of the high profile cases, but cases that still could be quite consequential. And so one opinion was in Haynes Celestial Group versus Palmquist. And there, the Supreme Court unanimously held that if a party is mistakenly dismissed from a case, the party's dismissal can't cure the court's lack of jurisdiction. Basically, federal courts have jurisdiction, power to hear cases where there's diversity between the parties. The plaintiffs are citizens of one state, and the defendants are citizens of others. But in order to hear the case, there has to be what's called complete diversity, i.e. no defendant can be from the same state as a plaintiff. Here, one defendant was, but the district court dismissed that plaintiff from the suit, albeit improperly. And the Supreme Court said that doesn't cure or fix the jurisdictional problem, and therefore the case still has to be dismissed. We also got the opinion in GEO Group versus Menacol, case I know you've written about, Chris. So do you want to tell us what the court decided here?
Yeah, I mean, this was a case that's been going on since 2014,
Jesus.
and which in and of itself is sort of the issue, alleging essentially forced labor at the GEO Group's facility in Colorado. And the lawsuit had been going on. When there was originally a class certified, GEO Group appealed to the 10th Circuit. They lost, they went back, and then there was this argument that came out of a case from the 40s that they were claiming that they had derivative immunity. And that because of the fact that they were a government contractor, that they have derivative sovereign immunity, and because of that, when they were found to have acted outside of their authority and thus illegally and not getting the immunity, that they should be able to appeal it right away as well. And that is the limited area where the government, where anybody can appeal in the middle of a case, and the interlocutory appeal. And the case got to the Supreme Court. The 10th Circuit said, no, you can't do that. This is a defense, not an immunity. And then it went to the Supreme Court, and Justice Kagan had the opinion for the court, and she said the same thing. And she said, look at this. This is an immunity is saying it doesn't matter if I did it. I don't need to answer for it. Whereas a defense is saying I'm excused from doing this. And she said that the difference between that does matter for these purposes of if you can appeal in the middle of a case, because a defense, you can go through court and just go through the full case. And because of that, the people on Geo Group's side were not just the private prisons, it was also the Chamber of Commerce who was saying, no, all government contractors be able to invoke that. And essentially what it was an argument for private contractors to be able to act like the government and avoid accountability, drag out litigation. And the Supreme Court, luckily, 9-0 said, no, that's not the case.
So 2 other decisions from the Supreme Court last week. One was in Villarreal versus Texas, where the Supreme Court held that a trial court's directive that an attorney over an overnight recess not discuss the defendant's testimony with the defendant, which was, again, going to span the recess, did not violate the Sixth Amendment guarantee of effective assistance of counsel. The Supreme Court made clear that the defendant wasn't prohibited from talking to his lawyer or conferring on topics, including sentencing. Justice Alito and Thomas wrote concurrences, cosplaying as an originalist. Alito noted that at the founding, defendants weren't even allowed to testify because they weren't viewed as competent, so NBD. And Thomas, joined by Gorsuch, wrote separately because they didn't like all the guidance that Justice Jackson's opinion for the court supplied. And then the other case is maybe another potential sleeper, and that's Postal Service versus Conan. And here, the Supreme Court held that the United States retains its sovereign immunity of the kind Chris was explaining just now, but it retains its sovereign immunity for claims that arise out of the intentional non-delivery of mail under the Federal Tort Claims Act, the law that allows you to sue the United States sometimes. So the FTCA waives the United States immunity for loss of claims, but not for claims arising out of the loss, miscarriage, or negligent transmission of letters or postal matters. And the Supreme Court said miscarriage and loss can include intentional non-delivery, and therefore you can't sue over
finishing up this
His opinion was 5-4. Justice Sotomayor wrote the dissent for the 3 Democratic appointees plus Neil Gorsuch.
I'm fading.
I thought this was kind of a scary ruling to come down before the midterm
I just don't
want
to save the game with a freaking dragon flying around.
Ballots? How real is that?
That's what'll happen is I'll load my game,
a concern?
and then a dragon will be in my face shooting fire at me.
Joseph Stern, our friend of both of ours, wrote a good piece about at Slate about this, and I think that the bottom line is, like, his point is that this takes away a tool that discouraged bad acts, and I think that that's right. I also think, though, that litigation about the non-delivery of mail and non-pickup of mail is never going to fix anything that's going wrong, and so I think it is more. It's more. I think a sign of, like, the unfortunate, like, people were confused about why Gorsuch was dissenting. I think this fits because you and I both know that Sotomayor and Gorsuch have come together a lot on moments, sometimes when it's just the two of them, in opposing overreaching of government powers.
Right.
And so this, I think, was actually, I think, great to see Kagan with the other three of them in saying, like, no, we don't want to expand sovereign immunity.
Yeah, that was great. Well, so on that note about elections, stay tuned for my conversation with Mark Elias about how the manosphere is trying to mansplain its way into autocracy. And listeners, stay tuned until the end of the episode to hear Chris and my favorite things. Strict Scrutiny is brought to you by Cook Unity. In the heart of winter, and yes, I know it's March, but I live in Michigan. In the heart of winter, my favorite comfort foods are cow soy and soups. But making those items takes so much time, and because I'm cooking for two, I always make too much. Those are just some of the reasons I really like Cook Unity, which makes eating well effortless and rewarding by delivering chef-crafted meals straight to your door, so you save time on planning and cooking while enjoying exceptional quality and value in every bite. In my last shipment from Cook Unity, I got a bunch of different meals with different flavor profiles, including vegetarian and potato cheese kofta and a mission-style burrito. And that's in addition to the blackened shrimp and grits. All the meals are tasty, and they have really strong and different flavor profiles. I'm a huge fan of the sauces that the kofta is made in, and the seasoning and accompanying sauce for the burrito. They pack punches, which is exactly what I need in my wintry meals. A little bit of spice. And it didn't take me hours to build those flavor profiles, and I didn't have to have the same flavor profiles for the rest of the week with leftovers. It's so great having chef-prepared meals ready in minutes to make it easier to stay on track during these dark, bleak winter months, when finding the motivation is just that much harder. Here's some of the things that make Cook Unity already great. There's no cooking, shopping, or thinking about how to get the nutrition and comfort meals you need every week. Cooking quality meals takes time, but it doesn't have to be your time. Meals are delivered fully cooked, just heated up in as little as 5 minutes. And there's a huge variety of options and fresh ingredients to choose from. You can choose from a rotating seasonal menu of over 300 meals, or you can let Cook Unity's platform pick for you. There are new celebrity chefs who are always joining, like New York City restaurateur Marcus Samuelsson. Taste comfort and craftsmanship in every bite from the award-winning chefs behind Cook Unity. Go to cookunity.com/strict or enter code STRICT for checkout to get 50% off your first order. That's 50% off your first order by using code STRICT or going to cookunity.com/strict. Strict Scrutiny is brought to you by Stamps.com. SCOTUS and this administration want to take us back to 1926, or really 1826. We know that's a bad idea. So why are some people still doing that to themselves? It's staggering that to this very day, many small business owners are still making post office runs, or they're stuck with expensive postage meter leases. It's 2026, not 1926. Mail and ship when you want, how you want, with Stamps.com. With Stamps.com, you can send from your computer or phone 24/7. No long lines, no low supplies, open anytime. Print postage on demand and get up to 90% off carrier rates like FedEx, UPS, and USPS. You can schedule carrier pickups right from your door and get carrier-compliant labels every time. No errors, no rejected mail, no wasted trips. It's perfect for your business. Send certified mail, get document tracking to confirm delivery, and analytics to make sure you know exactly what you've sent and spent. For almost 30 years, millions of customers have relied on Stamps.com to make mailing and shipping faster and so simple. If you're a small business owner who's tired of the post office eating up your day, Stamps.com is one of those tools that just makes sense. You can save time, money, and you don't have to leave your home or office. Why wouldn't you do it? Right now, you can try Stamps.com risk-free for 60 days. Go to Stamps.com and use code STRICT to get 60 days risk-free. 60 days gives you plenty of time to see exactly how much time and money you're saving on every shipment. That's Stamps.com, code STRICT. That's Stamps.com, code STRICT. Strict Scrutiny is brought to you by Jones Road Beauty. I am not a makeup person. I don't know if that's because I don't like the feel of a bunch of stuff on my face, or if it's just because I'm kind of lazy with making myself presentable, or because I just kind of object to the heavy get-ready routines that are foisted on women. Many possible reasons. But I found makeup I love and actually use in Jones Road Beauty. One of my favorite items is the Jones Road Beauty Miracle Balm. You can see it here, and you can even see my fingerprints in there because I use it. Part of what I like about the Miracle Balm is I don't feel like I'm covering up my face or caking on a new different face. It's still my face, it's just brighter. See? Here's a little dab. My face. just brighter. Plus, the Miracle Balm can replace multiple steps in my routine. You can use it as a highlighter, bronzer, blush, lip tint. It's the ultimate no-fuss multitasker. And it saves me a bunch of time. There are no brushes, no especially complicated routines, just my fingers and go. It's easy enough for me to manage. And I can easily pack it for travel because it's not a liquid. And an added bonus is I know I'm using a product that's actually good for my skin because all of their products, including the Miracle Balm, are packed with skin-loving ingredients. All Jones Road formulas are clean and high-performing. No sulfates, petrolatum, PEGs, a bunch of other things I can't pronounce, BPA, and others, because clean beauty is a no-brainer. Jones Road doesn't just have their famous Miracle Balm. They've built a full lineup of effortless skin-first staples, like their Just Enough Tinted Moisturizer. I've been searching for a tinted moisturizer that didn't make me shiny or, again, feel like I'm caking on a different face. And that's why I use the Just Enough Tinted Moisturizer. It's a lightweight formula that smooths an even skin tone with a soft touch of coverage. Jones Road also just launched a new product, the Eyeshadow Stick. It's eyeshadow stick designed for real life. Here, you can kind of see it here, and so easy. Again, even I can put it on without making myself look like a crown. It goes on super easily, and it looks awesome, and you can just like easily kind of blur it on your eyes. Anyways, modern day makeup that's clean, strategic, and multifunctional for effortless routines. For a limited time, our listeners are getting a free shimmer face oil on their first purchase when they use code STRICT at checkout. Just head to jonesroadbeauty.com and use code STRICT at checkout. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them our show sent you. For this segment, I'm delighted to be joined by Mark Elias, chair of the Elias Law Group and founder of Democracy Docket, an independent media outlet in an era where we really need independent media. Welcome to the show, Mark.
Thanks for having me.
So today we are going to be talking about how Articles 1, 2, and 3 have their sights set on our democracy. We can go quickly over Article 1, Congress, because as Congress isn't doing that much besides rolling over, but they are considering the SAVE Act. The House passed it and the Senate is considering it. Mark, briefly, what is the SAVE Act and what would it do for elections?
Okay, so the SAVE Act is actually confusingly several different laws. So we're actually, the one that everyone is talking most about now is the Save America Act. Donald Trump insisted that America be added to the second iteration because he thought save alone was not sufficient.
So it's like save a?
Correct. So the Save America Act would basically do four things. Number one, it would impose a very strict photo ID requirement on every state. So it would tell them both what photo IDs they must use, but also what photo IDs they can't use. So, for example, the bill specifically bans any educational institution IDs from being used. So even if you have the University of Michigan or the University of North Carolina, or pick your state university where the IDs are issued by the state itself, those could not be used, period. So that's the first part of the bill. The second part of the bill is what they refer to as the proof of citizenship requirement. This requires people to prove that they are citizens in order to register to vote. That may sound like a simple thing. It's actually quite a complex thing to prove citizenship. Essentially, there are only two documents to prove citizenship in the United States. One is a U.S. passport, a valid U.S. passport,
sleepy time,
or current, non-expired, and then the other is an original birth certificate or a birth certificate that has been obtained, a certified copy that has been obtained by the state. That is also much harder to get than many people think, because many people don't have their original birth certificates, and ordering them and getting them in a raised seal version from a state is not simple. Also, I would remind the audience that if anyone thinks Donald Trump is just going to accept any old state's birth certificate, just ask the state of Hawaii, which issued a birth certificate to Barack Obama. And of course, Donald Trump came to political prominence.
Or the state of Minnesota, which he's just attacking left and right. I mean,
Correct. Right. And so the whole birther conspiracy was him denying the validity of birth certificates. Plus, as you know, Donald Trump is right now in the Supreme Court trying to say that birth certificates actually don't prove citizenship in the birthright citizenship case. So that's the second part of the law. That would also disenfranchise tens of millions of women who've changed their last name when they got married because their birth certificates wouldn't match the name on their photo ID.
Part of the war on women, many different fronts.
Correct. The third provision of this would require the purging, the regular purging of names off the voter rolls, using what has been described by pretty much everyone as a flawed database at the federal government level, and that would be, yet another set of challenges that voters would face, because, of course, if they're removed by a flawed database in Washington, D.C., good luck to you getting added back onto the voter rolls.
Yep.
That is, of course, the SAVE Act as Congress is considering it, but Donald Trump actually put a
Viewers, 2 viewers. I don't have any viewers. It's not true. Well, it's a sleepy time. It's a sleepy time. Go to end my stream. 'Cause it's a sleepy time. Interesting.